Chapter 163 13th Right-Hand Man. Chapter 163 13th Right-Hand Man. 4 days after 13 arrived in the Sumatran kingdom. What? Xylen has been captured? Rihanna's face turned pale after hearing Christopher's report. She was waiting patiently for 13 because she believed that her hunting party was now ready to collaborate with him to challenge the monsters in the Warzor Plains. But after hearing the chubby boy's story, she felt that it was too soon for her hunting party to set forth in that direction. Yes, the young master has been captured, Christopher replied helplessly. But I believe that he will be fine. VocalSaga had sent me a message from him, and he said that he would return as soon as he could. Then what do we do now? Rihanna asked. It was only after learning that the 7-year-old boy was gone did Rihanna suddenly realized how much she had relied on Xylen. It would not be an exaggeration to say that someone younger than her had held her hand and pulled her up, guiding her to stand on her own. Thanks to Xylen's help, she managed to buy the slaves in the slave market, allowing her to form her own hunting party, who could now support themselves through the selling of monster parts from their expeditions. Even so, Rihanna had already considered 13 as the leader of their group, so his absence made her feel at a loss for what to do. Seeing her reaction, Christopher suddenly remembered something that VocalSaga had said before he left. The young master also left a message for you, Christopher stated. He said that you should just focus on hunting in the Houdini Desert for now because the Warzor Plains is teaming up with Strife. Also, he asked you to tell Harry that he is currently doing an undercover mission in the Sumatran Kingdom to better understand the situation about the war. Anything else? Rihanna asked, hoping that there was more. Well, that's all VocalSaga told me a few days ago, Christopher sighed. But the Poco told me that he would go find 13 and ensure that he is safe first. After that, he would find a way to pass messages between us and him. The two were currently talking inside 13's room, where they always go to whenever they talk about important things. This was the command room of their operations, and no one was allowed to go near it, with the exception of Giga Chad, who had treated 13's room as his own. No one really wanted to defy the Chad skunk. If he got angry, the aggressor would regret it for days on end. While the two teenagers were thinking of what to do next, something entered through the window and landed on the table. Christopher almost jumped up in joy after seeing the familiar dumb-looking bird had arrived as he promised. VocalSaga, Christopher hurriedly went to the table to talk to the Poco. Did you find the young master? Is he safe? The Poco glanced at the chubby boy and the young lady, whom his master had said to be his subordinate. However, 13 cautioned VocalSaga to not reveal his intelligence to Rihanna. Although they were close, and the boy trusted her to a certain extent, he still didn't fully trust her yet. She wasn't like Christopher, who had sworn loyalty to him, so some of his secrets had to remain a secret to her. Water, VocalSaga shouted at the chubby boy. And nuts. Why yes. Right away, sir. Christopher hurriedly took 2 bowls and filled one of them with water. He then went to the jar filled with nuts, which 13 had kept to feed the Poco. VocalSaga ate and drank his fill first. His journey back from the Sumatran Kingdom hadn't been easy. Although he could have returned to Groner City in a day of travel, 13 had asked him to check a few places to confirm his suspicions. The 7-year-old had asked VocalSaga to look for the location of the purple-furred honey badger, as well as the current situation of the diabolical hyena. These 2 rank 6 overlords were the 2 powerhouses of the Warzor Plains, and knowing their current conditions was very important for the sake of his hunting group. The younger boy decided that Christopher couldn't remain idle and must do his best to become stronger, as well as train the slaves at the same time. Because of this, 13 needed them to continue hunting. But this time, they would only hunt near the territory of Groner City so that they wouldn't clash with the 2 overlords, who were still recovering from their recent battle. After eating and drinking, VocalSaga glanced at the 2 teenagers before passing 13's message to them. I am safe and sound, 13 said. I am currently in a city called Karabayar City in the Sumatran Kingdom. Although I was captured, I didn't lose my freedom, and I am eating better than all of you back in the warehouse. I even get to eat steak here, and I have to admit that it tasted better than what I had back home. So, do not feel anxious or fear for my safety, for I am in good health. After hearing VocalSaga's report, Christopher and Rihanna both sighed in relief because some of their worries had disappeared. Now, let's go to other topics. VocalSaga continued his report, still using 13's voice in order to make the 2 teenagers feel as if the 7-year-old was the one talking in front of them. Christopher, like I said before, you will become the temporary leader of the hunting party while I am away. Your mission is to hunt as many monsters as possible to accumulate resources for our team. Also, make sure that Taiga and his party will always be fighting on the front lines. They are free to do whatever they want, but they have to always be together when they are fighting. Whenever you return from your hunt, continue to make arrows and spears. Our supplies of paralyzing arrows are now gone, so you should either capture a beast that produces a similar venom or buy one from the slave market. I left half of my money in a small pouch under my bed, so use those funds if necessary. But, remember, spend it wisely. You are still not like Rihanna, who has now become self-sufficient. A faint smile appeared on Rihanna's lips after hearing the 7-year-old's praise. She still didn't understand why she felt so happy being complimented by the boy who was at least 6 years younger than her. I know that you are not the leader type, Christopher, and I apologize for forcing you into this role, VocalSaga said softly, imitating the softness in 13's voice when he said this part of his message. But from the day you have sworn loyalty to me, I have already considered you as my right-hand man. Even if I were to gain more followers and subordinates in the future, you will still be my right-hand man. So I need you to be strong even when I am not by your side. You may not be smart or strong, but you have something that others don't, and that is perseverance. So, Christopher, what I want you to do is persevere. There will be times when the two of us will not always be together, and I can't always be there for you when you need me the most. But you are my right-hand man, and that means that you have to become strong enough to stand on your own. So once we meet each other again, you will have become a brand new and better you. You don't have to act like me, Christopher. Just be yourself. But if the slaves don't listen to you, tell them this. I shall return, and when I do, those who didn't follow your orders will regret it till their last breath. So, don't be afraid to order them around. Even if the world becomes your enemy, I will remain by your side. So, show them what you got. Christopher couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hand as tears fell down his face. He tried so hard to hold it back, but in the end, the dam broke and his tears fell like rain. Rihanna, who saw him crying, rubbed his back to make him feel a little better. She was moved and even felt a little envious of Christopher because she could tell that 13 really thought of him as someone important, which was very different from how the 7-year-old treated her. The young lady wished that Xylen would rely on her more as well. This made her more determined to work harder as the leader of her hunting party, proving to the younger boy that she could also become his strength and not drag him down in the battles ahead. A/N. Check the author's notes to know the mission for this week's bonus chapters. Chapter 164, is there anything else that you would like to add? Chapter 164, is there anything else that you would like to add? Why did you call me here, Christopher? Percival asked in annoyance after Brutus took him to 13's room because his master was calling for him. I have some questions to ask you, Taiga. The Tigerkin subconsciously straightened up after hearing the 7-year-old's voice, who had given him a very traumatic experience. However, after realizing that the voice that talked to him was from VocalSaga, Percival couldn't help but feel anger rising in his chest. You dumb bird, what do you want? Percival asked in anger in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. He didn't want to admit it, but his fear of 13 was now firmly rooted in his heart and mind. Tell me, Taiga, is the name of your father Stark Evander? VocalSaga asked. Or should I call him General Stark? The Tigerkin immediately quieted down after hearing VocalSaga's question. Seeing his stance and expression, the Poco shrugged and asked another question. Is the name of your mother Briella Evander? VocalSaga eyed the Tigerkin, paying close attention to his features. Is your sister's name Cleo Evander? Last, but not the least, is your brother's name Anwar Evander? That traitor is no brother of mine. Percival growled. Never speak his name in front of me again. The Poco nodded because his master's suspicions had now been confirmed. Right now, I am in the Sumatran kingdom, living in your family's residence, VocalSaga said in a teasing tone using 13's voice. Did you know? Your mother even wanted to adopt me and make me her son. A look of disbelief appeared on the Tigerkin's face, which made VocalSaga chuckle. What's so surprising about it? VocalSaga inquired. How do you think I know about your family's name? Why do you think I'm talking about this topic right now? You're lying, Percival said through gritted teeth. You're just messing with me. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, VocalSaga replied. Just to let you know, the name of the captain of the scouting party that caught me is Dixon. His vice captain is named Armand, and the two others are called Thane and Alina. There is also a human shaman in your residence, and his name is Rafiki. But enough about them. The reason why I'm telling you this is because your brother, Anwar, is planning something. The moment Percival heard this statement, his face turned grim, making the Poco wonder how his master was able to know that the Tigerkin would react if he said something along the lines of Anwar is planning something. What is he planning? Percival demanded. What is that snake planning to do to my family? Calm down, VocalSaga ordered. Before I tell you anything, you must tell me exactly how you've been captured by the slave traders. By doing so, I will help you expose your traitorous brother to your family. Who knows? I might be kind enough to return you to your family. But this will depend on your attitude. If you behave and listen to Christopher's orders, I'll consider returning you to your family after a year. If not, well, you can spend the rest of your days as a slave, never to see them again. A look of shock briefly appeared on Percival's face before it was replaced by determination. Will you really return me to my family? Percival asked. Will you? Like I said, it depends on your attitude, VocalSaga said in a teasing tone. If you listen to Christopher's orders and work hard for my sake, I will allow you to see your family. That, I promise to you. Now, tell me how you became a slave. If you do that, I will consider helping you get rid of the snake in your family. Faced with such a choice, Percival clenched his fists as the frustrations that he had kept inside his heart burst out like a tide. He told the Poco everything that happened to him from start to finish, starting with how his stepbrother, Anwar, said that they should help patrol the borders of their kingdom against the barbarian raiders. Percival narrated how Anwar purposely left him behind so that the barbarians could capture him. And do you know his motive? VocalSaga asked. I only have a hunch, but I believe that he wanted to be the only son of our family. Percival was clenching his fists so hard that they were making noises. I overheard him talking with his subordinates in the barracks that he was also planning to marry my sister, Cleo, and take care of our family business. VocalSaga tilted his head to the side. Anything else? Aside from marrying into your family, do you know if he has any other motives? What about his biological parents? What is their relationship with your family? His parents. Percival frowned. I only knew about his biological father. He was one of the captains who served under my father, and he considered him as his right-hand man. Because of this, when he died during the battle with the barbarians, my father decided to adopt that bastard to our family. I wish he never did that. I feel disgusted every time I think about how I called that person my brother for nearly 5 years. VocalSaga stayed silent for a bit and pressed for more answers. His master had asked him to understand Anwar's true motive so that he could deal with him after getting the information he needed from Percival. Do you know how his father died? VocalSaga inquired. I only heard rumors, Percival replied. They said that my father ordered Anwar's father and his subordinates to conduct a raid, which was equivalent to a suicide mission. Although they succeeded, many soldiers died during that incident. VocalSaga lightly tapped his foot on the table. Is there anything else that you would like to add? None. Percival shook his head. I've told you everything I know. Understood. VocalSaga nodded. I will pass the information you told me to our master. Remember, from this point onward, you will listen to Christopher's orders. Of course, if you don't want to see your family again, feel free to defy him. If you do that, hee. VocalSaga's chuckle was the exact copy of 13th's evil chuckle, making even Christopher shudder after hearing it. Percival, on the other hand, felt conflicted after knowing that his master was currently living with his family. He wanted to see them again, and he wished that he never listened to Anwar, who schemed to get him captured by the barbarians from the start. I will do as you say, Percival said. Will you really let me see my family after a year? Didn't I tell you? VocalSaga shrugged. That will depend on your attitude. Now, behave and listen to Christopher's orders. The Poco then glanced at the chubby boy before opening his wings. I leave everything here to you, Christopher, VocalSaga said. I'll be back after a few days. After saying those words, VocalSaga flew out of the window and headed north towards the Sumatran kingdom. Even now, the Poco was quite impressed because his master's hunch was right. 13 already knew about the possibility that Anwar was doing this for revenge, but he didn't know the reason for that revenge. Now that VocalSaga obtained the information that he needed, it was only a matter of time before the young boy obtained a new puppet that he could manipulate to do his bidding. Chapter 165, an important role to play. Chapter 165, an important role to play. I see. 13 muttered as he sat on the window hook in his room. The hooting of an owl sounded in the distance as VocalSaga continued to inform his master of everything that he learned from Taiga about his stepbrother Anwar. Several minutes later, the hooting stopped, which concluded VocalSaga's report. 13 then started to chirp, thanking VocalSaga for his report. Stay for a few days. There are a few things I need you to do for me, VocalSaga. Understood, Master. FREOWebno.el.com. After that brief exchange, 13 got up and closed the window of his room before lying down on his bed. As a system, these kinds of events weren't new to him. The Poco's report only confirmed his hunch, which gave him the signal to proceed to the next step of his plans. He had been staying in the general's residence for 5 days, and during that time, he had learned quite a bit about the Evander family. Briella, who would often introduce him to others as her adopted son, treated Anwar coldly. According to Rafiki, this wasn't the case in the past because she truly cared for him like her own son. The change in her attitude toward Anwar all happened when Percival was captured by the barbarian raiding party. Ever since that day, she wouldn't even talk to Anwar unless absolutely necessary. Cleo, who was Percival's older sister, would often look at him from a distance. However, she never took the initiative to approach him. She even looked at 13 with a fearful gaze as if she was looking at something very scary. General Stark, on the other hand, tolerated his existence, but the former never talked to him even once. The only ones who always talked to him were Briella, Rafiki, and Alina, whom the general had ordered to serve as 13's guard. Of course, they couldn't allow him to freely wander everywhere or leave the residence as he wished. That was why they had assigned him a protector, but Alina's true purpose was to ensure that he didn't try to escape the residence and return to the barbarian lands. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, 13 opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his face. Seriously, this family is the best, 13 thought. Not only did they produce a hero, they even adopted a second-rate villain. Cuckoo, what a stroke of luck. Aside from raising a hero, 13 was planning to raise a villain as well. But the problem is that finding a true villain was just as hard as finding a hero. Fortunately, he found Percival when he was still young, allowing him to bring the Tigerkin under his wing. Truth be told, the growth paths of heroes and villains were very identical. Almost all of them would suffer a tragedy, which would become a turning point in their life. This turning point would force them to make a choice. They would either choose to take the righteous path and become a hero, or take the thorny path of revenge and become a villain. Right now, Anwar is just a second-rate, or maybe even a third-rate villain, 13 mused. But this is normal since he has just started to take the villain route. The fastest way to make a villain grow is through desperation. Fortunately, it is very easy to make him fall into despair. The smile on the boy's face widened because he could already envision the outcome in his mind. I've already stayed long enough in this place. I think I need to start the next phase of the plan. After confirming the things he needed to do in the last few days, 13 closed his eyes to rest. A few minutes later, he had a dream where Percival and his stepbrother, Anwar, were pulling his carriage together as he took a nap on Gigachad's back. Somewhere in the Evander residence. Mother, I saw that dream again, Cleo said while her body shuddered uncontrollably. Xylen was standing on a hill while everything around him burned in flames. Countless meteors fell from the heavens, dyeing the ground red with the blood of our people and barbarians alike. Mother, I'm scared. Is he perhaps a demon in disguise? Maybe we should ask Father to imprison him. That way, that dream of mine will not come to pass. Briella hugged her daughter tightly and patted her head. Our visions are not absolute, but there is a high chance that they will come to pass, Briella replied. Did you have a clear look on his face in your dream? What kind of face is he making? His face looked calm. Cleo shuddered. It was as if he had already expected that something like that was going to happen. He had his subordinates behind him, and they were the only ones who were safe from the meteor strikes. Mother, I'm scared. The young lady started to tear up because the scene she saw was truly horrifying. Although it was just a dream, as a seer, it felt very real to her. She could even smell the burning flesh on the battlefield, making her stomach churn. Mother, have you gotten visions about him? Cleo asked. You should have, right? Is that the reason why you are calling him as your adopted son? If I tell you the truth, do you promise not to tell your father about it? Briella asked back. I won't tell father. I promise. Good. Just like you. I also saw visions of him. But it is very different from the visions of destruction that you saw. What did you see, mother? Cleo inquired out of curiosity. Briella paused for a bit as she carefully chose the words that she was going to say to her daughter. As long as we don't harm him, Xylen will not actively target our family, Briella replied. Also, he has an important role to play, so we must not allow him to come to any harm while he is in our residence. An important role to play? Yes, a very important one. What is it, mother? Briella shook her head and pressed her finger over her lips. I can't tell you. If I say it, it might not come to pass, Briella stated. As I told you earlier, our visions are not absolute. They are not set in stone. I don't want to do anything that might jinx the vision I saw before Xylen appeared in our home. You were already expecting his arrival, mother? I've been waiting for him to arrive for a long time now. Cleo inherited the bloodline of seers from her mother, Briella. Although the two of them had never seen the same vision, the visions they did see would usually come to pass. There was a time when Cleo tried to stop a vision from happening, only to find out that her attempt to stop it was actually the trigger that made her vision happen. Because of this, she felt that regardless of what she did, her vision would come to pass. Originally, she wanted to ask her father to imprison Xylen so that what she saw would not become a reality. However, after thinking it through, she realized that imprisoning Xylen might make him become their family's enemy, and he might be the one to instigate the meteor attack, killing countless tigerkins in the process. In the end, she decided to just close her eyes and bury her head in her mother's embrace. If doing nothing would prevent that horrifying future from happening, then Cleo was willing to turn a blind eye towards the 7-year-old, who was currently sleeping soundly inside his room at this very moment. A/N, congratulations. You have met this week's quota. Bonus chapters will be posted on Saturday and Sunday. Special thanks to everyone that gave me a gift. I'll see you all in the next chapters. Chapter 166, I'm such a good person. Chapter 167, you should have kept your mouth shut. Chapter 167, you should have kept your mouth shut under the cover of the night. Anwar walked silently across the hallways of their residence. He was currently headed to the training grounds to meet with the person who had sent him the letter. It was past midnight, and he knew that everyone in the residence was deeply asleep at this time. With the exception of a few guards guarding the gate and the outside perimeter of their residence, there would be no one else who would be awake during this time of the night. When he arrived at his destination, he cautiously looked at his surroundings in search of the person who had asked him to come. I'm here, Anwar. The tigerkin immediately looked in the direction where he heard the voice and saw a cloaked figure standing on a balcony overlooking the training grounds. You're the one who called me here, Anwar said in a cold tone. Yes, the cloaked figure replied. I'm the one who called you here. The tigerkin subconsciously looked around his surroundings in order to make sure that no one was around. A moment later, the claws on his hands extended, ready to tear the little boy, who could potentially ruin everything he had worked hard for, to shreds. Although he was wearing a cloak, it was very obvious to the tigerkin who the speaker was. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Anwar, 13 replied. The moment you move from that spot, I'll scream. Let's see what's faster, you succeeding in killing me, or a peak champion catching you in the act. Anwar weighed his options after hearing the boy's reply. Although he was confident that he could kill the boy before his father or the guards of the residence reacted, there was still a high possibility that they would arrive at the scene before he could erase all evidence of his crime. What do you want? Anwar asked. Me? 13 chuckled. I want you to become my slave. Me? Your slave? Are you delusional? Who would want to become your slave? Anwar, believe me when I say that after everything is over, you will beg me to make you my slave. The tigerkin snorted after hearing the boy's reply. He had already thought carefully about what he would do once he found out the identity of the person who was trying to make his life difficult. But after seeing that the one who was behind the message was actually the human boy, Anwar decided to change his approach and eliminate the threat as soon as possible. But for that to happen, he needed to make the boy lower his guard first. Xylen, I came here because you asked me to come, Anwar stated. But I don't understand why you are doing this. Do you know how much our family has suffered ever since Percival disappeared? If you know where my brother is, it would be best if you cooperate with me so that he can return to our family. Anwar didn't know if Xylen really knew the truth or was just making things up. Almost everyone in the city already knew that Percival had mysteriously disappeared one day, and no one had seen him since then. Since the human boy had been in the residence for a few days, it would not be impossible for him to overhear this information from the people inside the residence. In the end, Anwar believed that the boy was only trying to mess with him so that he could help him escape their residence and return to the barbarian lands where he belonged. Cooperate with you to return Percival back to his family. 13 said in disdain. What you mean is that you plan to finally eliminate him to ensure that you will not have any possible trouble in the future, right? Xylen, Percival is my brother, Anwar replied as he took a step forward. I would never do anything to hurt him. But you already did. 13 snorted. You betrayed him and allowed him to be captured by barbarians. Xylen, it's not good to slander an innocent person. If you are going to say such things, you need to have solid proof, or else you will be imprisoned for besmirching my honor. Anwar took another step, shortening the gap between him and the boy. The Tigerkin was calculating how many steps it would take for him to go for the killing blow, without giving the boy a chance to call for help. According to his estimate, he would need at least 5 more steps before he reached the minimum distance for his special ability to reach the boy and take his life. Fke obnavel dacm, 1 more step, and I'll scream, Xylen threatened. That way, your adoptive family will have the chance to join our discussion about your betrayal. Anwar, who was about to take another step, momentarily paused and crossed his arms over his chest. Like I said earlier, you don't have any proof. Anwar smiled. If you want to pin the crime of my brother's disappearance on me, you need to do better, boy. Proof. 13 chuckled. The fact that you are asking for proof means that you are already guilty, Anwar. An innocent person would not think to ask for proof of his wrongdoings because they know that they are innocent. You should remember this lesson for future reference. Never ask for proof because it will only make you look guilty. Also, the proof you are looking for? I have it as well. Anwar's body tensed when he heard that the human boy had proof of his wrongdoings. Of course, he still believed that Xylen was just making things up in order to fish for information from him, which would tie him to his brother's disappearance. Well then, I would like to hear this proof you are speaking of. Anwar prepared himself to charge in the boy's direction just in case he truly had solid proof of his wrongdoing. The training grounds were at the very back of their residence. Even if Xylen managed to scream, he was confident that after killing the boy, he could jump over the wall of the training grounds and run toward the forest with the boy's body fast enough. There, he would find a wild animal to devour the boy, erasing all evidence. He could just say that he was in the vicinity when he heard the scream and went to investigate what had happened. This alibi was perfect, and the Tigerkin had already prepared himself to lunge as soon as he confirmed that Xylen truly had evidence that would tie him to his brother's disappearance. Anwar, do you know the reason why your mother is giving you the cold shoulder? 13 asked. Why? Anwar asked back as his razor-sharp fingernails extended. Although he was truly curious why his stepmother was giving him the cold shoulder as of late, he still prioritized in killing the boy in front of him after he heard his answer. It's because she is a seer, 13 replied in contempt. Do you really believe that she hasn't seen what you have done to her son? Anwar, are you really that stupid? Or do you believe that you can get away with the crime of targeting a general's family? Did your goal of taking revenge for your father cloud your judgment? What a stupid boy. You should have just lived your life as a good stepson for a few years. It wouldn't have been too late to have your revenge after you married Cleo. But Percival's potential scared you, didn't it? You thought that his parents would love him more than you. Am I right? Right after 13 finished talking, Anwar disappeared from where he stood and reappeared 2 meters away from him. A glint of madness could be seen in the Tigerkin's eyes as he slashed his claws forward, creating a crimson blade that removed the boy's head from his body. You talk too much, Anwar said coldly as he looked at the severed head on the ground that was still covered by a cloak. What Xylen had said unnerved him. If Briella had truly seen what he had done, then that would explain why she was giving him the cold shoulder. But after thinking about this possibility, several questions popped up inside his head. If his stepmother... Chapter 168 Nothing But the Truth, Part 1. Chapter 168 Nothing But the Truth, Part 1. Several hours before 13 and Anwar met at the training grounds of the Evander residence. Boy, I have tolerated your existence here in my residence, General Stark said coldly. But if you are trying to sow discord in my family, I don't mind feeding you to the wolves. You come here all of a sudden, disturbing me while I am busy with work, just to say that Anwar was the cause of Percival's disappearance. Do you seriously expect me to believe you? Freewebnovel.cm, not really, 13 replied. But I have a way to make you believe me. And that is Rafiki's truth serum. The general narrowed his eyes after hearing the boy's words. The truth serum was something they used to interrogate the barbarians they had captured to make them answer all the questions they had. This had been a tried and proven method. So when the human boy proposed that he drink the potion to prove his credibility, the general couldn't help but become suspicious of him. Seeing his reaction, a faint smile appeared on the younger boy's face. Looking at your reaction, I don't know if you love Anwar more than you love your real son. 13 narrowed his eyes. Maybe this is the reason why Anwar thought he could get away with his crime. You may be decisive when it comes to fighting on the battlefield. So how come when it comes to the issues with your family, you would rather turn a blind eye than accept the truth? Are you perhaps still feeling guilty because Anwar's father died because of your orders? After hearing all the information he needed from VocalSaga and confirming it with Dixon, Armand, and Rafiki, the 7-year-old understood that, even now, General Stark was still feeling guilty toward his adoptive son. Because of this, he had showered Anwar with all the love he could and allowed the child to do anything he wanted. Boy, you are going too far. But I am not wrong, am I? Even when the facts are dancing in front of you, you choose to look the other way and pretend that you're not seeing anything. Do you know? Even now, Percival is suffering. His new master is truly wicked and tortures him every day. I know about it because I was always there whenever his master did unspeakable things to him. 13 was doing his best not to laugh because what he was saying was the truth. Percival's master was truly wicked and tortured the Tigerkin every day. He was also there whenever it happened because that so-called wicked master, who loved to make the general's son suffer, was him. Just as he expected, the general's expression became twisted after hearing that Percival was being tortured every day. How could he not feel anything, knowing that his biological son was somewhere out there suffering? Dixon, who was also inside the room, couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He had watched Percival grow up, and the boy even treated him like an uncle. This was why he had chosen to lead the scouting party to the barbarian lands, hoping to find any signs of him. But, due to the incident with Xylen, they were forced to return empty-handed to the Sumatran kingdom before they were captured by their enemies. Dixon, call Rafiki and tell him to bring his truth serum, General Stark ordered. Yes, General. Dixon bowed respectfully before leaving the room. Once his right-hand man had left the room, General Stark glared at the boy, who was casually sitting on the chair in front of him. I promise that if you are making things up, I will make sure that you regret being born, General Stark threatened. And what if I'm not making things up? 13 arched an eyebrow. What do I get in return for sharing this information with you? General Stark pondered a bit before giving his reply. I will give you your freedom back. If you want to return to the barbarian lands, I will let you do it. If you want to stay here, you can do that as well, and you will no longer be restricted to remaining inside my home. 13 shook his head because this wasn't the reward that he wanted. There were still a few things that seemed fishy about this war, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. As a system, he was aware that wars could break out for the silliest of reasons. But the war between the Tigerkins and the barbarians was different. He could feel that there was a mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows, manipulating both sides for a confrontation. Simply put, 13 couldn't shake the feeling that a third party was involved. This was due to his experience after accompanying his hosts for thousands of years. However, since he still didn't have any leads, he decided to take one step at a time and focus on the things that were in front of him. What I want is Anwar, 13 replied. Give him to me. What are you going to do with him? General Stark asked. I will reform him, 13 answered. Since he had committed a severe crime, I don't think your family still wants him around. But you must still feel guilty about what happened to his father and can't bring yourself to get him killed either. Still, your guilt doesn't lower the severity of his crime. You can't just brush it off and expect Percival to forgive him. Your wife and daughter will also not forgive him. This leaves you with only 3 choices. The first one is execution. The second one is imprisonment. Last but not the least is exile. Among these three choices, you will choose to get him exiled, won't you? Chapter 169 Nothing But the Truth, Part 2. Chapter 169 Nothing But the Truth, Part 2. After drinking the potion, 13 immediately felt lightheaded, and his thoughts seemed to scatter, making him unable to think properly. However, instead of being alarmed, the boy felt amused because Rafiki's truth serum was better than he thought. Although he could make something better, he didn't have the necessary ingredients to concoct one. For the time being, he allowed the truth serum to take full effect on him in order to prevent the general and Rafiki from becoming suspicious of him. As a system, his mind was his strongest weapon. A mere truth serum was nothing to him. Seeing the blank look on the boy's face, Rafiki glanced at the general and nodded his head. "What is your name?" General Stark asked. "Xylen," 13 replied. "Xylen Leventus. How old are you?" 7.5 years old. The general continued to ask the boy several questions, testing if the truth potion was working properly. After asking over a dozen questions and finding that the boy had spoken nothing but the truth, he began to ask him the questions that were of utmost importance to him. "Where is my son, Percival, right now?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" General Stark frowned. "What do you mean you don't know?" "I got separated from him when I went with Lady Adira to lure the golden-eyed hyenas to follow us to let him and the rest of the slaves escape," 13 replied. Dixon, who had seen 13 with the drow, nodded his head in confirmation. "What barbarian city were you and my son being held in?" General Stark inquired. "I don't know," 13 answered. "We were not allowed to leave the warehouse and wander around the city." "What kind of master do you guys have?" "A very wicked and evil master. He doesn't hesitate to torture Percival on a daily basis." The frown on General Stark's face deepened after hearing that his son was being tortured every day. "What kind of torture is my son undergoing every day?" the general asked, his tone as cold as ice. "Twice a week, he is sent to the arena so that he can earn money for our master," 13 answered. "If he wins, he is allowed to eat. And if he loses, he will be starved for an entire day, even if he is seriously injured from his duels. On the days that he isn't in the arena, he is forced to fight other tigerkins in the warehouse. Since he doesn't want to hurt his comrades, he winds up enduring their attacks until he gets beaten black and blue. Our master also enjoys making Percival get down on his knees to clean the feet of ogres and trolls with his tongue. He seems to enjoy Percival's stubborn face filled with humiliation every time he licked the feet of all the monster slaves one by one." A loud crack reverberated inside the room as General Stark smashed his table with his right fist, breaking it completely. "Bastard! I'll kill him." General Stark growled in anger. "I'll kill him." Even Dixon was doing his best to control himself from breaking things inside the room, because what the boy told them was simply too much for a warrior like him to bear. Tigerkins were a prideful race, and they would rather die than be humiliated by their enemies. It took a while for General Stark to regain his composure. It was hard for him to accept the hardships that Percival was facing on a daily basis. When he felt that he now regained control of his emotions, he continued his interrogation, but his words were now calmer than before. "What is your relationship with my son, Percival?" General Stark asked. "I don't know if Percival considers me as a friend or not," 13 replied. "But I often bring him scraps of bread and food whenever he has nothing to eat. We often talk with each other before we go to sleep. That is how I came to know about his family. He hates Anwar very much, and he often cries and talks in his sleep, calling him a traitor and all sorts of other names. There are also times when he says that he misses his mother and wishes that he had never left home with Anwar to go to the villages on the border." 13 made sure to paint himself as Percival's one and only friend who helped him during his hardest moments. The boy also didn't hesitate to badmouth their wicked master and curse him for making all of them suffer on a daily basis. If there was an award for the best child actor, 13 would have gotten it then and there, with VocalSaga getting the award for best supporting actor. After hearing the other unspeakable hardships that the slaves had undergone under their master's order, General Stark, Dixon, and Rafiki were becoming more emotional and looked at the 7-year-old, who had suffered alongside Percival, with pitiful gazes. When the interrogation was over, Rafiki made Xylen drink the cure for the truth serum, allowing him to regain his senses. What they didn't know was that 13 had been in full control of his thoughts throughout the entire interrogation, deceiving the adults into feeling more sympathetic toward him. "General, please give me permission to capture Anwar and have him detained," Dixon said, with fury blazing in his eyes. His fury was blazing after coming to learn that the person he had trained to become a warrior was actually a white-eyed wolf who wouldn't hesitate to betray his general because he wanted revenge. "Don't do that." 13, who looked weak and pitiful in their eyes, struggled to voice out his thoughts. "I have a better plan," 13 answered. "And if it works, not only will we be able to save Percival, we will also be able to reform Anwar as well. I believe he deserves a second chance. He only acted like this because he blames the general's family for his father dying on his mission." After Dixon heard the boy's words, he reeled in his anger and looked at the general, who would decide on their next course of action. "Tell me what you have in mind, General Stark. If this will ensure that Percival will be rescued, then I wouldn't mind cooperating with you." FKUBNavuel.com 13 nodded and began to tell them what he intended to do. After listening to the 7-year-old's plan, the adults couldn't help but look at him in disbelief. They never thought that someone as young as Xylen would be able to make such a detailed plan that would not only allow Percival to be rescued, but also allow Anwar to redeem himself. 13 looked calm on the surface, but deep inside, he was smiling evilly. If his plan really worked, then not only would he acquire a hero and a villain, but he would also get the general's support from the shadows, allowing him to investigate the real reason behind the upcoming war. The 7-year-old strongly believed that this war was just a smokescreen for something bigger. As to what that thing was, he wanted to put a stop to it before a full-blown battle between the barbarians and the Tigerkins took place, dyeing the Valbera archipelago with the color of their blood. Chapter 170: The Laughter of Two Third-Rate Villains. Chapter 170: The Laughter of Two Third-Rate Villains. Anwar, who was currently imprisoned in the private jail of the general's residence, couldn't help but sigh sadly in his heart. His life had many ups and downs, especially after his father had died. However, General Stark adopted him as his own son, perhaps out of guilt and duty to his right-hand man, who was also Anwar's father. When he arrived in the general's residence, he was showered with love and affection by their entire family. He grew up without a mother, and Briella had given him the love that he had never experienced before. Also, Percival looked up to him as an older brother, and truth be told, he also enjoyed having a snarky little brother. Then, there was Cleo. Even before he became the adopted son of the general, he always had feelings for the young lady, who had just turned 16 this year. He didn't know when it all started, but he truly believed that his life was perfect, even forgetting his anger and desire for revenge for his father's death. But all of that changed after Percival started to awaken his potential. He felt threatened that the perfect life he had would crumble. He was afraid that his adoptive parents would push him to the side, as they focused all their love and attention to Percival, whom many believed had the potential to become someone truly great. After being riddled with doubt and anxiety, the thoughts of revenge that he had locked deep inside his heart rose to the surface. But this was no longer directed at the Evander family as a whole. He directed it towards Percival, who now threatened the perfect life he currently had. Anwar knew that if he had to start things over, he wouldn't have changed anything. The only thing he would do differently was to kill the source of his current dilemma, and it was none other than the 7-year-old, who had flipped his life upside down in less than a week. The only silver lining was that the general made sure that no one else knew about what had happened a few hours ago. All the maids were asked to return home for the night, and the guards were stationed far away from the training grounds, preventing them from coming to the scene. FKUBNavuel.com simply put, aside from the Evander family, Rafiki, Dixon, and his team, no one else knew what had transpired that night. No one knew that Anwar had betrayed his own family. "Good morning, Anwar, have you eaten yet?" Hearing that familiar voice, Anwar raised his head and growled hatefully. "You." The Tigerkin glared at the human boy, who was the cause of his suffering. "Oh, they still haven't fed you? My goodness." 13 smiled as he sat on the chair that his escort, Alina, had carried all the way to Anwar's jail cell. "Don't worry. I just finished eating breakfast, and I ate enough for both of us. I'm such a good person, right?" Alina, who was standing beside 13, gave Anwar a side, long glance before leaving. The boy wanted to talk to the prisoner in private, so Alina left as she was ordered. Anwar had already told General Stark, as well as Rafiki, about everything that had happened. Since his mind was hazy at that time, he wasn't able to see the grief and disappointment in the general's face during the entirety of the interrogation. He only came to his senses when he was already locked up in jail and left alone in the darkness. Under the light of the torchlight, 13's face looked like an innocent, yet malicious devil who was eyeing him as if he was some kind of delicacy that he wanted to take a bite of. Also, his green eyes seemed to glow in the dark like that of a wild animal who was about to eat him whole, not even leaving the bones behind. Anwar, who was a rank 3 tigerkin, couldn't help but shudder under the gaze of those green eyes, which seemed to have everything under their control. Anwar, I can help you escape this place, you know? 13 said in a voice that was rich with temptation. You can escape this place and start all over again. And what's the catch? Anwar sneered. To become your slave? No, thank you. I'd rather die. Well, you could do that, yes. 13 nodded. But I just think it's a waste, you know? Especially if you can redeem yourself as the hero of the entire tigerkin race. Do you really think that I'm a gullible child who would believe anything that you say? Anwar scoffed. I have already admitted my crimes. Whether the general executes me or imprisons me for life, there is nothing else that I can do. 13 chuckled after hearing Anwar's defeated voice. Oh, but there is something that you can do, 13 stated. And you always have a choice to make. I offer you a chance to escape this place and redeem yourself. And yet, you chose to die a dog's death, so don't delude yourself that there is nothing else you can do. Anwar glared at the human boy, who was resting his head on the palm of his hand and acting like he was sitting on a throne. But he had to admit that for a brief moment, he really thought that he was facing a prince, and not a boy, who was more than a dozen years younger than him. Let's say that I escaped this place. Anwar clenched his fists. Where should I go? Where else? That barbarian lands, of course, 13 answered casually. A place where you can start all over again. Also, you can even reunite with your little brother as a bonus. Anwar's body stiffened when he finally realized what the boy was talking about. Seeing his reaction, the 7-year-old smirked. Did you forget my background story? 13 asked. Before I was captured, I was in the same party as your brother, Percival. Why are you acting so surprised now? You mean to say that you plan to turn me over to your master and become a slave like my brother? Anwar frowned. Is that how you plan to make me redeem myself? You're only half right, 13 replied. Anwar, while everyone thinks that Percival is bound for greatness, I think that you are bound for greatness as well. In fact, I am certain that you will even surpass your brother. Anwar laughed because Xylen's words were like words of pity towards a loser. The ironic part was that the human boy laughed alongside him. Soon, the laughter of 2 third-rate villains echoed inside the dark prison, making Alina, who was guarding the door outside, shudder when the diabolical laughters reached her ears. Chapter 171, You Made One Big Mistake. Chapter 171, You Made One Big Mistake. After having a good laugh with Anwar, 13 headed towards Lady Briella's personal quarters to have an important talk with her. Unlike most tigerkins, Briella had long orange hair with red stripes in it. Her gray eyes, which were extremely rare among her race, made her stand out from the rest. Her daughter, Cleo, also had unusual eye colors which were purple and green, which were also an extreme rarity among tigerkins. This made these 2 ladies very special in the eyes of their people. Both of them were seers, but they never saw the same vision in the same way. Briella gains her visions anytime and anywhere, but Cleo only saw them through her dreams. Since he was dealing with 2 seers, 13 naturally understood that they had already seen him in their visions. This was especially true for Lady Briella, who had instantly labeled him as her adoptive son, whether he liked it or not. Lady Briella, are you in? 13 asked after knocking on the door of her room twice. Come in, Xylen. Briella replied from the other side of the door. I have been expecting you. After gaining permission, 13 entered the room and immediately froze after seeing the beautiful lady sharpening a sword in her hands. Did I come at the wrong time? 13 asked as he looked at the sharp blade that glinted in the sunlight. You came at the perfect time, Xylen. Briella smiled as she made a gesture for the boy to come closer to her. Didn't I tell you earlier? I have been expecting you. Ha ha. I just remembered something just now, Lady Briella. 13 scratched his head like an innocent 7-year-old. I forgot something in my room. I'll go get it before I come back. But, just as he turned around to walk away, his head collided with something that was as soft as marshmallows. Xylen, what's the rush? Lady Briella said as she hugged the boy in a firm hold, having no intention of letting him go. Let's have a nice chat, shall we? Without even waiting for his answer, Lady Briella locked the door and dragged the helpless boy towards the couch. The boy was forced to sit on her lap, leaving no room for him to move. She then held the sharp sword in her hand and lightly pressed the blade over Xylen's cheek and looked at him with eyes filled with amusement. A sharp blade was pressed against his left cheek, while something soft was pressed against his right cheek. For a brief moment, Xylen mused which was more dangerous, the sword on his left cheek or the soft marshmallows pressing against his right cheek. Well then, let me guess why you are here. You've come to ask me if I knew you before you arrived here, right? 13 didn't even need to think before saying yes. He could tell that the time for jokes was over, and the tigerkin in front of him was no longer the kind lady he knew, but a mother who was currently grieving the loss of her 2 sons. If 13 played around when Lady Briella was in this state, he knew that his chances of leaving the room alive were 0. Yes, 13 replied. Since Lady Briella has personally told me that she is a seer, I want to know everything you know about me, down to the last detail. And what if I don't tell you what I know? What will you do about it? I won't do anything. But I can make a guess. 13 had completely forgotten that a blade was pressed against his cheek as he held the beautiful lady's gaze fearlessly. You could have stopped Percival from being captured by the barbarians, but you chose not to, 13 stated. Visions are not set in stone, and as someone who fully understood this, you knew the right way of altering your son's fate. But you didn't stop it. The reason? Because you knew that if Percival stayed here, you would only be holding him back from his potential. You understood that even though he is going to be a slave and face hardships, it was ultimately for the greater good, was it not? Lady Briella didn't deny or affirm Xylen's words and only smiled faintly. You already knew, right? 13 pressed further. That your son was going to become my slave, and that is how you knew of my existence. In the end, the real reason why Percival was captured by the barbarians wasn't because of Anwar's plan, but because you chose to let it happen, right? Among 13's hosts, 3 of them had been seers, and 1 of them had been an oracle. He knew perfectly well how their powers worked, so he understood that if an experienced seer like Briella wanted to stop Percival from being captured by the enemy, she could have easily stopped it, even if she had to pay a price for it. But she didn't do anything, and let the events unfold normally. Say, Xylen, just who are you? Briella said as her gray eyes glowed briefly with power. Just what kind of existence is trapped inside this child's body? What is your goal? What is it that you want? What will it take for you to return my son? 13 remained silent, as he continued to stare at the beautiful lady, who could easily cut his head off in a heartbeat. My goal, 13 smiled faintly, is to return home to my family. Anything else? I also plan to kill some monarchs in the future. After that, beat the crap out of a god. After that, I never really thought about anything past that. Briella removed the blade from 13's face before tidying his clothes as if nothing had happened, and made him sit properly on the couch. Xylen, something or someone is blocking my visions, Briella stated. Something very powerful is coming, and I'm afraid that whatever it is, it will not only spell doom for our race, but every race within the Valbera archipelago. The last vision I saw was of you being carried to our residence, and I have a feeling that it will also be the last vision that I will be having for a time. My daughter keeps having a recurring dream about you standing on a hill overlooking a battlefield, with meteors falling down from the sky, killing both barbarians and tigerkins alike. She has been having the same dream, over and over again, so it is already etched in her soul like a curse. Unlike me, my daughter's visions are true visions that will come to pass no matter what. This is also why we never see the same vision at the same time, because the visions I see can be changed, while hers were set in stone. 13 listened closely, as Briella told him what Cleo had seen, down to the last detail. But, even after hearing everything, 13 asked for Briella to bring Cleo to him, so that he could personally ask her questions that only she, who had seen the vision, could answer. Several minutes later, the young lady appeared inside her mother's room. The first thing that happened was that her body shuddered uncontrollably the moment her gaze landed on the human boy who was sitting on the couch, waiting for her arrival. It took Briella a few minutes to calm her daughter down by hugging her tightly and assuring her that everything was going to be fine. After regaining her calm, 13 asked her several questions that even Briella found very surprising. She already thought that she had explained her daughter's vision down to the last detail. But after Xylen's inquiry, she realized that she had missed out on minute details that didn't seem important at first, but after these small details were butted up against each other, she couldn't help but shudder after realizing what was about to unfold. The 7-year-old's face became solemn after connecting the dots together. He knew that a third party was involved, but he didn't expect that a nefarious being had actually set his sights on the Valbera archipelago. A being that would make the diabolical hyena, as well as the purple-furred honey badger, look harmless in comparison. Should I consider leaving this place and go to the mainland as fast as possible? This thought crossed 13's mind, but after thinking about it carefully, he believed that Christopher's and the other wanderers' missions were tied up in this event. If he left with Christopher, Rihanna, and the others, none of them would be able to complete this mission, and all of them would be trapped in the world of Solterra for the rest of their lives. But this ending was something that 13 didn't want to happen. Now I understand, 13 thought. The wanderers didn't have to fight the war. They only need to light the beacon of hope. Things were becoming clear to him, and with this realization, he also understood that whatever the outcome of this war would be after the wanderers returned to Pangaea, the loss of countless lives was already set in stone. And if the worst-case scenario happened, 13 would be among those who might perish, for unlike the wanderers, he had to survive the aftermath after the beacon of hope was lit. Damn you, old man. 13 cursed the system god in his heart. You really thought things through. But you made one big mistake. You gave me time. Yes, time was on his side. Challenge accepted, old man. 13 gave the system god the middle finger in his heart. You're going down. Chapter 172, Changing the Direction of the War. Chapter 172, Changing the Direction of the War. After he met with the two seers, the 7-year-old locked himself up inside his room as he organized his thoughts. The deadline is when a full war breaks out between the Tigerkin and the barbarians, 13 mused. Before the time is up, I need to have found the ringleaders manipulating the war behind the scenes. Chapter 173, The Puppet Master. Chapter 173, The Puppet Master. Somewhere inside a secluded forest in the Sumatran kingdom. How are the plans for the war coming along? A Tigerkin with black stripes in his hair asked. Will we be able to mobilize in a month? At the earliest, yes, an old Tigerkin wearing glasses replied. But according to my informant in the palace, the conservative faction is trying to convince the king that launching a war against the barbarians will just cause hardships for the people. Fortunately, our faction has more members than them, Lord Brigham. Because of this, the pleas of the conservative faction will not change anything. At most, they can delay the war for 2 to 3 months. But this war will push through no matter what. Brigham shook his head firmly. The war must not be delayed. If we can't move out in a month, we should move out after 2 months. Tell everyone in the capital to push for this proposal. Make sure to start the war propaganda as well. We must make the people understand that conquering the entirety of the entire Valbera archipelago will benefit the Tigerkins, as well as promote a peace that will last for hundreds of years. Then, what about the generals? A Tigerkin whose hair was nearly silver asked. More than half of them are from the Conservative Party. Even if the nobles vote for the war to push through, it is the generals who march with the army to battle. Negotiate with them, Brigham stated. Bribe them if you must. The armies must march in 2 months at the latest. Who is the general that is being vocal about this war being a bad move for the kingdom? General Stark, the old Tigerkin wearing glasses, answered in a heartbeat. Since his wife is a seer, his words are not something that the king can ignore. Brigham clicked his tongue after hearing his subordinate's report. That general has always been an annoyance to our faction. Can you people not kidnap his wife or something? If not his wife, then his kids. As long as we have them, he will be easier to convince. The 6 Tigerkins, who were in the clearing, glanced at each other before shifting their gaze back to Brigham. That will be a bit difficult to do, the Tigerkin with silver hair said. Since his youngest son, Percival, has disappeared, the security in Carabair City has become stricter. Anyone visiting from the other cities must first get permission from the general himself before they can enter the city. Bribing the guards will also not work since all of them sympathize with the loss of the general's son. It will be hard to bring our people inside the city. Then how about assassins? Brigham asked. Although their specialty lies in killing people, I'm sure they will be able to at least capture a member of their family, right? If not the wife, then get his daughter. As long as we get one of them, he will have no choice but to yield. The old tigerkin wearing glasses nodded his head. Understood, Lord Brigham. I will handle the negotiations. Brigham nodded. For now, prioritize speeding up the war preparations. No matter what happens, we must bring the barbarians to their knees. Yes, Lord Brigham. After the meeting ended, the 6 tigerkins silently returned to their respective domains. They would often meet in this clearing in a secluded area of the Sumatran kingdom because they didn't want other people to know that they were meeting each other. On the surface, all of them were political enemies. But this was only a ruse that they had made in order to have spies planted in the different factions of the Sumatran kingdom. In short, they were the masterminds who were pushing for the war to happen as soon as possible from the shadows, instigating the common people, the nobles, as well as the military officers of the kingdom to rise up in arms to fight against the barbarians. Before Brigham left the clearing, he noticed 2 birds that he hadn't seen before perched on top of one of the trees in the distance. The 2 birds were quite ugly, so he didn't pay much attention to them. This wasn't the first time that wild animals and monsters had appeared at their meeting place, so the thought of them being spies never crossed his mind. Once the 2 Pocopocos were certain that all the tigerkins had left the forest, the 2 of them flew away to share the news with a certain 7-year-old who was currently busy making dozens of truth serums alongside the shaman Rafiki. 2 days later, General Stark, who had been told about his wife's and her daughter's vision, was currently inside his office alongside Briella and Xylen. The 3 of them were making plans for how to delay the war as long as possible and ensure that they would be able to identify the real reason why this war was being pushed through by the radical faction. 13 had proposed many plans, which made General Stark start to treat him more seriously due to how decisive he was. There was even a plan to kidnap the king of the Sumatran kingdom, which General Stark vehemently rejected. He would never commit treason against his own liege, causing the 7-year-old to smile and tell him that he was just joking. However, General Stark knew that the boy wasn't joking, due to how serious his eyes were when he presented this idea. While the 3 of them were discussing, VocalSaga and Poca flew through the window and landed on top of the table, where a map of the Sumatran kingdom was laid out. Welcome back, VocalSaga. 13 greeted the Poco, who had been away for nearly a week after the boy had given him a mission. How was your scouting mission? Fruitful, VocalSaga answered. Tell us what you discovered during your scouting mission, 13 ordered. The Poco then began his report, even repeating the exact words that he had heard from the people that 13 had asked him to pay special attention to. When VocalSaga arrived at the part when Brigham had ordered assassins to kidnap Briella or Cleo, the general's face contorted with rage, but he managed to hold himself back from breaking the table due to his anger. That sly fox, General Stark growled. So he is the one pushing for this war from the shadows. He hid himself well. Brigham wasn't the leader of the radical faction. In fact, his position in the faction wasn't really that high in the pecking order. But 13 told VocalSaga to pay more attention to him because he was the most suspicious among the bunch. He knew for a fact that smart people always like to keep a low profile, which was especially true for villains. They would only move in the shadows, hiding in plain sight, and were more than happy to let other people take the spotlight. These were truly dangerous people. If not for the fact that 13 knew how villains operated, he wouldn't have known which one on the list that General Stark had given him was the one with the highest chance of being the puppet master behind the scenes. And fortunately, his gamble paid off, greatly shortening the time they needed to narrow down the suspects that he had marked inside his head. Chapter 174 Time to loot some people. Chapter 174 Time to loot some people. Should I move to kill Brigham? General Stark, who had no intention of endangering his family, asked his wife for advice. Briella, who had been asked this question, shifted her attention to the 7-year-old, who was looking at the map of the Sumatran kingdom. Xylen, what do you think we should do? Briella inquired. If we eliminate Brigham, the war will stop, right? The boy shook his head as he continued to scrutinize the map that was laid out on the table. My goal has never been to stop the war preparations, Lady Briella. 13 replied without taking his eyes on the map of the Sumatran kingdom. I already told you that my purpose is to change the direction of the war. In short, the Tigerkins must be ready to wage war, but the enemy will not be the barbarians. If not the barbarians, then who? General Stark asked. I can't tell you right now, 13 answered. Because if I did, you would definitely consider leaving the Valbera kingdom with your family. I will need your help if we are to give the Sumatran kingdom a fighting chance against our true enemies. General Stark, who wasn't satisfied with Xylen's answer, was about to press him to tell him the truth, but his wife, Briella, held his arm and shook her head. Just trust him for now, Briella said softly. That is what my vision is telling me. For the first time, Briella lied to her husband. She really hadn't seen any other visions aside from 13 coming to their residence. However, she was willing to lie in order to make her husband cooperate with the boy, whom she believed was sent to the Valbera archipelago for a reason. Fine, then tell me, what should I do? General Stark stared at the human boy, whom his wife trusted very much. Am I supposed to just sit here and wait for those assassins to come knocking on my door? Of course not, 13 replied. We are going to strike, and strike hard, deep behind enemy lines, in order to make them bleed. And for this to work, I will need your most loyal subordinates who are willing to die for your sake. The missions that they will conduct are downright treasonous, so if they are more loyal to the king than you, this plan will not work. The more General Stark listened to the boy, the more he felt that Xylen was a very dangerous person, which made him wonder what the boy had experienced to become this evil at such a very young age. freeupnovel.com, just tell me one thing, General Stark said with all the seriousness he could muster. Are you doing this for the Tigerkin race as a whole, or are you just weakening the Sumatran kingdom to allow the barbarians to trample over us? 13, whose gaze was on the map of the Sumatran kingdom all this time, raised his head and met the general's gaze without flinching. Although it is hard to believe, I'm doing this to give your race a higher chance of survival, 13 answered. Not only the Tigerkins, but I plan to do this with the barbarian race as well. After I'm done with the Sumatran kingdom, I will return to the barbarian lands and find the ringleaders on their side as well. What you don't know, General, is that this entire thing is actually a big conspiracy. Brigham and some of the nobles of the Sumatran kingdom have sold your people to someone else. The same can be said for the barbarians. The point of this whole war is to simply weaken both sides. Tell me, General, who will benefit most if the Tigerkins and the barbarians have an all-out war with each other? Who will benefit most if the powerhouses of the Valbera archipelago were to die one after the other? General Stark pondered for a bit, but he couldn't think of anyone who would benefit from this war. However, his line of thinking changed the moment he excluded the people that lived in the Valbera archipelago. Don't tell me, the mainland? General Stark looked at Xylen in disbelief. 13 nodded his head in confirmation. That's right. The true enemy will come from the mainland, and they will arrive shortly after the war starts. I will not go into detail, because they are not important right now. I see. So that's it. General Stark finally understood why the human boy said that he only planned to change the direction of the war. He didn't plan to stop the war preparation completely. No, he needed the Tigerkins to be ready for war, but not against the barbarians, but the true enemies that would arrive from the mainland. 13 knew that he needed to share a bit of information to the general to make him stop doubting his every decision and his every move. If he wanted to get General Stark's full cooperation, he must make him understand that there was a greater threat outside the scope of his vision. How about I share this information with the king? General Stark asked. If I do, I'm sure he will at least hear me out. Useless. 13 shook his head before returning his attention on the map. Your king won't believe you because you have no proof. Also, the masterminds behind the radical faction will no longer spare any effort to eliminate you and your family. They will recognize you as a thorn that must be removed no matter what. When that happens, you will be a fugitive in your own kingdom. So, General, just close your eyes and let me and Anwar handle the dirty work for you. All you need to do is remain the general who will protect his people. Keep your image clean, so when you actually speak, people will listen to you. Also, make sure to give me a small team that is loyal to you and only you. Make sure that there is at least one champion in the group. This mission is very dangerous, so I will need someone who will be able to cover our tracks when things get messy. General Stark nodded and promised that he would give 13 the manpower he needed. This made 13 very happy because he would use the people that the general would give him to not only throw a wrench on their enemies' plans, but also profit from the experience as well. I guess it's time for me to change profession to that of a bandit lord, 13 mused. Time to loot some people. What 13 lacked in the Sumatran kingdom was manpower and resources. Since the general would give him manpower, then he would just steal the resources from others. After all, since the ones he was stealing from were his enemies, he would not hesitate to steal everything from them. This would not only help delay the war, but it would also make the other nobles, who were part of the radical faction, become more wary, thinking that they were making enemies the more they pushed for their warriors to start marching on the battlefield. 13 and his previous hosts specialized in stealing stuff from prominent families, as well as raiding the treasuries of a kingdom. Now that he could justify this hobby of his, he would not hesitate to fill his own coffers with the wealth of his foes, who had no idea that their nefarious schemes were already discovered by the General Stark's family. Chapter 175 The Path to Redemption. Chapter 175 The Path to Redemption. Anwar, who was still inside the underground prison, raised his head upon hearing the footsteps drawing nearer in his direction. He's back again, Anwar thought. He really is persistent. Whenever Xylen visited him, the human boy would talk about random things. He never mentioned anything about Anwar becoming his slave or freeing him from the prison. The boy didn't try to entice him with other proposals and simply kept him company for an hour before leaving again. He was also the one who brought Anwar's food on a daily basis, not allowing anyone to come near the prison aside from him. In time, Anwar started to look forward to his company because he was the only one he could talk to. Whenever the 7-year-old wasn't around, Anwar would be surrounded by nothing but darkness. There was no light source in the prison, and only when 13 visited would he see a torchlight that illuminated his surroundings. Although Tigerkins had dark vision, the prison still felt dark and lonely without anyone around. As usual, Xylen entered the prison while pushing a cart of food and holding a torchlight in his free hand. After placing the food near his cell, the 7-year-old sat casually on top of the cart with his chin resting on the palm of his hands. Since his hands were no longer shackled, Anwar didn't hesitate to grab the food in front of his cell and started to eat. Usually, 13 would already start talking at this point, but this time, he just remained quiet, which unnerved Anwar. It was like he was having his last supper, and when morning came, he would finally be executed for the crimes that he had committed. Unable to tolerate the deafening silence anymore, Anwar raised his head and looked at the boy, who was just watching him eat in silence. "What's wrong?" Anwar asked. "Am I going to be executed?" "No," 13 replied. "Then why are you so silent?" "I'm looking at you as much as I can because tomorrow, I will no longer be the one bringing you your food. I have an important mission to do for your father, you see. Someone is planning to send assassins to either kidnap or kill Lady Briella and Cleo, so I need to put a stop to their plans." Anwar, who was about to take a bite of the bread in his hands, froze after hearing that his adoptive mother and the girl he loved were being targeted by someone. "Who dares?" Anwar roared. "Are they mad? They are planning to kidnap or kill the wife and daughter of a general." 13 nodded. They are indeed mad. But this is nothing new. It's just politics. Even princes fight and kill each other to become the next king. In comparison, the family of a general being targeted because he is part of a different faction is a very normal thing. Anwar, who thought that the boy was just joking, suddenly felt cold inside. He knew that the friction between the radical and conservative faction was getting intense as of late, but he never thought that things would escalate this far. "Who?" Anwar asked coldly. "What will you do with that information?" 13 asked in a teasing tone. "What can you do while being locked up inside that cell?" "Just continue to eat, so I can leave and meet the team of people who will accompany me to kill the fools who are targeting your mother and sister." Anwar looked at the bread in his hand before crushing it to pieces. How could he possibly eat knowing that his mother and sister were being targeted by assassins? "Hey, if I become your slave, will you take me with you?" Anwar asked. "Take you with me?" 13 chuckled. "Why would I do that? It will be best if you just go to the barbarian lands and reunite with your little brother, Percival. You can take me there too, but only after I have personally killed the people who are targeting my family." "Oh, 13 smirked after seeing the determination in Anwar's gaze. He could genuinely tell that the Tigerkin was serious about becoming his slave, in exchange for allowing him to personally kill the people that wanted to harm his family. Anwar, what I am going to do isn't child's play, 13 explained. This isn't a game where you can join and quit anytime you want. What I am going to do is shake up the entirety of the Sumatran kingdom and conduct things that could have you executed for treason. In short, in order to protect your family, you will have to do the dirty work and become a villain. While your family will stay in the light and keep their good reputation, you will be covered in the blood of their enemies in the darkness, never to gain recognition for your sacrifices. I don't care, Anwar growled. If this is the only way that I can redeem myself, I don't mind killing everyone who wishes to harm my family. As long as you can promise me that this is for the Evander family, I don't care if I do all the dirty work myself. 13 didn't say anything and just stared at the Tigerkin, whose eyes were glowing golden in the darkness. If he were Anwar's system, he would have heard a ringing sound at this point in time, notifying the Tigerkin that he had unlocked a mission or gained a new title that would set him on the path of becoming a first-rate villain, an existence that could only be defeated by their fated heroes, whom fate had prepared for them. But there was one problem. The hero that was supposed to defeat Anwar had become 13's slave and was being played with on the palm of his hand. In other words, as long as 13 put in a lot of effort, he was confident that he could make the two brothers reconcile, which would make Anwar unstoppable. And, right now, he needed the power of a hero and a villain in order to beat the third party, who planned to flip their game of chess upside down. After a few minutes, 13 hopped off the cart and walked away from Anwar's jail cell, leaving the Tigerkin behind. Anwar thought that the human boy had rejected his request, which made him clench his fists tightly, drawing blood from his palms. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something metallic falling in the cell in front of him. Come out when you're ready. 13's voice echoed inside the prison. We have some assassins to catch. Anwar didn't hesitate to grab the key on the ground and unlock the shackles that bound his feet. He then opened the lock of his cell and walked towards the exit. The moment he opened the door, he was momentarily blinded by the sunlight that he hadn't seen for a long time. After his eyes adjusted to the brightness, his gaze then landed on Xylen, who had his arms crossed over his chest. Right behind the boy were Dixon, Armand, Thane, and Alina, whom General Stark had chosen to become the 7-year-old's manpower. Welcome, my villain, 13 said with a devilish smile on his face. Are you ready to embark on a journey filled with blood and betrayal? Anwar snorted before he took a step forward to walk in Xylen's direction. I already betrayed my family once, Anwar replied. Now I want blood. Make sure to keep your promise. But of course, 13 nodded. I will give you the blood of your family's enemies, and I guarantee that after this journey of yours ends, you will have redeemed yourself and be recognized as a hero of your people. The 7-year-old then took a dagger from his dimensional storage and used it to cut his palm, drawing blood. He then extended his bloodied hand for a handshake, surprising Anwar and the rest of the Tigerkins behind him. Anwar looked at Xylen's hand for a few seconds before extending his own hand to shake it. Among the Tigerkins, the blood oath ritual was the sign of brotherhood. There were other ways to do it, but 13 chose the simplest and most appropriate method to convince Anwar that, from this moment onwards, the two of them were on the same side. The Tigerkin raised his right hand, which was still bleeding due to him clenching his fist hard enough to draw blood after he thought that Xylen would leave him behind. With their blood mingling together in a handshake, the two made an oath to become sworn brothers, who would never betray each other. General Stark, Briella, and Cleo watched them from a distance, feeling complicated about how this even turned out to be. However, Xylen had promised them that he would make Anwar atone for his crime and gain their forgiveness, allowing him to redeem himself. Anwar hoped with every fiber of his being that after his journey was over, he would truly get a second chance to become part of the Evander family and regain the happiness that he would work hard, once more, to achieve. This was his path to redemption, and he would not allow anyone, not even the world, to get in his way. Chapter 176 Sorry, it's a trade secret. Chapter 176 Sorry, it's a trade secret. 4 days after Xylen freed Anwar from his prison cell, a Tigerkin who seemed to be in his early 40s entered the city of Karabair, and introduced himself at the gate as a merchant. He was not alone and was accompanied by 2 other people, who were both working for him. The guards usually prevented strangers from coming inside the city due to what happened to the general's son, but the merchant showed them a recommendation letter issued by one of the council members of the Sumatran kingdom. The letter meant that the tigerkin named Amory was a very trustworthy person who had gained the acknowledgement of a high-ranking noble. As such, he and his subordinates were allowed entry, on the condition that he would conduct his business properly, as was expected of a merchant. "Thank you, kind sirs," Amory thanked with a smile after he was granted access to enter the city. "I know that this is but a simple gift, but I do hope that you will accept it." The merchant then gave the 2 guards manning the gate a bottle of liquor each, which made them both smile. "Go, and make sure to not cause trouble," one of the guards stated after accepting Amory's gift. "If you have not secured your accommodation, I recommend going to the Blue Ball Inn. It's one of the best inns in Karabayır City." "Thank you for the recommendation." Amory bowed. "We'll go there and see if they have any rooms available." "Good. Enjoy your stay." "I'm sure we will." After successfully entering the city, Amory and his 2 assistants headed towards one of the inns in the city that was closest to the general's residence. "How many rooms?" the innkeeper asked after the 3 people entered his establishment. "Just one," Amory replied. "Give me your biggest and best room." The innkeeper nodded before calling out one of the inn's helpers to his side. "Xylen, we have customers," the innkeeper shouted. "Get your lazy bum out here right now." Half a minute later, a 7-year-old boy appeared with an apologetic look on his face. "I'm here, boss," Xylen replied. "What's up?" "What's up, me?" The innkeeper snorted before handing the boy a key. "Escort these people to their accommodation, now." Seeing the number on the key, the boy nodded and bowed his head respectfully to their guests. "Please follow me, sir," Xylen said politely. "I will take the 3 of you to your room." "Good." Amory nodded and followed the young boy headed to the stairs. After a few minutes of walking, they stopped in front of the door with the number 13 on it. "Here is your room, sirs." Xylen bowed. "Room number 13. Please don't hesitate to call me or my boss if you need anything else. Here is your key. Please keep it safe because you will have to pay a fine if you lose it." "Understood. Can I order some food?" Amory asked. "I want enough for 3 people. Also, this is for you." The merchant gave the boy a silver coin, making the boy's eyes widen. "Right away, sir," Xylen replied as he happily accepted the coin. "Please, enjoy your stay." The boy hurriedly pocketed the silver coin as if he were afraid that his boss might confiscate it if it was discovered. Seeing the boy's antics, Amory couldn't help but smile because he had a soft spot for children. But the smile on his face disappeared as soon as he and his 2 assistants entered the room and locked the door behind them. "First, we will do some reconnaissance," Amory stated. "We will observe the layout of the general's residence from a distance and look for all possible escape routes. This is not the first time we are going after a high-profile target, so I don't want any mishaps. Do I make myself clear?" The 2 assistants beside him nodded their heads in understanding. Amory's rank was a champion, and the 2 men beside him were at the peak of the Grandmaster rank, making them pseudo-champions. A/N. To avoid confusion, I will use the human rankings for beastkins, as well as other demi-humans like elves, drows, dwarves, etc. from this point onwards. Only monsters like trolls, ogres, and orcs will continue to have the monster ranking from rank 1 to 9. Percival's rank will be changed from rank 1 to the rookie rank. Human rankings: rookie, adept, apostle, elite, initiate, master, grandmaster, champion, throne, monarch. "Here is the map of the residence," Amory said as he took out a scroll from his storage ring and placed it on the table in front of them. "Our targets are the general's wife and daughter. Our mission is to capture one of them. However, if capturing both is possible, then we will do that. I'm sure our rewards will be doubled, or even tripled, if we succeed in our mission." The 2 assassins nodded in understanding. According to their investigation, the general's wife was at the Grandmaster level, while their daughter was only at the adept rank. The wisest choice was to capture the daughter first since she would offer the least effective resistance against them. After finalizing the things they needed to prepare, they decided to rest a bit while waiting for their food to arrive. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long because a few minutes later, a knock was heard on their door. Amory personally opened it and saw Xylen and the innkeeper holding trays with the food they had ordered. The merchant helped them bring the food to the table and thanked them for their services. If the food is not enough, feel free to ask for a second helping downstairs, the innkeeper smiled. Please, enjoy your stay. Enjoy your stay, misters. Xylen bowed his head before following the innkeeper to leave the room. One of the assassins firmly locked the door before going to the table to eat. Finally, real home-cooked food, the assassin said after looking at the food on the table. I've grown tired of eating only dried meat during our journey. Amory nodded his head in agreement. None of them knew how to cook, and the most they could do was grill and roast things that they had caught on their journey. Since they were in a hurry, they couldn't spare time to catch anything along the way and had to make do with their rations of dried meat. Test the food first to make sure it's not spiked, Amory ordered. You think too much, Amory. One of the assassins replied, but still did as he was ordered. After doing a few tests to make sure that the food didn't contain poison, the three finally ate together. The food was cooked well, and Amory even found himself enjoying his meal to the point that after eating, he found himself feeling drowsy. However, the moment he thought of this, he immediately felt alarmed because this was a sure sign that their food had been tampered with. But how? Amory thought as he did his best to stay conscious for as long as possible. A moment later, the sound of the door being unlocked reached his ears, forcing him to look in the direction of the door. There, he saw a 7-year-old boy, who had a devilish smile on his face, walk into their room as if he owned the place. My dear customers, was the food to your liking? Xylen asked as he walked steadily towards their guests. Behind him, Dixon, Armand, Thane, and Alina entered the room together and looked at them with calm expressions on their faces. How? Amory forced himself to ask the question that was on his mind. They made sure to check if their food was poisoned or not, yet even after doing some tests, they didn't find anything suspicious about it. How? Xylen smirked before placing a finger in front of his lips. Sorry, it's a trade secret. Amory, who could no longer keep himself awake, collapsed on the floor, feeling aggrieved by what just happened. They had just arrived in the city and hadn't even started their mission. And yet, they had already been captured after securing a base of operation. Dixon and his team immediately stripped the 3 unconscious Tigerkins naked, making sure that all of their tools were confiscated, as well as any possible methods they could use to escape. 13 even asked Dixon to forcefully open their mouths and check their teeth to see if they were hiding any chemicals that they could use to commit suicide. Seeing that all of them were clean, he ordered for the 3 to be taken to the prison inside the general's residence, where they would be interrogated by the general and Rafiki, who had already been informed that the assassins had been apprehended successfully. Chapter 177, Raising a Villain. Chapter 177, Raising a Villain. Contrary to what Amory thought, it was very easy to find out that they were the assassins that were sent by the radical faction to kidnap Lady Briella and her daughter, Cleo. Karabair City was currently on heightened alert, so the coming and going of people was being strictly monitored. This news had also spread in the other cities, and the only ones who could enter and leave the city without any problems were the local people who lived in it. Outsiders would need the general's permission to enter, so it was difficult for those who weren't residents of Karabair City to come and go as they pleased. 13 knew that if the assassins failed to enter the city using normal means, they would resort to other methods like climbing up the city walls in order to enter illegally. If that were to happen, it would be much harder to catch them. Having taken this into consideration, he devised a plan and had some people loyal to the general act as the city guards manning the gate. If someone were to try getting into the city using recommendations from high-ranking officials or something similar, they would immediately be introduced to the Blue Ball Inn, where 13 was waiting for them. The people who were originally working there, and even some of the guests, were replaced by General Stark's people, who would immediately step in to help if things got out of hand. 13 had personally concocted a poison that was undetectable using the methods available in the Valbera archipelago. The poison wasn't lethal. All it could do was make whoever ingested it drowsy and weaken their resistance for half a day. Once the poison was out of their system, the pitiful souls would regain their bodily functions and would not suffer from any side effects. Still, I didn't expect them to send 2 different groups of assassins, 13 said as he watched the 3 unconscious people being carried out of the room. It seems that Lord Brigham is not taking any chances. Do you think there will be more, Xylen? Dixon asked solemnly. I don't know. 13 replied. But if someone uses the same method, you already know what to do. Dixon nodded. Understood. Will you be returning to the residence now? 13 hummed. How can I possibly miss having more subordinates? Dixon watched the 7-year-old walk away with a conflicted look on his face. He almost felt sorry for the assassins because, by the time the day was over, they would be serving a new master who would make them work hard like slaves. Half an hour later, Amory had a blank look on his face as he stared at the space in front of him. He had just drank Rafiki's truth serum, so his thoughts were in a haze. The leader of the assassins was unable to muster any kind of resistance and told the general everything he knew. This included the names of the people whom he had assassinated in the past. After the interrogation was over, the general glanced in Xylen's direction, making the latter nod his head in understanding. Well then, Sir Norris, it's your time to shine again. 13 turned around to look at the slave master behind him, whom he had tempted with a business opportunity that he couldn't reject. Leave it to me, Xylen, Norris said as he started to inscribe the slave tattoo on Amory's forehead, turning him into a slave. The general looked at the slave master in distaste because he never thought that he would be working with someone who had enslaved his people and sold them as slaves to the barbarians. Slavery was not allowed within the Sumatran kingdom, but that didn't mean that there were no nobles who had done something similar to it. Their version was called debt slaves, and unless the slaves had paid their dues, they would continue to serve their masters. The only difference was that they didn't bear any slave tattoos on their bodies and did what they were asked because they had no choice but to do it. Being exiled from the Sumatran kingdom was equivalent to dying in the barbarian lands, or worse, becoming their slaves. For this reason, they willingly chose servitude in order to repay the debts they owed to their debtors. Beads of sweat formed in Norris' head because enslaving a champion wasn't an easy task at all. Norris was only a grandmaster, and truth be told, it would originally be extremely hard for him to subjugate a beastkin that was a rank higher than him with his slave magic. Fortunately, Amory couldn't muster any kind of resistance due to Rafiki's truth serum, rendering him vulnerable to mental attacks. When the beast slave tattoo was finally carved on Amory's forehead, Norris breathed a sigh of relief. The only thing left to do is to bind him to a master, Norris said, his voice filled with exhaustion. Brother, make him your subordinate. 13 glanced at Anwar, who was standing across from him. Understood. Anwar nodded and placed a drop of his blood on the tattoo on Amory's forehead, forcing him to become the villain's subordinate. It took a lot of effort to convince the general to smuggle Norris to Karabayr City to enslave the assassins who were targeting his family. The mere thought of having his people enslaved appalled him. But after 13 emphasized that it was the same people who wished to harm his family and sold their kingdom to a third party, the general hardened himself and agreed to hire the slave master to enslave the assassins that were targeting their family. Norris, who wanted nothing more than to form strong connections with the general, as well as see how Xylen was doing, readily agreed to the proposal that VocalSaga had personally delivered to Groner City. However, General Stark had a condition. Readily agreed to the proposal that VocalSaga had personally delivered to Groner City. Xylen could not become the master of the assassins. The general brought this condition up because he felt that the boy might abuse the Tigerkins and order them to do evil things. In order to solve this problem, 13 proposed that all the assassins become Anwar's subordinates. Villains needed pawns, and what better pawns to have than the assassins whom their enemies had served to them on a silver platter? Since they were giving them free manpower, 13 decided to make them his sworn brothers' subordinates, allowing Anwar to grow his influence. General Stark still had his reservations, but the 7-year-old convinced him that Anwar wouldn't harm their family a second time. Anwar also made a blood oath to never harm the Evander family again, which made the general reluctantly agree to make the assassins his adoptive son's subordinates. Although there is a chance that more assassins would come, we cannot delay our mission any further, 13 stated. We need to strike now while our enemy is still in the dark. Brother, I'll let you handle Lord Brigham. Can you do it? Anwar didn't hesitate and nodded his head. I'll handle him. Good. 13 smirked. We leave tonight and head to our designated targets. When General Stark asked Xylen the method he would use in order to delay the war preparations of the Tigerkins, the boy only said one word, and that was, Logistics. There was a saying that warriors win battles, but logistics win wars. As long as they were able to disrupt the supply of food, weapons, as well as other miscellaneous items needed for the war, they would be able to delay the full-scale battle for a few months. Having thought of this, 13 had planned to target several places simultaneously, hitting the supply lines that belonged to the radical faction. Of course, he also asked Anwar to loot their treasuries. Their gains from this would be used to fund their future operations. The 7-year-old was making sure that his third-rate villain would grow at a rapid pace, which was why he chose to have Anwar face off against Lord Brigham. Two villains facing off against each other was a very normal thing to happen, and the boy was excited to see the result of their clash. 13 didn't know if Anwar would manage to win against his opponent. But regardless of the result, this experience would allow Anwar to realize his shortcomings, weaknesses, as well as his strengths. Of course, 13 would also help his sworn brother if he really needed it. However, until Anwar asked for his help, he would just observe from the side and let his little villain farm experience points, as well as resources. Just like the others, 13 had also chosen someone to fight against, and it was none other than the old Tigerkin, who was wearing glasses during the secret meeting with Lord Brigham. Brigham might be the puppet master behind everything, but the old Tigerkin with glasses was the one who had all the connections, including the contact to the mercenaries, as well as the assassin groups, within the Sumatran kingdom. As long as 13 got his hands on the old man, he would be able to become the hidden ruler of the underworld of the Sumatran kingdom. This would allow him to move more freely within the territories of the Tigerkins, allowing him to visit the members of the radical faction one by one. Chapter 178, There Can Only Be One Villain in This Kingdom. Chapter 178, There can only be one villain in this kingdom. 2 days after they left Karabayr City, 13 and Dixon's scouting party arrived at the city of Parania. It was a very big city, at least twice the size of Karabayr City, where General Stark's family lived. This was also the territory of the old Tigerkin, Pavan Murdosk. Parania City was the trading hub of the Sumatran kingdom. Perhaps, due to its prosperity, most businessmen and merchants wanted to set up their own stores in its busy streets. Not bad, 13 muttered as their wagon entered the city. Since the city is like this means that Pavan is rich, right? Rich? Dixon snorted. He's extremely wealthy and has connections with almost every noble family out there. Calling him rich is like saying that he is poor when he actually governs the second most prosperous city in the kingdom. Oh, this means that we're going to be wealthy after this operation. Am I right, Visago? They say that money can't buy you happiness, master. But you know what? It sure isn't going to make you sad. Indeed. As expected of my trusted advisor. The two evildoers then chuckled at the same time, making Polka, who was beside Visago, tilted her head in confusion. Tiona, on the other hand, felt a bit jealous of Visago because her master was paying more attention to him as of late. She also wanted to help 13 as much as possible, but the things she could do for him were very limited since she only specialized in killing people. Seeing that his beast companion was feeling left out, 13 lightly rubbed the black snake under her chin and planted a kiss on her head, making Tiona feel better. Visago, who understood Tiona's feelings, no longer talked to his master and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, Dixon stopped the carriage in front of an inn located at the easternmost edge of the city. This was the ideal location for their operation because it was very near their target, which was the granary of Parania. It was the biggest granary in the Sumatran kingdom, supplying the entire nation with food. Right next to the granary was the underground storage where dried meat was stored in barrels filled with salt. Praven had been stockpiling these resources for the past year, in preparation for the upcoming war. Truth be told, all they were waiting for was the nod of the king, and the mobilization of the army would occur in full. But General Stark, as well as more than half of the military, didn't want this war to push through. This was also why the radical faction decided to send assassins to capture his wife and daughter. It was their hope that, by doing so, they could manipulate General Stark into supporting the war in exchange for their safety. Unfortunately for them, the assassins that they sent had been turned into Anwar's subordinates. 13's sworn brother was currently in a different city, performing a similar mission as him. Anwar had divided his forces into 2 teams, with Amory's group going to another city in order to set fire to the granaries located there. They knew that once a granary had been burned down, all the other cities would increase their security, preventing something similar from occurring. This was why 13 had told everyone that they would set fire to all the granaries at midnight on the 7th day, after they had left Karabayr City to head to their respective destinations. 13 also made sure to tell the assassins the truth about why they were doing this. At the end of the day, they were still Tigerkins. Because of this, he needed to tell them the importance of this mission and called them the unsung heroes of the Sumatran kingdom. Of course, the assassins still doubted his words, but in the end, he told them that they should investigate for themselves, whether he was lying or not. "I will take a stroll around the city," Dixon stated. "Since we still have 5 more days before our operation starts, I will see if I can gather some worthwhile news in the city. How about you guys?" "I'll go with you, Captain," Armand said. "I'll check the marketplace and see which big-time merchants are around," Thane commented. "I'll stay here and watch over Xylen." Alina glanced at the 7-year-old, who decided to take a nap on the soft bed. "Someone has to stand guard to make sure that he doesn't cause trouble." Visago and Tiona nodded their heads in agreement to Alina's words. "I'll go explore the surroundings," Visago told Polka. "Are you coming?" Polka thought for a bit before giving a low chirp of agreement. Dixon opened the window to allow the 2 birds to do what they wanted. What they didn't know was that the 7-year-old also planned to do some exploration of his own. However, he would do it under the cover of darkness. This was why he was resting now, so he would be fully awake when night came. Dun City in the Sumatran kingdom. Anwar glanced outside the window of his room and stared at the magnificent estate in the distance. Freewebnovel.c Sigma Dun City was the city under the governance of Lord Brigham, whom 13 said was the mastermind behind the war propaganda of the radical faction. The younger boy stated that Anwar should never, ever, try to assassinate the city lord while they were completing their mission to sabotage the radical faction's food supply. His reasoning was simple. Currently, Anwar didn't have enough manpower to take their enemy down. Right now, he only had 4 subordinates with him, which was the first group of assassins they had captured before Amory's team arrived in Karabayr City. They only had enough manpower to commit arson and not an assassination. Besides, Lord Brigham would definitely have strong guards protecting him, so killing him was an impossible task. At least for now. "Xylen, you're really a capable boy, huh?" Anwar thought as he remembered the advice of his sworn brother, who had gone to Parnia City to deal with Pavan Mordosk, who was handling the bulk of the logistics of the radical faction. Anwar had hated the boy for making his life miserable. But, after understanding that there was a greater threat that threatened the Sumatran kingdom and his family, Anwar decided to cooperate and recognize him as his sworn brother. Xylen didn't lie to him. If they really succeeded in their missions and survived the upcoming war, then he would be hailed as a hero of the Sumatran kingdom, which was many times better than a traitor who had betrayed his own family. "Brigham," Anwar mused. "Xylen called you a villain. But there can only be one villain in this kingdom. I'll kick you off of your throne soon. Until then, wash your neck." The Tigerkin's gaze hardened as he looked at the home of the person who had given the order to kidnap his mother and sister. This was a crime that went below Anwar's bottom line, and he would not rest until he personally crushed Brigham's heart and mounted his severed head on a spike, displaying it for the world to see. Chapter 179 13th Late Night Escapade. Chapter 179 13th Late Night Escapade. Has there been any progress? The city lord of Parnia City, Pavan, asked his butler. "News from the assassins should have reached us by now." "Nothing yet, master," the butler replied. "Maybe they are still looking for ways to infiltrate the general's residence without being seen. This is a delicate operation, so they must be taking the slow approach to have a higher chance of success." Pavan frowned, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he swirled the wine glass in his hand before giving it a casual sniff. A moment later, he drank it all before placing the wine glass on top of the table. "How about the king?" Pavan asked. "Are those numbskulls in the capital really that useless? They can't even make the king agree to send a decree to mobilize the army." The butler shook his head. "Master, the king has always been a pacifist, so convincing him to wage war is not going to be easy. After the losses that we suffered from the barbarians on the last expedition, he is quite hesitant to declare war." "But the queen is helping us, right?" Pavan inquired. "Her hatred for the barbarians is the real deal. This is why the king had given an order for the army to prepare for war. However, thinking back, I think this is just his way of pacifying his wife. By giving the order to prepare for war, he was able to pacify the queen and the radical faction for the time being. But, unless he gives the order to march, the generals will not move. The butler nodded. It is as you say, master. However, I believe that as long as the army is ready to march any time, the possibility of the king giving in is high as well. Pavan sighed before refilling his wine glass with wine. The radical faction had assigned him to handle the logistics for more than a year now, and he had to admit that the resources he currently had were more than enough to secure a victorious campaign. Pavan once again picked up the wine glass and started to swirl it. However, as he was doing so, his gaze landed on a pair of ugly birds perched in the top of the tree in his garden. The two birds were busy grooming their bodies and weren't paying any attention to him. However, their ugly appearance made Pavan scowl. Those two birds, are you familiar with them? Pavan inquired. This is the first time I'm seeing their kind here in the Sumatran kingdom. The butler glanced in the direction of the two Pocopocos before shaking his head. No, master, the butler replied. Maybe they are just some migratory birds that came from the mainland. We do get some of those from time to time. But, I have to admit, I've never seen birds that ugly. Pavan clicked his tongue because he lost his interest in drinking due to the slow progress of the war, as well as the ugliness of the two birds. After drinking the wine in his cup, he stood up and entered his residence, not even glancing at the two birds, who both raised their clawed feet, giving him the middle fingers behind his back. A few hours later, VocalSaga and Poca returned to the inn where 13's group was currently staying. The sun was just about to set, and the two wanted to have dinner with the others, who had also returned from their stroll in the city. The 7-year-old, who was still fast asleep, was gently prodded by Alina in order to wake him up. Xylen, it's dinner time, Alina said. The captain has also returned, and he wants to talk to you about a few things. 13 opened his eyes and slowly propped himself up from the bed. They had rented 3 rooms, with one room belonging to Alina and 13, another room for Armand and Thane, and a room for Dixon's personal use. Everyone gathered inside Dixon's room because it was at the very end of the hallway and was much bigger than the other rooms. When 13 and Alina entered the room, they saw the 3 tigerkins seated around the table. Various dishes were served on the table, and just a glance was enough to tell them that they were all delicious. 13 sat at the head of the table, which was reserved for the leader of a group. Since he was the leader of this operation, Dixon sat on his right side, while Alina sat on his left. Armand and Thane was seated next to them. Before you start your report, let's eat first, 13 proposed. All of you have tested the food, right? Yes, Dixon replied. They are safe. 13 nodded. Tiona, check them a second time. The black snake nodded and flicked her tongue at the food on the table one by one. The Domini Mortis was the most venomous snake in Solterra, so it was very easy for her to know if something was poisoned or not. After checking all the dishes, Tiona returned to Xylen and shook her head. Thank you, Tiona. 13 lightly patted the black snake's head before looking at his subordinates. Let's eat. Thank you for the food. Thank you for the food. The group ate without talking to each other. Chapter 180 Staying with this too might be a little fun. Chapter 180 Staying with this too might be a little fun. Tiona, I'm leaving everything to you, 13 said. Be careful. VocalSaga will keep watch and alert you if there are any signs of trouble. Tiona nodded her head in understanding before crawling up the wall of the residence. She would be the one looking for the treasures of the city lord, and 13 would be the one staying outside to keep an eye out, just in case something unexpected happened. Truth be told, the boy wasn't really worried about the black snake being discovered. The Domini Mortis might only be a rank 1 monster, but it was blessed with many abilities to make up for its inability to rank up. Aside from its venom, the Domini Mortis could also turn its body as hard as steel. The ones who had lived for over 100 years could even turn their bodies as hard as adamant. All of them were also very stealthy creatures and couldn't be detected through normal means. Only extremely powerful individuals on the level of champions and above would be able to sense their presence. They were also blessed with the affinity to swim in rivers, sea, acidic bodies of water, molten lava, and poisonous water without getting hurt. Hazardous environments, such as those covered entirely with miasma, were not a problem for them. They could also dig in the ground, but this digging wasn't actually digging. As long as they willed it, they could travel under the ground as if they were in the water, bypassing almost any and all restrictions. The places they passed through underground would also revert back to their original state after the Domini Mortis was gone. Tiona was one of the blessed and cursed races of Solterra. Her race was so powerful that gods didn't allow them to rank up, for if they had that privilege, they would become the overlords of the world. Also, their number was very low, not more than 300 in the entirety of Solterra. They did not need to find a mate to reproduce. Just like honey bees and rattlesnakes, they could give birth to an egg anytime they wanted. However, Tiona's race could only give birth to an egg whenever one of their race died a natural death, was killed by a creature, or died due to an accident. They were that rare, and it was difficult for people to capture any of them due to their ability to escape whenever their lives were in danger by burrowing underground. A/N. This is the last time I'll mention this information about the Domini Mortis, so make sure to remember it. The 7-year-old didn't know how Norris managed to capture Tiona, or if she was really captured. His guess was that the organization Norris belonged to had found the egg of a Domini Mortis and raised it in captivity. It must be the reason why Tiona wasn't as wild as the other members of her race, and seemed like she was very used to seeing humans. The Domini Mortis usually stayed inside jungles or any other hidden areas of the world, far away from civilization and the people who would treat them like prized objects, since they would be sold in auctions for their rarity and prestige. But one thing was certain. Whoever killed a Domini Mortis would also die. Apollyon, the deity who represented death and destruction, would see to it that his sacred beasts would not be killed in vain. This was another reason why many people wanted to tame or own a Domini Mortis. Owning one would give them a connection with Apollyon, one of the beings who stood at the apex of the world. After entering the residence, Tiona flicked her tongue as she looked at her surroundings. Her race wasn't really treasure hunters, so finding treasures was not their forte. However, there was one thing they were good at, and that was detecting the presence of both the living and the dead. Sensing the location of all the living creatures inside the residence, Tiona headed to the western side of the residence, where only people of the apostle rank were located. Her guess was that they were the servants who served the city lord's needs and made sure that the residences were cleaned regularly. While the Black Snake was busy with her exploration, 13 was watching the mansion from the cover of the trees, making sure that he wouldn't be discovered. However, one of the guards patrolling the area had a very strong detection ability, making him feel that something unusual was somewhere in the forest. Because of this, his friend decided to tag along with him to check if something was out of place. Although 13 had slowed down his breathing and heartbeat, lowering his presence, the guard walked confidently toward his hiding place, making the 7-year-old think of excuses he could use once he was discovered. But when the two guards were only a dozen meters away from him, they heard hushed voices that made them stop in their tracks. "Romeo, we shouldn't do this here. Let's just do it at home. My parents are not around." You say no, but I can see you're getting excited. The thrill of getting discovered turns you on, right? No. Don't take off my clothes here. Don't suck too hard. Are you a baby? Juliet, you're so beautiful that I can't hold back. Why, you're bigger than I thought. It might not fit. If there's a will, there is a way. Don't worry, I'll make sure it fits. So hard. So deep. The two guards exchanged a knowing glance with each other and smirked at the same time. This wasn't the first time that they had caught such couples who wanted to spice up their relationship and seek the thrills of being captured by the guards who patrolled the city lord's residence. In fact, they would catch 1 or 2 couples doing it in the woods every week. The Tigerkins was a daring and bold race. Chapter 181. You'll never know how strong you are until being strong is your only choice. Chapter 182. Desperate Times Calls for Desperate Measures. Chapter 182. Desperate Times calls for desperate measures. After his late-night escapade, 13 slept and only woke up at around noon, with only Alina watching over him. He didn't expect to sleep that long, but he had no regrets either. For him, being able to rest properly was a good sign, especially since he was still a growing boy. Vasago and Poca were also inside the inn and had just finished eating the nuts Alina had given them for lunch. "Hungry, Xylen?" Alina asked as soon as she noticed that the boy was awake. "Very," 13 replied before doing a few stretches. I'll get you something to eat downstairs. What do you want? A sandwich is fine. Understood. After Alina left the room, 13 sat on the chair and rested his chin on the palm of his hand, looking at the two Pocos who were also looking at him. VocalSaga, have you memorized the voices of the city lord, as well as the people stationed inside his residence? 13 asked. I only managed to get half of them, VocalSaga replied. Some of the servants didn't go out of the residence, so I didn't get to hear their voices, but I already memorized the voices of the city lord and the guards. 13 smirked. Good job. That is more than enough. But if you have the opportunity to memorize the voices of the other servants, go for it as well. Understood. VocalSaga nodded. Shall I go back to the city lord's residence and try my luck then? Yes, but don't feel bad if you don't get the voices of the rest of the servants. We still have a few days, so there's no rush. Okay. 13 then glanced outside of their window and looked at the bustling city. He almost felt sorry that their peaceful life would suddenly change in a few days, but he knew that this was something that he had to do in order to give the Sumatran kingdom a chance to avoid a major disaster. VocalSaga, am I a bad person? 13 asked all of a sudden while still looking at the city outside the window. Yes, master. VocalSaga replied in a heartbeat. You are a bad person. Tiona glared and hissed at the Poco as if telling him that her master was not a bad person. 13 smiled and lightly patted the angry Tiona's head with a finger, calming her down. I would have doubted your words if you said that I was not a bad person, 13 stated. So what do you think, Poca? Since you already know that I'm a bad person, shouldn't you start distancing yourself from me? The 7-year-old then turned to look at the Poco beside VocalSaga. As you can see, I intend to do more bad things in the future, and it will not just stop in this city, 13 said in a mischievous tone. Pocos are righteous by nature, so you being with us might make you bad as well. VocalSaga didn't have a choice because the two of us made a deal, which left him no choice but to serve me for a few years in exchange for his freedom. You, on the other hand, are free to do whatever you like. However, I am only taking those who will help accomplish my goal on this journey. I am a very calculative person, you see. I like to be in control. Variables like you, who are outside of my control, make me uneasy. So, I'll give you until tomorrow to decide whether you will stay with us or not. If you choose to stay, know that you will have to listen to my orders, just like VocalSaga does. You cannot question me in any way because, like I said, I am a bad person who does bad things. 13 eyed the Poco to make sure that Poca understood what he was trying to tell her. Poca nodded in understanding before saying the word, okay, which meant that she would give the boy her answer when morning came. Good. That is all. 13 once again shifted his attention to the city outside of the window. You may now go, VocalSaga. Also, give the city a good look from the sky. If you see anything of interest, report it to me when you return. Understood. VocalSaga replied before spreading his wings. A moment later, he flew outside of the window, leaving Poca behind. Poca hesitated before spreading her wings to follow VocalSaga. But, before she left the room, she said something to 13, which made the boy smile. I like bad boys too, you know. After saying those words, the Poco flew out of the window to fly alongside VocalSaga and accompany him on his mission. If Poca agreed to work with 13, the exchange of messages between him, the general, as well as Christopher and Rihanna, would become faster. Freewebble.com Tiona, who was now left alone with her master, nudged her head on his cheek, asking to be spoiled. The boy chuckled and rubbed her head until she was satisfied. A few minutes later, Alina entered the room with a platter of food in her hand. Master, I overheard people in the tavern talking about the festival that will start in a few days, Alina reported. The Harvest Festival, right? 13 smiled faintly. Yes, Alina replied. The Harvest Festival that you plan to ruin. The Tigerkin had a conflicted look on her face because this was a tradition among the Tigerkins, especially after a good harvest. People would eat, drink, and make merry, for this was an annual event and a very important one for their people. 13 planned to execute his plan on the day of the festival to make it more memorable. He didn't pick the date at random. No, he picked it exactly because it was a significant event for the Tigerkins. On this day, all of them would witness something tragic, which would shake them to their very core. Alina, you're too kind, 13 said as he moved the plate of food towards him. Even now, I can see in your eyes that you want me to think of other ways to keep this war from happening without endangering the livelihood of others. But desperate times call for desperate measures. You might not believe it, but this is truly the most peaceful way that I can think of to resolve this issue. Sure, it might inconvenience the Sumatran kingdom for a few days, but your kingdom has enough food to make up for the losses that your people will suffer due to the loss of your surplus of wheat and meat. Without food and weapons, your armies cannot march into war. So we need to eliminate the supply to ensure that we can minimize the losses that your people will suffer in the future. Don't worry, I won't ask for your forgiveness or anything. Since I have taken this path, I will see it through until the end. Feel free to stay here and close your eyes if you wish, but don't stop me. Don't try to stop me. After saying these words, 13 started to eat the food that Alina had brought to him. Even though his guard didn't say anything, he understood that she was opposed to what they planned to do. But she still followed him for a reason, and that was to see with her own eyes whether the 7-year-old was telling the truth or not. If he were lying to them, Alina would not hesitate or feel guilty about taking his life, in exchange for the hardship that her people would face in his hands. Chapter 183. It's showtime. Chapter 183. It's showtime. On the day of the Harvest Festival, the city was livelier than ever before. There were colorful festival decorations hanging over the streets, giving the surroundings a more festive vibe. The people had been decorating their city for the past few days, and 13 and his group decided to join the festivities in the afternoon. They ate food from street stalls, bought souvenirs, and watched a few performances on the streets. 13 allowed his team to enjoy the Harvest Festival, but there was something that he forbade them to do, and that was to get drunk. The operation that they would do later in the evening was very important, and he needed everyone to be sober when they started their operation. In the eyes of the locals, they were one of the countless tourists who had come from faraway places just to experience their festival. Because of this, they made sure to treat them with great hospitality and gave them a memorable experience. Even VocalSaga and Polka snacked on various delicacies that they had never tasted before. After thinking long and hard, Polka decided to stay and join 13's group, which significantly enhanced their scouting party's abilities. During the days leading up to the Harvest Festival, 13 and the others memorized the locations where they would attack, while everyone in the city was exhausted from partying and drinking. Drunk people would not be able to move fast enough to extinguish the flames that they would be setting at midnight, which would make this the most memorable harvest festival of their lives. 13 was smiling from ear to ear when he noticed that even the city guards were getting drunk as they let their inhibitions loose for a day so that they could enjoy the festival. Even the city lord, Pavan, made an appearance at the plaza and gave a speech. Aside from congratulating everyone for a bountiful harvest, he once again mentioned the upcoming war against the barbarians and raised the importance of winning for the sake of the Sumatran kingdom. The 7-year-old listened to the old man's speech while eating the meat skewers that he had bought from one of the stalls near the plaza. Aside from Parnia City, 2 other cities would suffer a similar fate later that same night. They were none other than Dun City, where Anwar was currently located, and Rosinda City, where Amory and his team of assassins were stationed. Rosinda City was governed by one of the city lords from the conservative faction, who was an ally of General Stark. The main reason why 13 decided to target this place as well was to ensure that the radical faction would not think that they were the only ones who were targeted during the Harvest Festival. The second reason was that Rosinda City had the 3rd largest granary in the Sumatran kingdom. 13 believed that if the major granaries, including the underground basements where the preserved meat was stored, were compromised, the war preparations of the radical faction would come to a screeching halt. Chapter 184. Unexpected Encounter. Chapter 184. Unexpected Encounter. 184. Unexpected Encounter. As soon as the Tigerkins from the residence left to help extinguish the raging flames in the granary, a 7-year-old boy, a black snake, and a Poco snuck inside the residence to conduct their looting operation. Poco would remain outside to stand watch and inform them if anything unexpected were to happen. Not all Tigerkins had left the residence. According to Tiona, there were 4 servants who remained, and one of them was a grandmaster, whose duty was to guard the estate while his master was away. 13 sneakily made his way toward Pavan's room, where Tiona had sensed the presence of treasures. The Domini Mortis was also paying close attention to the grandmaster guard to ensure that he wouldn't come across her master. Vasago had perched himself on one of the open windows of the residence, ready to use Pavin's voice to catch the attention of anyone who might go to where his master was. A few minutes later, Tiona stopped in front of a door and pointed her tail at it, gesturing that this was the room where she had sensed the treasure. 13 nodded and slowly turned the handle of the door. Surprisingly, it was locked. It looked like Pavin didn't forget to lock it before leaving the residence, which made the boy confirm that the city lord had a good head on his shoulders. Well, it doesn't really matter, 13 mused as he took out his thief kit from his dimensional space and started to pick the lock of the door using the tools he had specially brought for this occasion. Tiona, who had been paying close attention to the Grandmaster, made a low hiss, informing her master that the guard was headed in their direction. 13 nodded in acknowledgement as he continued to open the lock on the door. He could now hear the footsteps of the guard from the hallway, but he remained calm as he tinkered with the keyhole. After what seemed like an eternity, a faint clicking sound reached his ear. The guard, who was patrolling the interior of the estate, frowned when he heard the faint clicking noise in the direction of his master's room. Immediately, he hastened his steps to check if one of the servants was doing something funny. When he turned into the corner, he saw no one in the hallway. The tigerkin frowned and went toward the door of his master's room and turned the knob. "Am I just imagining things?" the tigerkin muttered as he released the handle of the door. "It might be because I drank a bit earlier when I went to town to celebrate the festival." The guard sighed before resuming his patrol inside the residence. Inside Pavin's personal quarters, 13 sat on the floor, with his back leaning against the door. He had controlled his breathing to make sure that the tigerkin wouldn't detect anything, but it was truly a close call. If he had been a second late in opening the door, he would have definitely been discovered, and that would have ended badly for him. After Tiona informed him that it was now safe to move, the boy took a few deep breaths before breathing normally. That was close, 13 thought before speaking in a low volume. "Where is it, Tiona?" The black snake crawled toward the bookshelf at the corner of the room and used her tail to point at it. 13 nodded in understanding and scrutinized the bookshelf. Bookshelves were usually used to hide hidden passages inside many noble homes, so the boy already had an idea about what to do. A few moments later, he started to move the books one by one, looking for the trigger that would help open the hidden passageway. Tiona also helped move the books that were not within 13's reach, but after moving all the books, the bookshelf remained in place. "I see. Then the trigger must not be in the bookshelf," 13 mused as he scanned the surroundings. "It must be this." The boy asked Tiona to push down the torch that was hanging on the wall, which was 2 meters away from the bookshelf. The black snake obeyed, and just as 13 expected, the bookshelf moved when the torch was pushed down like a lever. There was indeed a hidden passage behind the bookshelf, but the only problem was that there were no lights to light the way. Fortunately, 13 had prepared for this possibility, so he took out a glowstone from his dimensional storage, which he had taken from the general's residence. With the stone in hand, 13 was able to see 2 meters ahead of him, allowing him to see the staircase that led deep underground. He knew that he was short on time, so he hurriedly descended to see what was waiting for him at the bottom. After descending the last step, the boy found himself in a spacious underground room, which made his eyes widen in shock. "T," 13 muttered as he came face to face with a giant snake that was at least 10 meters long, looking at him with hostility. The 7-year-old didn't expect that there would be a monster guarding the hidden underground cavern under Pavin's room, and a glance was enough for him to recognize what it was. It was none other than a Rocky Balboa, a rank 5 monster whose body looked like it was made of rocks. This monster lived in rocky mountains, underground caverns, or generally anywhere with rugged terrain, allowing it to hide and ambush its prey with ease. The venom it possessed wasn't fatal to humans, but it could still cause paralysis. It then killed its opponents by constricting them with its large body, which was as hard as a rock, grinding them and breaking their bones in the process. Once it deemed that its prey could no longer offer any resistance, it would then swallow them whole and digest them inside their bodies. With a screech that made 13's skin crawl, the giant rock snake lunged at him with its jaws open wide. It fully intended to devour the little human boy who had snuck inside its territory to steal the treasures that it was guarding. Chapter 185 no longer planned to settle for breadcrumbs. Chapter 185 no longer planned to settle for breadcrumbs. A loud screech echoed inside the spacious cavern as the Rocky Balboa lunged at the boy with the intention of swallowing him whole. 13 hurriedly jumped to his right side and rolled on the ground to evade the rock snake's preemptive strike. The ground shook when the snake's head slammed against the spot where the boy originally stood, blocking his only path of escape. 13 took out his bow from his dimensional storage and nocked an arrow. With one fluid motion, he sent his arrow flying toward the snake's head. However, the Rocky Balboa tilted its head to the side, making the arrow bounce off its body. The boy had targeted the snake's eyes. Unfortunately, his opponent was already an adult monster who'd had its fair share of fights in the wild. This wasn't the first time that its eyes had been targeted by its opponents, so it already mastered the means of defending itself from such attacks. 13 unleashed 2 more arrows in rapid succession, but just like what happened earlier, his attacks merely bounced off its head, unable to even pierce its rocky exterior. Growing annoyed at the human boy's futile attempts to injure it, the snake raised its head in preparation to strike. Seeing that he was in a tight spot, the 7-year-old decided to use his trump card, which he planned to use if he fought strong opponents who were nearly impossible for him to defeat. I guess I have no choice. 13 gritted his teeth as he reached out to grab something from his dimensional storage. The rocky snake screeched and once again lunged itself at the boy, this time making sure that it wouldn't miss. But before the Rocky Balboa and 13 could clash for a second time, Tiona jumped between the two of them and let out a shriek that made the Rocky Balboa stop its attack midway. 13, who was holding a small wooden barrel in his hand, also stopped mid-throw because the rocky snake had stopped its attack and was looking at Tiona with a conflicted look on its face. The black snake hissed repeatedly while lashing her tail on the ground, as if she were berating the rocky snake for attacking her master. To 13's surprise, the Rocky Balboa cowered in the face of Tiona's angry hisses, making him blink in confusion. As far as he knew, the Domini Mortis didn't have the ability to dominate other snakes. In fact, snakes often hunted other snakes and would happily eat each other if given the opportunity. Even the Domini Mortis should not be an exception to this rule. They would often hunt other snakes as well as get eaten by other snakes. Of course, if these snakes ate the Domini Mortis, they would find themselves dying from either the black snake's poison or in the hands of one Apollyon's minions who would come to avenge their sacred beast. Tiona crawled toward the Rocky Balboa while hissing angrily. The rocky snake, on the other hand, crawled toward the corner of the cavern and coiled itself, hiding its head. The intimidating snake, who had originally planned to eat the human boy, now looked like a pitiful child that was being nagged at by their mom. Only Tiona's angry hissing echoed on the walls of the cavern, making 13 scratch his head. After making sure that the rocky snake wouldn't attack him anymore, the boy then looked at the other side of the room where an altar was located. Curious about what it was, the 7-year-old approached it cautiously and made sure to not touch anything until he was sure that it was safe to touch. A few minutes later, 13's face turned grim when he realized what the mirror and the other tools on the altar were. "It seems that my assessment is wrong," 13 muttered. "It's not Brigham communicating with the third party. It's Paven." The boy already knew who the third party was, which was also why he was tempted to escape toward the mainland while he still had time. However, he couldn't do that because, if he escaped, Christopher, Rihanna, and the rest of the wanderers who appeared in the Valbera archipelago would be trapped in Solterra forever. Even if they reached a city that had a warp gate that connected to Pangaea, the laws of wanderers would not allow them to cross the two worlds because they still hadn't completed their mission to become a rookie. This was why 13 was thinking of a way that would allow the wanderers to light the beacon of hope so that all of them could return to Pangaea before the entire Valbera archipelago descended into chaos. But after this discovery, he knew that his original plan needed to be revised, and it needed to be done quickly. 13's original goal was to loot Paven's treasury. But if he touched even a single artifact laid out on the altar, something terrible was going to happen. Aside from that, he also didn't want to let the third party know that their plan had already been compromised. "Tiona, can you tell this guy to keep everything that happened here a secret?" 13 asked. Tiona nodded before using her tail to tap on the body of the coiled Rocky Balboa, forcing it to look at the little snake who was hundreds of times smaller than it. The black snake hissed softly as if it were a parent telling its child to listen to her words. Freewebnovel.c Sigma. A moment later, the Rocky Balboa nodded its head and hissed back at Tiona, telling her that it would keep everything that happened a secret. After getting the Rocky Snake's promise, 13 left the city lord's residence as silently and as quickly as he could. Fortunately, he didn't bump into the guard that was patrolling the estate as he made his way towards the forest. Good thing, I made a plan B, 13 thought. There is still time. I can still make it. The 7-year-old then made hooting sounds, giving VocalSaga a command. The Poco hooted back before flying toward an inn, which was a distance away from the inn where they were staying. When Poca had agreed to become one of 13's helpers, he had asked VocalSaga to make a short trip to Carabir City to send a message to Rafiki. Fortunately, the shaman replied in a positive manner and agreed to his request. Poca, who was left to watch over 13, circled around the sky as she followed the boy who was running toward the east, where the granary was located. He didn't even have time to ponder how Tiona managed to subdue the Rocky Balboa earlier. But he was certain that it was due to the black snake's hidden ability. Perhaps Tiona had the ability to subjugate snakes and pythons. But with the situation on hand, he would have to wait before delving into this topic. His goal was to go to where the city lord was currently at and muster all the forces at his disposal to take action. 13 no longer planned to settle for breadcrumbs. He decided to catch the big fish and make sure that it wouldn't get away from his grasp. Chapter 186 We have a traitor to catch. Chapter 187 The New King of the Underworld. Chapter 187 The New King of the Underworld. The city lord of Parnia City, Pavan, was livid after hearing the report of his subordinate. Not only were their granary and underground food storage arsoned, but their barracks also caught fire. For a brief moment, he even thought that his own residence might be set on fire next, but fortunately, his worst fears didn't happen. Chapter 188 Do you wish for me to save you? Chapter 188 Do you wish for me to save you? A few years ago, I thought I had reached the pinnacle of my ideal life. I might not be the king of the Sumatran kingdom, who reigned over all tigerkins, but I still held power that only fell behind him. I prided myself as the smartest and most cunning among the nobles of our race. When the king was still a prince, I was among the nobles who supported him. With that, I even managed to push my daughter onto him, allowing her to become our kingdom's queen. Freebnovel.cm With her influence, I managed to form a lot of connections. Everyone wanted to become my friend. Everyone wanted to become my ally. Everyone wanted to become my tool, hoping that in the future, I would return the favor and help them in their time of need. There was no doubt in my mind that I was the king of the underworld. With a single word from me, the mercenaries and the assassin guilds would move. With a wave of my hand, the other nobles would stand behind me. I was fine with that kind of power. I was content with that kind of influence. But that all changed when I was approached by a person who had been tasked to visit the Valbera archipelago exactly 4 years ago. At first, I wasn't interested, but when the person showed me a mirror that allowed me to communicate with his master, it was then that I realized that everything I believed in could be destroyed in a heartbeat. The Tigerkin King and the Barbarian King had the rank of thrones. But even if they joined hands and worked together to fight the being who appeared before me, their chances of winning were non-existent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if the army of the Tigerkins and the united alliance of the barbarians and orcs were to stand on the same side, we still wouldn't be able to defeat the being who had set his eyes on the Valbera archipelago. I was born with a very powerful sixth sense, allowing me to know which side was the winning side. Although I felt bad for my daughter and my king, I decided to become that being's pawn in exchange for his assurance that my people wouldn't be enslaved or mercilessly killed. That being also promised me the throne of the Sumatran kingdom, a position that I once dreamed of having. I was a very ambitious person, you see, and yet, I didn't feel excited about betraying my people. However, I didn't have a choice in the matter. If I declined the offer, that being would choose another person, and the end result would be the same. Since that was the case, why couldn't it be me instead? A verbal promise was forged between us. A verbal promise which held no power. But what choice did I have? An insect that could easily be crushed didn't have the power to negotiate better terms. All I could do was wish that the one who desired to make the Valbera archipelago part of his conquest would honor their word. When I asked my new master if he had also sent a messenger to the side of the barbarians, he laughed and praised me for being smart. But the praise he gave me chilled my heart to the core because it meant that someone else had been chosen to commit the same betrayal toward the barbarian race. Although they were our rivals and enemies, the Tigerkins had come to respect their strength. We were a race who worshipped the strong, and toward the race who managed to defeat us in battle, we admired them as much as we hated them. Even if I wasn't good at fighting because I specialized in office work, I, for one, wanted to face them on the battlefield and fight a glorious battle. It didn't matter what the result would be. I would have accepted the result as long as the battle was done with honor and dignity. But there was no dignity to be had in the upcoming war. We were merely puppets who would wage a war against each other for the sake of that being's entertainment. We were only actors in a play who would perform according to his whim. If he wished for the Tigerkins to win, we would win. If he wished for the Tigerkins to lose, we would lose. For this reason and this reason alone, I dedicated my life to becoming a loyal subordinate, with the hope that he would spare my people from such a fate. If there was one race who should survive, I prayed fervently that it would be my race. With determination in my heart, I went above and beyond my means and used everything in my power to push the war to completion. My daughter never forgot to listen to my words and constantly whispered in her husband's ear that this war was something that must be fought and won by the Tigerkins. Everything was going smoothly. We already had the necessary means for victory. But all that hard work vanished under the blazing flames that raged during the night of the harvest festival. All my hard work, all my sacrifices, burned until only ashes remained. As I opened my eyes, I found myself in the darkness, bound by shackles. The anger I felt several hours ago was replaced by heartache and loss because I had failed to protect my race. I had failed to protect my people. It was highly possible that news of what happened would reach my master, and he would be disappointed with me. Now that the Tigerkins were vulnerable, my counterpart in the barbarian kingdom would surely make his move to ensure his people's victory. I knew this to be true, for I was the same. If the one whom my master chose from the barbarians also loved his people, then he wouldn't spare us any mercy now that we had fallen to our knees. While my tears fell like rain and my anguished voice echoed within the walls of the prison I was in, I suddenly realized that I wasn't alone. I could feel someone looking at me, which made me raise my head. Through my blurred vision, I saw them. A pair of green eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. The prison was dark, but this wasn't a problem for the Tigerkins because we had dark vision. However, I couldn't see properly, so I forcefully blinked my eyes to push the tears away, allowing me to see clearly. When I was finally able to gaze upon the owner of those glowing green eyes, my body subconsciously shuddered when I realized that it didn't belong to some wild animal that had been placed in prison to watch over me. No, they came from a little human boy, whom I believed to be no older than 8 years old. Human eyes didn't glow in the dark. It was impossible for it to happen. And yet, the boy seated in front of me, whose chin was resting over his intertwined hands while looking straight at me, made my heart tremble. Under his gaze, I felt vulnerable. Under that stare, I felt that he was able to see through everything that I had done and more. Suddenly, the world around us disappeared. Both of us were trapped in a truly dark place. A place where not even my dark vision could penetrate. And yet, I could still see them. That pair of glowing green eyes, which seemed to have fought countless battles. Those eyes that had seen their share of misery, hardships, and heartaches. Those eyes that looked like they held all the knowledge in the world suddenly grew in size until I felt like I was being looked down upon by a creature that didn't belong to this world. In the face of those eyes, then being, whom I served suddenly felt like a harmless creature that would easily be crushed if the owner of these eyes were to step on them like the insect that they were. I was certain that I wasn't looking at a god, for I couldn't sense any divinity in his gaze. But this person was bigger than life, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had fought against a god before due to how powerful his gaze was. Under that powerful gaze, my vision started to blur as tears returned to my eyes. For some reason, I didn't feel sadness or desperation. My tears were filled with relief, knowing that there might be a chance to turn everything around. With this human boy aiding us, there might be a chance for survival. I, who trusted my instincts my whole life, knew then and there that this child would use me as a pawn. He would treat me like a tool. He would work me as a slave. And yet, I didn't feel afraid. If it was him, I was willing to kneel and offer my services with all of my heart. For he alone could contend against that being, whom even the Tigerkin King and the Barbarian King couldn't hope to defeat. Please save us, I pleaded through tears. Please save us, I beg of you. I broke down and cried in front of the human boy, who continued to watch me with those calm green eyes, which were still visible through my blurred vision. I'll do anything. I'll give you everything that I have. So please, save us. I, the second most influential person in the Sumatran kingdom, begged a human boy, whom I could easily kill with a flick of my finger, to save our race and kingdom. I threw away my pride and dignity to ask for help, for I knew that this was our chance. Our only chance for survival. As my cries echoed within the prison walls, a calm yet unyielding voice reached my ears. Pavan Murdosk, raise your head. I hurriedly obeyed and looked at the 7-year-old, who was now standing in front of me. Originally, I planned to make you my slave, but I changed my mind. The boy then crouched down, bringing his face close to mine, allowing me to see his face. Pavan Murdosk, I have heard your pleas. The human boy then crouched down and rested his right hand over my shoulder. Do you wish for me to save you? Not me, I replied. Save my people. A chuckle escaped the boy's lips, and not long after, I felt the chains that bound me to the wall suddenly break apart, freeing me. Very well, the human boy nodded. But, in return, you will give everything to me. Your life, your honor, your dignity, and your loyalty. Surrender them all to me. They're yours, I declared, wrapping my hands around his frail body, which I could easily crush if I wished for it. I, Pavan Murdosk, am yours to command. In that dark prison, where I felt that all hope had been lost, I found someone who made me feel young again. Someone who reignited the courage that had disappeared after a life of comfort and leisure. Someone who lit the flame of a tigerkin in my heart. Someone who would take my hand and lead me down a path I didn't know existed. Stop crying. Chapter 189, you will keep it a secret from him, right? Chapter 189, you will keep it a secret from him, right? Inside one of the luxurious guest rooms in the city lord's residence, 13 sat on the bed while twirling a 5-leaf clover in his hands. He was looking at the space in front of him and checking the information on his status screen. Unique quest. Quest category. Chain quest name. The 13 trials, first trial, completed. Escape the Houdini Desert. Second trial completed. Find a 5-leaf clover. Note. Well, not bad. You remind me of myself when I was your age. But you still have a long way to go if you want to come home. 13 rolled his eyes after seeing the message from his old man after he completed his second trial. Now that his second mission was over, it was now time for him to see what the old fart had prepared for him next. Third trial. Make the purple-furred honey badger your ally. 13 snorted after reading his third trial. If he received this quest a week ago, then he would have cursed the system god for giving him another unreasonable quest. But it just so happened that this quest aligned with what 13 had planned to do. The city lord had come clean and told him everything he knew. Of course, 13 already knew whom he was dealing with, but Pavan made sure to report everything he had done for that being over the past few years. This included the handful of exchanges he had with his counterpart in the barbarian lands, saving 13 the trouble of needing to uncover the barbarian's identity. Also, 13 had chosen his battlefield. The fight would be waged on the Warzur Plains, and what better ally to have than the purple-furred honey badger, who was currently in a territorial war with the diabolical hyena, which was slightly stronger than it. 13 wanted to eliminate the rank 6 overlord, who now lorded over the Furvis grasslands. He understood that the diabolical hyena would order his subordinates to increase their numbers so that they would become the strongest force in the Warzur Plains. Once that happened, it would then actively hunt the purple-furred honey badger and raise its rank to a pseudo-rank 7 overlord, which could only be defeated by dozens of champions working together. The boy was certain that the third party would use the diabolical hyena as his lackey, further boosting his army. 13 would not allow such a thing to come to pass, so he would definitely get rid of the Jinn before it joined hands with his enemy. For that to happen, he would need the cooperation of the purple-furred honey badger, who was still recovering from its injuries. While he was thinking of the best approach to handle the situation, someone knocked in his room, breaking his concentration. Chapter 190, this is getting exciting. Chapter 190. This is getting exciting somewhere in the Sumatran kingdom. Anwar looked at the campfire with a solemn expression on his face. Not only did he succeed in completing his mission, he even managed to capture Brigham, whom 13 had labeled as the ringleader of the radical faction. What he accomplished was something that Xylen never imagined to be possible, but he still managed to pull it off using his cunning and intelligence. There were many soldiers who respected his father, as well as his adoptive father, General Stark, within Dun City. He reached out to the people whom he believed were extremely loyal to General Stark and served under him in the past. Although they had retired from military service, their loyalty to him didn't decrease with time. Anwar had met these people many times in the past, and his father told him how loyal they were to the general. In fact, these people were the survivors of the team that were led by Anwar's father, who had died in action after they were ambushed by the barbarians. The general compensated them greatly, and, even to this day, they still received a monthly stipend from him, allowing them to live their life of retirement in peace and comfort. The money that the general was giving them came from his own purse, which Anwar discovered by accident in the past. After knowing that Brigham had dared to harm their general, these people didn't hesitate to jump onto Anwar's bandwagon and help him conduct his operation. Since they decided to become part of his team, he divulged the reason why he was doing this. When they found out that Brigham not only tried to harm the general, but also betrayed their kingdom, none of them hesitated to burn the granaries and barracks while Anwar and his assassins moved in to capture Brigham. The young Tigerkin's forces, when he entered Dun City, only numbered 4 people. But, now, he had over 50 veteran warriors under his command, who were all willing to follow him and listen to his orders. While he was deep in thought, a Poco landed beside the log that he was sitting on. Anwar immediately recognized him as VocalSaga, who always stayed by his sworn brother's side. "Did you really capture Brigham?" VocalSaga asked using 13's voice, which elicited a smile on Anwar's face. "I did," Anwar replied. "You're amazing," VocalSaga praised. "After my master heard that Brigham was missing, he immediately thought that you had managed to capture him." The smile on Anwar's face widened after hearing the Poco's praise. "Did he send you to find me?" VocalSaga nodded. "Yes. He wants you to head straight to Parnia City as fast as you can." "Parnia City?" Arwen frowned. "Did something happen? Did he not complete his mission?" "He did," VocalSaga commented. "Then why?" "Because he managed to make Pavan Murdosk his loyal subordinate." "What?" Arwen's surprised cry alerted the watchers, who were paying close attention to the dumb-looking bird that landed beside their young master. They were surprised when the bird started talking. But, when they realized that their master was familiar with the bird, they decided to just listen to the conversation. "Tell me everything that happened," Anwar stated. "How did he manage to subjugate the city lord?" VocalSaga glanced at his surroundings before giving Anwar the "we need to talk in private" gaze. The Tigerkin nodded and raised his arm, allowing VocalSaga to perch onto it. A moment later, he walked a distance away from their camp, out of the earshot of his subordinates. Once he was certain that no one was eavesdropping, VocalSaga told Anwar everything. When the bird finished his tale, Anwar couldn't help but feel his blood boil, not out of anger, but excitement. He thought that what he had accomplished was already exceptional, but compared to what Xylen had done, the latter was even a step ahead of him. "Understood. Tell him that we will head to Parnia City at first light," Anwar stated. "At most it will take us a day to reach it. But, are you sure that Pavan should remain free and not be made a slave? What if he changed his mind?" "I don't really know the details, but Master assured me that it is going to be fine," VocalSaga replied. "Aside from the city lord, everyone in the residence has already been enslaved by Norris, and their ownership transferred to Master. Parnia City is now under his complete control." A sigh escaped Anwar's lips because this was truly a feat that not everyone could pull off. The most he could do was capture Brigham. Taking over an entire city never occurred to him, so he was truly impressed by his sworn brother's achievement. "You may go now," Anwar nodded. "Tell him that I'll be there as fast as I can." "Understood." VocalSaga spread his wings wide and took off towards the sky. He was lucky that he found Anwar right away and was able to pass his master's message to him. The Tigerkin watched as the Poco disappeared in the darkness before he returned to his camp. His original plan was to head back to Karabayr City and present Brigham to his father, but he deemed that it would be better if he went to Parnia City to reunite with Xylen. The next day, "It's a shame that I can't see Tiona's personal information," 13 thought as he stared at his status page. He had tried clicking Tiona's name, but nothing happened, making him sigh for the umpteenth time. The 7-year-old was currently seated on the head of the rocky Balboa, who had dug its way out of the underground cavern and surfaced in the city lord's backyard. Similar to Tiona, the giant snake, whom 13 had christened as Rocky, could travel underground, as if it was swimming in water. The path that it took closed behind it, returning the soil to its natural state. While waiting for Anwar's arrival, 13 wanted to know if all snakes would listen to Tiona's command and become her subordinate. But, after discussing this with Tiona, the black snake shook her head and told her master that she could only command one snake at a time. However, she insisted that once she grew a bit older, the number of subordinates she could have would also increase, which made 13 very happy. Also, there was a limit to the rank that would follow Tiona's orders. Her ability extended up to rank 5 monsters that belonged to the snake family. While it was still possible to have a friendly relationship with rank 6 snakes, it would be extremely difficult to make one of them her subordinate. Actually, the Domini Mortis were the favorite food of snakes, who were rank 7 and above. These were the snakes that the Domini Mortis couldn't influence because their rank was simply too high for them to be dominated. "Too bad. You're not as strong as the person who I named you after," 13 said while rubbing the chin of the black snake, who was enjoying her master's attention. "If you had the snake charmer ability, we would have been able to raise a snake army that could move unhindered across the land." Tiona, who heard her master's words, hissed repeatedly, telling him that she could do that if she became 100 years old. 13 could only laugh after hearing the little snake's declaration because he found her cute. Rocky, who was being used as a chair, couldn't help but sigh in its heart. It had sworn its allegiance to Tiona. But, since Chapter 191 returned to the Barbarian Lands. Chapter 191 returned to the Barbarian Lands the next day. Anwar arrived in Parnia City, bringing his subordinates who numbered over 50. 13 personally met them at the gate and escorted them back to the city lord's residence. Pavan stared at his former comrade, Brigham, who was bound by metallic chains and was currently lying on the floor. Dixon and this scouting party glared hatefully at the man who had proposed that assassins be sent to kidnap their general's wife and daughter. They were very loyal to General Stark, and anyone who dared to harm him or his family would become their enemies. But, seeing the bruises on the city lord's face, they understood that Anwar had ordered his subordinates to beat Brigham to a pulp, venting his anger. "You set off from Karabayr City with only 4 subordinates in your party," 13 said with satisfaction in his eyes. "But, not only did you complete your mission, you've also managed to capture Lord Brigham and gained 50 new allies. I'm very impressed, brother. I was planning to surprise you, but it seems that the one who got surprised instead was me," Anwar replied as he patted Xylen's shoulder. "What you accomplished puts my effort to shame. Well done, brother." The two sworn brothers smiled at each other before talking about the next phase of their plan. "Dixon, please let Lord Brigham drink this." 13 gave the leader of the scouting party one of his modified truth serums. "Understood." Dixon accepted the bottle that was handed to him by Xylen and forced Brigham to drink it. "Brother, I already made him drink a truth serum and extracted information from him," Anwar stated. "Do we still need to interrogate him?" "Just watch, brother," 13 replied. "You will understand in a while." After Brigham drank the contents of the truth serum, he fell into a daze, making the corner of the 7-year-old's lips curl up. "Dixon, make him drink another one," 13 sneered. "This bastard is faking it." Brigham's body subconsciously shuddered the moment Dixon was about to force him to drink another bottle. "Bastard!" Brigham roared as he did his best to prevent Dixon from feeding him another truth serum. "Pavan, you traitor! Stop them!" Anwar's expression became solemn when he saw this unexpected turn of events. He was feeling happy because not only did he manage to capture Brigham, he was able to interrogate him and gather top-secret information. Chapter 192, Arundel the Destroyer. Chapter 192, Arundel the Destroyer. Rihanna couldn't help but smile as she looked at 13's helpless expression while he was being hugged by Christopher and Giga Chad at the same time. As soon as the 7-year-old descended from Norris merchant ship, the chubby boy and the Chad skunk didn't hesitate to wrap their arms around him, giving him a welcoming hug. "Okay, that's enough. 13 said as he lightly tapped the arms of his two loyal subordinates, who were so happy to see him again. I'm glad to have you back, young master, Christopher said before wiping the tears in his eye. I'm really glad that you're back. Giga Chad also made whining noises as he poked 13 here and there, as if telling his master that he looked thinner compared to the last time that he had seen him. Frankly, 13's physique hadn't changed much since he arrived in the Sumatran kingdom. He was eating well, sleeping well, and doing whatever he wanted. In fact, he even gained a bit of weight, but since he was always on the move, the added weight only turned into muscles. Norris, I'll head back to the warehouse first, 13 said to the slave master. These kids are creating a scene here. Norris chuckled because their arrival was indeed making a scene. Several tigerkins locked up in cages were being pulled down from the ship, and everyone could tell that they were all warriors. Since the prices of slaves had risen, especially for tigerkins, they were wondering how much these slaves would cost after they were sold. What they didn't know was that these slaves weren't for sale. They were all part of 13's private army, which would be delivered to his warehouse later that day. Norris had already been paid a lot of silver by Lord Paven, so that he wouldn't accumulate any losses for his services. Although the three cities, who had the biggest food reserves in the Sumatran kingdom, were attacked during the harvest festival, the kingdom had enough food supply to ensure that none of their people would starve. While Anwar, Paven, and Brigham were dealing with the aftermath, 13 and his team returned to the warehouse to discuss a few important matters. I'm really glad that you're back, Xylen. Harry, who had been waiting for the 7-year-old's return, could finally sigh in relief. Since you're here, I can join your team now, right? He enjoyed being part of Rihanna's hunting party because he was able to showcase his expertise. However, the three guys, who were vying for the pretty lady's attention, found Harry as an eyesore. Because of this, the scion of the Remington clan didn't feel welcomed in the hunting party and wished to transfer to 13's team as soon as possible. Seeing his expression, 13 couldn't help but smile in his heart because he had already expected this to happen. Of course you can join my team, 13 replied. Welcome aboard, Harry. Thank you very much. Don't thank me yet. I'm going to work you to the bone. After that brief exchange, the younger boy shifted his attention to Christopher and Rihanna, who were seated beside him. I have some good news and some bad news, 13 said. Which one do you want to hear first? The bad news, Rihanna answered. The good news, Christopher insisted. Tyga, who was also in the room, didn't say anything and only stared at the 7-year-old with a solemn expression on his face. He wanted to ask 13 a lot of questions about his family, but the boy told him to wait until the meeting was over. Aside from Rihanna, her 3 core members, Rufus, Jean, and Aaron, were also inside 13's room because he insisted they come to the gathering. But, just like Tyga, they didn't say anything and allowed the pretty lady to handle everything. Even so, it didn't change the fact that the 3 of them were all annoyed because Rihanna was smiling so sweetly, and her smile was directed at 13, who was way younger than them. Okay, let's start with the good news first. 13 nodded. The good news is that I believe I have found a lead regarding the beacon of hope. Christopher, Rihanna, Harry, and the 3 other wanderers inside the room looked at the boy with shock. They didn't expect that the good news had something to do with the mission that would send them back home to Pangaea. That's great, young master, Christopher said excitedly. We can now go back home. The chubby boy remembered that his young master wouldn't be able to go back with them because he was undergoing the 13 trials. Only when he finished all of them would he get the opportunity to return to their original world. Now, let's talk about the bad news. 13's voice became solemn, making everyone inside the room subconsciously straighten their sitting posture. The bad news is that this war between the Tigerkins and barbarians is more complicated than we imagined. There is a third party that is targeting the Valbera archipelago, and the only way to stop them is for the Tigerkins and the barbarians to join hands and fight together. I know that this is hard to believe, but that is the truth. Lastly, we will all need to work together in order for you guys to have a hope of returning home. An eerie silence that lasted for an entire minute descended inside the room after 13 finished talking. Rufus, Jean, and Aaron didn't want to believe the 7-year-old's words. They even believed that the boy was just making things up in order to scare and force them to become his lackeys. But, after seeing Rihanna's expression, The three didn't dare voice their opinions out loud in fear that they would lose the pretty lady's trust, which they were working hard to get. Harry found the younger boy's story hard to believe. However, after witnessing how capable Xylen was, he decided to take his words seriously. "Well then, what do you want us to do?" Harry asked, breaking the silence of the room. "Follow my orders faithfully," 13 answered. "Then, and only then, will you guys get the chance to survive this upcoming calamity." Rufus, who was unable to continue listening, snorted, catching everyone's attention. FREOWebno.el.com. "You said that there is a third party that is eyeing the Valbera archipelago," Rufus stated. "But you didn't tell us who this third party is. Are you perhaps making this up?" Although he wanted to get Rihanna's good graces, he wasn't someone who just blindly listened and followed orders. He was a retainer of one of the heirs of a prestigious family, and his loyalty belonged to his true master. "I don't mind telling you," 13 smirked. "But are you sure you want to know? All of you might fall into despair if you hear his name. Try me." Rufus crossed his arms over his chest and stared straight into 13's eyes. 13 chuckled. "The ignorant are truly fearless. Very well, I will answer your question. The third party who is manipulating the Tigerkins and the Barbarians to fight each other is none other than Imagine Prince." Christopher, who was seated beside 13, shuddered after his young master's revelation. Rihanna's, Harry's, Jean's, and Aaron's expressions also became grim when they heard Xylen's answer. Even Rufus, who was feeling fearless earlier, couldn't help but feel intimidated as he looked at 13's green eyes, which seemed to glow with power. "His name is Arundel," 13 added, "and his title is the Destroyer. The same Imagine Prince who destroyed 3 powerful empires on the main continent is eyeing the Valbera archipelago. I'm very sure that he would love to eat a few wanderers who just happen to be in the same land that he wishes to make part of his domain." A loud thud was heard inside the room, making everyone glance at the chubby boy, who had fainted and hit his head on top of the table. Everyone stared at him, but no one laughed because this was no laughing matter. "I don't care whether you believe me or not," 13 declared. "But since I asked all of you to come to this meeting, I have recognized that all of you will play an important role in the upcoming battle. Make sure to keep everything you have heard inside this room a secret so that the others won't panic. Our priority is to get the Beacon of Hope. If you guys are lucky, you won't need to wait for the Magin to step foot in the barbarian lands before all of you can return to Pangaea. In the worst-case scenario, all of you can just hide until everything is over. I have promised Christopher that I will send him back, so I will find a way to light the Beacon of Hope, with or without your help. I just want to remind you all something. The rewards that the Laplace demon and the One will bestow upon you will depend on your contributions. If you don't contribute, then the skills you will gain will be mediocre. But if you cooperate with me and play an important role in the war, you might just become the most powerful rookies of this generation. So, are you all willing to follow me until the end? Chapter 193, How does it feel to defy my orders? Chapter 193, How does it feel to defy my orders? Giga Chad and Rocky stared at each other for nearly half a minute before the two monsters exchanged a high five with their claws and tails. Since Rocky was now part of his team, 13 introduced him to everyone to make sure that the Rocky Balboa wouldn't treat them as a snack when the 7-year-old wasn't looking. "This is Blackie and his family," 13 said. "And his name is Hercules," Christopher commented from the side. "Hercules?" 13 blinked once then twice as he looked at the obsidian tiger beetle, who had become one of Christopher's monster slaves. The giant black beetle was a rank 3 monster with a very tough shell. 13's original plan was to dismantle the monster for its body parts and craft a sturdy shield that the ogres could use. However, after Christopher nursed the giant beetle back to health, the two got along well. This made Christopher very hesitant to have it killed and dismantled for its monster parts. Chapter 194, You'll follow me even in hell? Chapter 194, You'll follow me even in hell? Chapter 195, We met again, boy. Chapter 195, We met again. Boy, when Colbert arrived at the warehouse, he immediately realized that the 7-year-old was not only in command of several wanderers, but monsters as well. But what really surprised him was that he also had more than 20 Tigerkins, composed of 2 champions and over a dozen grandmasters, under his wing. Only Percival and his party were on the weaker sides, with them being only in the rookie rank. It was then that Colbert made a vow to himself that he must make himself useful to Xylen, so that he would gain a higher position among the 7-year-old subordinates. You will be staying on this side of the warehouse, 13 ordered. The other side belongs to Rihanna. Make sure you behave. Otherwise, the moment you cause trouble, you'll be sent back to the dueling arena. Yes, young master, Colbert replied. I will behave. 13 nodded before handing a bottle of healing potion to Colbert, which would help to recover his injuries. Drinking potions wouldn't instantly recover any injury. Still, it would lessen the pain and increase the healing speed of the body. Judging by the severity of Colbert's condition, 13 deemed that it would take the boy at least 3 to 5 days in order to have a complete recovery. After Colbert drank the potion, Harry came to talk to Xylen about something. The moment his gaze landed on Colbert, the scion of the Remington clan immediately frowned because there was no one he hated more in this world than Colbert. What is he doing here? Harry asked in an annoyed tone. I took him in as my slave, 13 replied. He will be working for me from now on. He's a snake, Xylen. Harry glared at the person who had caused his own hunting party to be almost annihilated. Making him your subordinate is a big mistake. I'm telling you this from experience. This guy cannot be trusted. 13 neither agreed nor countered Harry's accusation because he knew very well that Colbert was a piece of sh*t. But he also understood his value, so he just nodded his head to appease Harry. Don't worry. If he does something funny, I'll feed him to the ogres, 13 replied. For now, I'll be giving him a second chance. If you can't be around him, you can go back to Rihanna's hunting party. That way, you don't have to see him again. Harry's frown deepened, but he no longer said anything. Although Rihanna had her own hunting party, the true person calling the shots around here was none other than Xylen. Also, he didn't want to return to the pretty ladies team because Rufus, Jean, and Aaron were treating him like a rival for Rihanna's affection. Although Rihanna was indeed very pretty, he had already seen many pretty and beautiful ladies at the countless parties held by the Remington clan. His resistance to beautiful ladies was higher compared to most teenagers. Seeing that even Harry had no choice but to obey Xylen's orders, Colbert felt smug inside his heart. You might be one of the geniuses of the Remington clan, but here, you will have to follow this boy's orders, Colbert laughed in his heart. As long as I stick with Xylen, I have no one to fear in this place. 13, who could somewhat guess what Colbert was thinking, chuckled internally. His brainwashing was proceeding smoothly, so it wouldn't be long before his villager started singing his tune. After sending Colbert to his room to rest, 13 discussed a few things with Christopher and Harry before going to his room to take a nap. He would be meeting with Netero after the sun set, and he wanted to be wide awake if ever their discussion were to last past midnight. This talk with the old man was very important. Through him, 13 could connect with the person whom he needed to meet. If he were to gain the city lord's support, his future plans in the barbarian lands would proceed more smoothly. Since Anwar and Pavan were working together to prepare the Sumatran kingdom for the upcoming war, he needed to have someone from the side of the barbarians, who would also help him do a few things before the Magian prince arrived in the Valbera archipelago. A few hours later, 13, who was accompanied by Dixon and Peyton, went to the Hunter X Tavern to meet with Netero. 13 brought the two champions with him to make a statement that he wasn't there to play games with the old man. His time was limited, and at most, he only had 2 to 3 months before the war officially started. With Norris and possibly Adira leaving the Valbera archipelago in 2 days, 13 would lose 2 allies in Groner City. Since that was the case, he needed a few more allies to replace them, and he needed those who sat in high places. He and Netero had only become acquainted during the auction. Perhaps, the old man thought that having a nice chat with the boy who had made an impression on him would be a good way to pass the time. Since he wasn't told about what he and the 7-year-old would be talking about, Netero thought that the boy simply wanted to form connections with him, so he decided to agree to his proposal to meet. Fortunately, when they arrived at the tavern, 13 didn't have to look for the old man because one of Netero's subordinates was already waiting for their arrival. The boy had asked Dixon and Peyton to temporarily decrease their presence so that no one would be able to tell that the two of them were champions. You must be Xylen, a middle-aged man said as soon as the boy entered the tavern. The master is waiting for you. Please come this way. 13 nodded and followed the middle-aged man to the second floor of the tavern, where the private rooms reserved for the VIP guests were located. It didn't take long before they reached their destination. The person who guided them lightly knocked on the door to announce their arrival. "Come in." After getting Netaro's permission, 13, followed by Dixon and Peyton, entered the room. Well. It seems that this meeting of ours is going to be more interesting than I initially expected, Netero said after glancing at Dixon and Peyton, who were standing on Xylen's left and right sides. As a champion, he was able to immediately sense that the two Tigerkins beside the boy were champions as well. It didn't matter if they hid their true rank, because Netero could easily see through their attempt to downplay their rank. 13 glanced at the old man before he shifted his attention to the man seated beside Netero. "We meet again, boy." The city lord of Groner City, Arthas, smirked as he looked at the 7-year-old while holding a wine cup in his hands. "Netero said that you'd be meeting with him, and I thought that it would be more fun if I tagged along." It seems that he was right. 13 smiled because the person that he wanted to meet the most was here. While it was true that he wanted to talk to Netero, his true reason for talking to him was to ask the old man a favor. This favor was to let 13 have an appointment with the city lord in order for the two of them to discuss something very important. Since Arthas was already here, it saved him the trouble of looking for the city lord. He needed the former to be his backer, allowing him to move unhindered in the barbarian lands, where one of the pawns of their true enemies was currently making his moves in the dark. Chapter 196 Conquest is all about entertainment. Chapter 196 Conquest is all about entertainment. Greetings, Lord Netero. Greeting, Lord Arthas. 13 bowed respectfully to the two most influential people of Groner City. "Good boy, now sit and eat to your heart's content," Netero replied. "Your subordinates can also join us as well." "Thank you, Lord Netero." 13 smiled and ordered Dixon and Peyton to sit beside him and eat. The two Tigerkins stared at the two champions in front of them, as if assessing their strength. Netero was only at the initial stages of the champion rank, so for them, he wasn't a problem. The only real threat was Arthas, who was at the peak of the champion rank. But, since they didn't come here to fight, they just did what Xylen told them and started eating. "I thought that this is going to be a fun discussion, but it seems that you're here for other matters," Netero commented after drinking some wine. "Norris told me that he will be returning to the main continent in 3 days' time. Does his move have something to do with the topic that we are going to discuss right now?" "Yes," 13 answered. "But I don't think that this will be a good place to discuss such things, Lord Netero. There are many ears listening to our conversation." "It's that serious, huh?" Lord Netero played with his beard for a bit before glancing at Arthas, who was eating beside him. "Is it important enough for him to hear of this as well?" 13 nodded. "Yes, Lord Netero." "Then, in that case, we should eat first," Arthas said after he finished chewing a chicken leg. "I don't want to talk about serious matters on an empty stomach." Since the city lord had already spoken, 13 no longer said anything and helped himself to the delicious food that had been served on the table. None of the men talked, and only ate at a leisurely pace. It was as if what they were about to talk about wasn't that important. An hour later, their group left the tavern and headed straight to the city lord's residence. There, Arthas took them to his meeting room, where they could discuss important things without worrying about being overheard by others. "Start talking, boy," Arthas ordered. "This better be important, or else I'm throwing you in the slave duels." 13 held the city lord's gaze before nodding his head in understanding. "First, let me tell you the reason why Sir Norris and his merchant group are leaving the Valbera archipelago," 13 stated. "It's not because the war between the Tigerkins and the barbarians is just a few months away from happening. It is because there is a threat that they deem to be far more dangerous than the war between the two races." Lord Netero and Arthas both frowned because they didn't understand what the boy was talking about. How could there be a greater threat than the war between the two overlords of the Valbera archipelago? First and foremost, although there have been skirmishes between the two sides, no one really wants to have an all-out war with each other, 13 explained. This only changed a few years ago when both sides started to seriously prepare for a war that would decide who would be the ultimate ruler of these lands. But what both sides were not aware of is that a third party has been fanning the flames from the outside and is only waiting for both races to suffer countless casualties before they make their move. The mastermind behind this war understands that once the two factions have exhausted their strength, conquering the Valbera archipelago will be easier. This is the true motive behind this upcoming war. Lord Netero had an amused look on his face, while Arthas was clearly not believing 13's words. He had already expected this, and had made preparations beforehand. During the past few weeks, I have been staying in the Sumatran kingdom after I was captured by the Tigerkins during our expedition in the furthest grasslands. 13 smiled bitterly. There I met General Stark, and was forced to stay in their residence as a captive. Do you know who General Stark is, Lord Arthas? I know him, Arthas shrugged. He is a general loved by his people. Good. That will make things easier. 13 then pointed at Dixon, who was seated at his right side. This is Sir Dixon. He is General Stark's right-hand man, and the leader of the scouting party that captured me in the furthest grasslands. Lord Netero and Arthas narrowed their eyes as they looked at the Tigerkin, who looked back at them with a fearless gaze. Due to some circumstances, we discovered the true mastermind, who is manipulating the war from the shadows. Because of that, I decided to act. What I did was burn the granaries of Parnia City, Dun City, and Rocinda City. I know that the only way to stop the Tigerkin army from marching to the barbarian territory is to destroy their logistics and ensure that they won't have enough food supplies for a large-scale war. To give you a better understanding of the scope of the damages that I did, these 3 cities are the cities where the largest granaries in the Sumatran kingdom are located. Right now, they are busy dealing with the food shortages happening on their side, making everyone postpone any talks about the war for the time being. If earlier, Lord Netero and Arthas thought that this talk was just some random delusion of a 7-year-old, he had captured their attention now. Can you confirm that what you told me is the truth? Arthas inquired. You do that yourself, 13 replied. I'm sure that the barbarians have spies in the Sumatran kingdom. Since they're already there, you guys will get this information any day now. Lord Netero and Arthas glanced at each other. Truth be told, they were already aware that there was an incident that happened in the Tigerkins' lands because Netero was the one handling the exchange of information between their spies. The reason why they were also in the tavern earlier was to celebrate the suffering of the Tigerkins and feeling good that their own war preparations were almost done. Since the Tigerkins were now crippled, there was a high chance that the barbarians would be able to win if they struck first. I'm sure that the barbarians are now raring to start the war with the Tigerkins, but the fastest you can prepare for this campaign is a month's time. By then, the Tigerkins will have already stabilized their situation. Although they cannot take the initiative to wage war, they still have the advantage because they will be on the defensive. By the time you guys cross the strait between the 2 islands, they will have already decimated a quarter of your forces before you were able to step foot in their lands. Lord Netero and Arthas didn't deny 13's words because they knew that this was a possibility. The first thing that the Tigerkins would do was to increase their watchers, facing the sea, allowing them to anticipate any raid from the barbarians. Now, I will tell you who the mastermind behind this war is, and why thieves targeted your home after the auction ended. 13 eyed the city lord with a solemn expression on his face. The third party who is manipulating this war is a Magian prince named Arundel the Destroyer. Have you heard of him? Lord Netero and Arthas both shook their heads at the same time. It will be best if you ask Sir Norris about it, 13 commented. Since he is from the mainland, he will know more than me. But, let me tell you this, what you will learn must not reach the ears of others because the moment he hears that someone found out about his plan, he will not hesitate to stop playing games and strike immediately. Freeobnovel.com Lord Netero started playing with his beard as he looked at the boy in front of him. This is an amazing story, but I find it hard to believe such a tale. Lord Netero smiled. Although I may not have heard about Arundel the Destroyer, I know what a Magian prince is. Even if the barbarians, orcs, and the Tigerkins joined forces, fighting against such an existence is a hopeless battle. In short, there is no need for him to do a roundabout way of conquering the Valbera archipelago. If he came here personally, both the Tigerkins and the barbarians would submit to him. Although it is shameful, we will not fight a battle that can't be won. 13 sighed before shaking his head. You don't understand Magian princes, Lord Netero. There are 2 reasons why Arundel is not attacking you guys personally. The first one is entertainment. For Magian princes, conquest is all about entertainment, and showing the other Magian princes how resourceful and cunning they are. They are very powerful beings in the first place, and only those who have the same level of strength as them can fight them. A Magian prince who is able to conquer an empire without personally making an appearance is proof of his strength and wisdom. In short, this is their way of getting bragging rights among their peers. The second reason is because the Valbera continent has something that can potentially threaten him. That is also the reason why the thieves had tried to steal something from the city lord, because he is in possession of an artifact that can put all the Magian princes planning to waste. Lord Netero glanced at Arthas and immediately saw the scowl that appeared on the city lord's face. "Yes, Lord Arthas," 13 said in a solemn tone. "The only thing that can threaten a Magian prince is currently in your hands." Chapter 198, 13's Demands. Chapter 198, 13's Demands. "We have been expecting you." 13, Laplace Demon said with a smile. You guys had me in the first round," 13 replied with a smile of his own, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I knew something was off when I was suddenly sent to Solterra despite not being of age. Even though my old man is a god, he still can't possibly bypass the laws of this world. Doing so would pose extreme harm to him because this world is not under his jurisdiction. The three of you are surely in cahoots with each other. Congratulations, you got me really good." "Oh, dear me, I have no idea what you're talking about." 13. Laplace Demon placed his hand over his head, looking hurt. "To think that you would accuse us of such wrongdoing. It breaks my heart to hear you think that way." "Oh, please can we stop this farce?" 13 sneered. "Since I'm already here, let's get down to business. I already understand the big picture, and I know you guys are troubled because the Wanderers, who had been sent to the Valbera archipelago, have no chance of completing their mission. Not to toot my own horn, but aside from me, I doubt that any of those first-timers have any idea about how they are supposed to light the beacon of hope. Let me guess, my old man told you that as long as you toss me there, the chances of those kids surviving will not be zero, right? TSK. I will seriously demand heavy compensation if I survive this calamity." 13 knew that Laplace Demon and the One wouldn't come clean and would deny whatever he was going to say, so he didn't plan on continuing this topic any longer. Just thinking about it infuriated him. But then again, if he wasn't sent to the Houdini Desert, then Christopher, Rihanna, Harry, and the other Wanderers would meet their doom once the Magian Prince arrived. The system god knew that 13 would at least try to save those who happened to cross his path, especially cannon fodders like Christopher. It should also be for that same reason that the 7-year-old appeared exactly where Christopher was going to arrive, allowing the chubby boy to meet the system of cannon fodders. "I'll be frank, my current skill set will not be enough to beat a Magian Prince," 13 stated. "I need some modifications in the contract." As if waiting for that cue, Laplace Demon snapped his finger, and a table and chair materialized in front of the boy. In the center of the table was the 100-page contract that he had signed, which he planned to modify for this mission. "I will listen to your suggestions, but there is no guarantee that I will approve them," Laplace Demon stated as he summoned another chair and sat in front of 13 with a grin. 13 clicked his tongue, knowing that the Laplace Demon was a tough nut to crack, especially when it came to negotiations. "First and foremost, I need to add a few people and monsters to the list of those who can receive techniques from me," 13 demanded. "And they are?" Laplace Demon asked, arching his eyebrow. "Christopher, Tiona, Brutus, Bruno, Giga, Blackie, Rocky, and Hercules," 13 answered. "Also Anwar and Taiga. I will need their help as well." He wanted to add Hans to the list as well, but he knew that the Laplace Demon would not allow it. At least, not yet. Laplace Demon pondered and summoned a piece of paper, which materialized in front of him. He then took a pen from his coat and placed it over the piece of paper, which he pushed toward 13. "List down the abilities you plan to give them," Laplace Demon ordered. "I believe you're going to use rune magic to achieve that, yes? I'll see if what you want to happen is possible, especially for the Domini Mortis. It's a special creature, so if you were planning to allow it to rank up, then I suggest that you scrap that idea. We will not allow it." "I know that already," 13 grumbled as he picked up the pen and pulled the piece of paper toward him. He started scribbling the abilities he wanted to impart to his subordinates. A few minutes later, he handed the paper back to Laplace Demon, and the latter scrutinized it. "This is an interesting lineup of abilities." Laplace Demon eyed the 7-year-old, who was looking back at him as if he owed him billions of gold coins. "Especially the ability you plan to give Tiona. Predation?" This basically means that even though she will stay as a rank 1 monster, she will gain abilities beyond her race and rank. 13 shrugged. I doubt it will be enough against a Magian Prince. Laplace Demon narrowed his eyes because he clearly knew that 13 was going all out to extort them due to his current situation. Aside from Tiona's predation ability, all the other skills that the 7-year-old planned to give his subordinates were acceptable. If a Domini Mortis was allowed to devour other monsters and absorb their skills, even if it were to stay a rank 1 monster forever, it would still be a very dangerous entity. I'll allow it, but there will be limitations. The one spoke before Laplace Demon could even make a decision. Tiona can only absorb 10 abilities max. If you want to give her additional abilities once the limit is reached, you just need to override one of the abilities she already possesses to make way for the ability of your choice. 13 frowned, but in the end, he agreed to this condition. He was already prepared for the predation ability he wanted for Tiona to be turned down, but fortunately, the big boss decided to give them the go signal. One more thing, I need to bring some backup with me, 13 added. I need my Gramps, Arthur Leventus, to appear in the Valbera archipelago. Rejected. Laplace Demon and the One didn't even need to consider and outright rejected 13's proposal. Although I don't know how you will succeed in this mission, I have a feeling that you plan to use this opportunity to make your grandpa jump to the rank of a monarch by facing a Magian Prince, right? Laplace Demon scoffed. Not under my watch. Fine. 13 decided to take a step back and made another proposal. But I need Pops to come to Groner City for me. The 7-year-old even wanted to bring his mother as well, but if he asked for that, no one would look after Shasha and Remy. So, he decided to compromise and bring his father as reinforcements. Also, please give him the mission of lighting the beacon of hope as well, 13 stated. That way, if I'm going to kick the bucket, I'm going to bring him with me to the afterlife. The corner of Laplace Demon's lips twitched as he looked at the no-good son, who planned to bring Gerald to Groner City. Since having your grandfather come here is impossible, you chose to bring your father instead, huh? Laplace Demon rubbed his chin. Also, you want him to get the quest lighting the beacon of hope. It seems that you plan to make him a champion instantly after clearing the mission, correct? Right. 13 nodded. Originally, I wanted Gramps to jump from throne to monarch and make him owe me. But, since that's not possible, I'd like to at least have my father here to assist me. Let his reward be stepping into the champion rank. Gerald, who could no longer come to Solterra due to the assassin organization, Death Wish, had reached a stagnation in his rank. Someone wouldn't rise in ranks just because they could absorb countless Jinn and Magian cores. They had to finish a ranking up mission, which would be given to them to proceed to the next stage. Fighting against a Magian Prince was enough for a throne to jump to the monarch rank. Similarly, successfully clearing the mission was more than enough for a Grandmaster to rank up to a champion. 13 really wanted to bring his mother, Alessia, as well. That way, she and his father could become champions at the same time. But he decided not to. There was a chance that they would fail in their mission, and if that happened, Shasha and Remy would be left without both parents. He didn't want to take such a risk, even though he believed that there was a chance to succeed. This is really bending the rules. The Laplace Demon frowned. This is truly unprecedented. Well, you started it first by bringing me to Solterra. I'm sure that the moment I return to Pangaea, everyone will panic because this is the first time that someone below the age of 13 has been sent to Solterra. Do you even understand the repercussions of your actions? Laplace Demon pretended to not hear 13's complaint and pondered if bringing Gerald to the Valbera archipelago was acceptable. 13 had the "I will not take no for an answer" gaze, making his stance known. Finally, after several minutes of negotiation, the 7-year-old added one more condition, and that was allowing him to use rune magic to fight against the Magian Prince. Although reluctant, Laplace Demon and the One agreed to his request because this was already part of the contract that 13 had signed long ago. It was part of Article 100, which stated that 13 was allowed to use rune magic when he was faced with the situation of fighting someone of the monarch rank and above. But this clause also stated that this condition would only be approved if the monarch or someone of higher rank was actively targeting 13 and his family. It was a self-defense clause that was included in the original contract. 13 was merely exercising his right to invoke the contract. But Laplace Demon still added a few conditions. The condition was as follows: any items, regardless of shape, size, and form, which 13 would imbue with rune magic to fight against the Magian Prince would disappear once the threat was gone. These included the items that would be used to fight against the prince's subordinates. 13 agreed to the condition and signed the revised contract. A moment later, the Laplace Demon grabbed the 7-year-old and temporarily took him back to Pangaea, so he could briefly reunite with his family. Chapter 199 Calm Your Tits, Pops. Chapter 199 Calm Your Tits. Pops Alessia sighed for the umpteenth time as she closed the Book of Alchemy in her hand. It had been a few months since Xylen had disappeared, and she was very worried about him. Although the latter had sent their family a letter through Laplace Demon, as a mother, she still couldn't help but feel worried about her 7-year-old, who should be home with them right now. Suddenly, Remy, who was initially sleeping on the couch beside her, raised her small head as if she had felt something in the distance. The 4-year-old then walked toward the sliding door that led toward the backyard. Alessia followed her youngest with her gaze, but the moment she saw someone on the other side of the door, the book in her hand dropped to the floor. The sliding door opened wide, and Remy didn't hesitate to wrap her arms around her big brother, whom she hadn't seen for months, and then started crying her eyes out. There, don't cry, Remy." 13 lovingly patted her sister's head and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Why are you crying?" Whoa. Remy continued to hug 13. Water. Before Alessia knew it, she was already running toward her 2 children and wrapped her arms around them. Shasha, who suddenly heard Remy's cry, rushed toward the living room from the training ground with her sword ready to strike. But the moment she saw Xylen, she joined her mother and sister and hugged him as well. "Girls are really loud," 13 mused as the 3 girls cried while hugging him. Thinking that her mother and sister were playing a game of who could cry the loudest, Remy increased the volume of her cry, making even Gerald, who was busy in the forge, come running to her rescue. However, when he saw the reason why his girls were crying, Gerald joined them and hugged his son, who had suddenly returned to them. After a few minutes, 13 decided that enough was enough and asked everyone to back away. He was only given a short period of time to stay in Pangaea, so he didn't want to waste it by listening to his family's cries. "Pops, I need your help," 13 said as he looked at his father. "You got it," Gerald replied. "I don't know what kind of help you need from me, but consider it done. I plan to bring you with me to Solterra to fight against a Magian Prince." 13 blinked innocently. "Okay, no biggie. It's just fighting a Magian Pre." Gerald paused, as if realizing something. Thinking that he only misheard his son, he decided to ask Xylen to repeat what he said a while ago. "What? I plan to bring you to Solterra to fight against a Magian Prince with me. You unfilial brat. Do you want to kill me?" Gerald smacked the head of his no-good son, making the latter rub his head in pain. Alessia and Remy, who didn't approve of Gerald hurting Xylen, immediately started pounding him with their closed fists. Only Shasha didn't do anything to harm her father. Instead, she lightly rubbed 13's head, helping ease the pain he was feeling. Gerald, who was being wrongfully beaten by his wife and youngest daughter, raised his hands in surrender and asked his son about the details of his mission. After listening to everything, Gerald's and Alessia's faces turned grim because he didn't expect that their son and the other wanderers, who had been brought to the Valbera archipelago, would suffer such a fate. "Xylen, how did you manage to come back here?" Gerald inquired. "Did Laplace Demon help you again?" 13 nodded. I said that it's impossible with just me alone and that I need some backup. I was planning to ask for Gramps, but Laplace Demon and the One rejected me." Gerald and Alessia glanced at each other before shaking their heads helplessly. They knew no one in Pangaea could casually talk about the Laplace Demon and the One as if they were people giving away brochures and flyers in the streets. "Xylen, tell me, is there a chance for us to win?" Gerald asked. "I will gladly do everything in my power to help you, but fighting against a Magian Prince is way beyond my abilities." "Pops, I wouldn't tell you to come with me if we had no chance of winning," 13 replied. "In fact, I even wanted to bring Mother with us, but I decided not to ask for it in the end. Someone needs to look after Shasha and Remy while we are away after all. I'm not going to lie and say that it's going to be easy, but right now, I need all the help I can get. Also, this is a good way to have you promoted to the champion rank." I'm sure that when you return to Solterra to face off against those assassins from Death Wish, they will definitely suffer losses in your hands because they wouldn't have known that you've already become a champion. 13 then looked at his mother and sisters with a calm expression on his face. The ultimate goal is for all of us to reunite once again and eat at the same table, 13 said softly. For that to happen, I plan to work hard and survive regardless of the obstacles that I am facing. Right now, I'm faced with a tough opponent that even monarchs will not be able to fight easily. But as long as Pops is with me, there is still a chance of victory. Mother, Shasha, Remy, believe me when I say that no matter what happens, I'll make sure to return Pops home safely. How about you? Alessia asked. Aren't you going to return after this mission ends? 13 smiled bitterly before shaking his head. I might have to stay in Solterra for a little longer. But if I can survive a Magian Prince, I think no one in the world can threaten me anymore. So, you don't have to worry, Mother. I will definitely return. Gerald held Alessia's hand and gave it a light squeeze. Alessia, I know. Make sure that Xylen is safe. Gerald gave his wife a hug and a kiss on the cheeks before returning to the smithy to grab some items that he would be taking with him to Solterra. A few minutes later, he stood with his son in their backyard, where a small portal opened up to allow them to enter. Pops will be back in 3 to 5 months, Mother, 13 said. Don't worry. I'll keep him out of trouble for you. Alessia nodded and kissed 13's cheeks. Shasha and Remy did the same, making the 7-year-old's chest feel warm. Frubnov.com, I guess this is what it means to have a family, 13 thought as he hugged his mother and 2 sisters goodbye. Let's go, Pops. Let's. The 2 then entered the portal, sending them directly to 13's room in the warehouse. The moment they arrived, Gerald looked at his surroundings and almost jumped back when he saw a black snake looking up at him from the floor. Just as Gerald was about to attack Tiona, 13 stood in his way, making Gerald stop his attack midair. Calm your tits, Pops, 13 stated. Tiona is my beast companion. She's not a threat. As if to prove that he was telling the truth, he picked the snake up from the floor and allowed her to coil around his neck like she usually did. Tiona, this is my father, Gerald, 13 said. Father, this is Tiona. The black snake hissed at Gerald as if greeting him. Nice to meet you too. Tiona, Gerald smiled stiffly because he had recognized what kind of breed the snake was. He had a lot of questions in his head, but he decided to wait for a proper time to ask them. For now, he just wanted to know his son's general situation, so he could better understand what kind of plans he had to face off against a Magian Prince. Chapter 200 Breaking You was worth it. Chapter 200 Breaking You was worth it, so, everyone, let me introduce to you my Pops, 13 said. Gerald Leventis, the patriarch of the main branch of the Leventis family. He was studying some ruins, and before he knew it, he was teleported to my location. I don't know how it happened, but all I can say is that it's a happy accident. With him by our side, we will be able to do many wonderful things. Christopher, Rihanna, Harry, and the rest of the Wanderers blinked in surprise after hearing 13's explanation. It was truly surprising for the 7-year-old's father to coincidentally appear where his son was. Although some were still in doubt, they had no choice but to accept Xylen's story. After all, they couldn't come up with a plausible explanation as to how Gerald got teleported to their location. But Gerald's appearance wasn't the only thing that surprised them. It was actually Xylen's announcement that his father was the patriarch of one of the 10 prestigious families. As citizens of Pangaea, it was impossible for them to not know who the patriarch of the Leventis family was. After all, there were only 5 monarch clans and 10 prestigious families. Everyone in the world of Pangaea knew who the patriarchs of these families were, so Xylen's statement made them all wonder if he was just joking with them. Hello, I am the patriarch of the main branch of the Leventis family and Xylen's father, Gerald declared with a devilish smile on his face. Thank you for taking good care of my son. Now that I'm here, I'll make sure that you kids get back home, especially you, Harry. 13 nodded in agreement. That's right. I still need to cash out my attack helicopter from the Remington family for saving your life. Even Gerald, who was feeling smug earlier, couldn't help but pretend that he didn't hear his son's statement. He might be very close with Harry's parents, but his skin wasn't thick enough to ask them for something like an attack helicopter just because Xylen saved their son's life. Harry, on the other hand, wasn't able to stop himself from lowering his head to avert his gaze. He had a feeling that if Xylen were to appear in the Remington clan's main residence, his parents might have no choice but to accept his demand due to how pushy the 7-year-old was. I know that you still have doubts, but my father really is the patriarch of the Leventis family. 13 raised his chin in arrogance. My grandfather, Arthur, even knelt and begged him to not make this knowledge known to the public. So, for the time being, please keep this a secret, okay? I don't want my Gramps to lose face. Well, although my old man is a good-for-nothing, I, as his son, still think of him as my family. Gerald smiled as if he was a very kind and benevolent person. For this reason, I allowed him to call himself the patriarch of the Leventis family until Xylen comes of age. After that, I will announce the news to the public that I am the new patriarch of the Leventis family. Until then, let's all get along, okay? What followed next was an awkward silence because none of the wanderers seemed to know what to do. However, all of this was broken by the sound of someone clapping, pulling everyone's attention to the source of the sound. As expected of Lord Gerald and young Master Xylen, Colbert said as he continued to clap his hands. It is my honor to meet the true patriarch of the Leventis family. I, Colbert Riggs, am lucky enough to be blessed by your presence. Gerald looked at the young man fondly and nodded his head in satisfaction. I like you, kid, Gerald commented. My son said that you are his left-hand man. I look forward to working with you from now on. Yes, my lord. Colbert placed his closed fist over his chest and bowed very low. I am yours to command. 13 gave Colbert a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of a first-rate bootlicker, breaking you was worth it. 13 mused as he gave Colbert a faint smile. Christopher, who suddenly felt as if the new guy was trying to usurp his position, felt threatened and wanted to also try his hand at bootlicking. But before he could do that, Giga Chad hugged him from behind and covered his lips, preventing him from saying anything. 13 understood what was going on in the chubby boy's head, but he didn't want Christopher to copy Colbert's way of doing things. As his right-hand man, he wouldn't allow Christopher to grovel and lower himself to such a level. Because of this, he gave Giga Chad instructions beforehand to stop Christopher if the boy ever tried to imitate Colbert's methods. The trolls, ogres, tigerkins, Warzer blackhounds, Rocky, and Hercules were all standing behind the wanderers, observing the man whom Xylen introduced as his father. They were paying close attention to him because if he was really their devilish master's father, then they might share the same characteristics, which was making them feel anxious. Gerald, who had no idea what the others were thinking about, started his speech. I heard the general situation from my son. Gerald crossed his arms over his chest. And truth be told, this upcoming war will be extremely dangerous. However, do not fret. As long as you follow my son's lead, everything will be fine. I am not here to give you any orders. I'm only going to play the role of a supporter. The one whose orders you will take is Xylen, and only Xylen, Gerald declared. As the man who raised him, I know that he is just as capable as I was when I was his age. So, all of you are in good hands. Xylen, who had just been praised, also crossed his arms over his chest and made his own speech. Although my father is a henpecked husband, I guarantee you that he is a very formidable person, 13 stated. He will play a vital role in the upcoming war. So although he said that you'll only be taking orders from me, I hope that you will assist him in any way that you can. Gerald, who was standing beside his son, fought the strong urge to smack his son's head for calling him a henpecked husband in front of everyone. If not for the fact that the boy was acting as the supreme commander of everyone gathered today, he would have already given him a good smacking. Rihanna couldn't help but giggle after hearing Xylen's words. Her reaction somewhat eased the tense atmosphere, making the other wanderers and slaves breathe easy as well. My father is a blacksmith, and he is proficient in creating bronze, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, and low-grade adamantine weapons and armor. 13 scanned the faces of the people around them, highlighting his father's importance. His role is to arm all of us to the teeth because we will be participating in this war. Of course, those who don't wish to fight may stay on the sidelines. But you will not be idle and will be put in charge of the logistics. Your job will be making sure that we have enough supplies like food and ammunition for the war that will take place in 2 to 3 months. You will also be in charge of all the miscellaneous tasks needed to guarantee our victory. Remember, the bigger your role in this endeavor, the greater your reward will be when you rank up to rookies. The wanderers, who easily caught 13's meaning, all stood at attention. They had already forgotten that the rewards for clearing the mission would depend on the contribution that one had given to the cause. If the mission was completed, and they didn't do anything substantial, they would gain very small and mediocre rewards from the one who governed all wanderers in the world. This made all of them take Xylen's words seriously, which was what the 7-year-old was aiming for. My father will be busy in the next few days, but feel free to write down your name and your preferred choice of weapon and armor that you would like him to craft, 13 said with a smile. Making peak bronze weapons and even pseudo-silver grade weapons is easy for him, so I guarantee that you will get the best weapons and armor at your disposal with your current rank. Of course, the priority is given to those who will be accompanying us on expeditions. But even those who are playing the supporting role will also get their own share. I just want to give all of you one order and one order only. 13, who had now assumed full command of everyone, including Rihanna's hunting party, stared at all of them with a solemn expression on his face. Don't die, 13 ordered. Your families, friends, and loved ones are all waiting for you back home. All the wanderers' eyes moistened after hearing 13's orders. Even though life in Solterra was hard, they still hadn't given up on going back home to Pangaea. Percival and the other Tigerkins clenched their fists because they, too, had people waiting for them back home. They had no plans on dying, and they would do everything in their power to survive. Seeing everyone's current expression, a faint smile appeared on 13's face. Although it would be difficult to save everyone, he would do his best to let the kids go back to Pangaea and escape the calamity that would befall the Valbera archipelago. Chapter 2. A one wanna move house. Are you sure about this, Adira? Norris asked. Are you really going to stay? Adira nodded. I have already made up my mind, Norris. My master had given me an order to stick with the person who has gained the loyalty of the Domini Mortis. If he survives this calamity, then our organization will greatly benefit from having a good relationship with him. Seeing the strong determination in the Drow's eyes, Norris no longer tried to convince her to return with him. Understood. But prioritize yours and Xylen's safety, Norris stated. I will leave a seaworthy vessel in one of the enclaves we discovered long ago. You can take Xylen and anyone he wants out of this place and sail back to the main continent. If things really become too dangerous, just knock him out and drag him away by force if you have to. Adira smirked because that was exactly what she was thinking. If things really got too dangerous, she would knock Xylen out and drag him away by hook or by crook. I will surrender the ownership of this place to you, so feel free to do anything you want with it as you wish, Norris added. This is bigger than Xylen's warehouse, and it also has more amenities. You can convince him to move his base of operations over here if you like. That sounds lovely, Adira commented. Since I'll be left alone, I might as well do that to make every day interesting. Norris smiled faintly as he looked at the time on the pocket watch in his hand. We'll be leaving in 3 hours, Norris said. I'll just say goodbye to Xylen before I go. Do you want to come with me? Adira shrugged. Might as well. A few minutes later, the slave master and the drow arrived at the warehouse and immediately saw the flurry of activities everyone was busy with. It didn't take long before they found Xylen, who was currently talking to Christopher about something important. Hey, Xylen, Norris shouted. I came here to say goodbye. The 7-year-old glanced at the slave master's direction before patting Christopher's head. Sir Norris, thank you for everything, 13 said as he walked toward the slave master in order to shake his hand. I wouldn't have been able to do many things if it weren't for your help. Indeed, Norris nodded. You drove me like a slave even though I was supposed to be the slave master. You sure are bold, boy. 13 chuckled because he couldn't refute the slave master's words. He had indeed worked Norris like a slave back in the Sumatran kingdom, but he was the only one whom he could count on to enslave the Tigerkins and make them subservient to their cause. Can I ask a favor? 13 grinned. When you get back to the mainland, try to look for information about a teenage boy who goes by the name Mikhail Leventis. He is my brother, and he's probably wandering all over the place with a bunch of beautiful girls by his side. Norris laughed before patting the boy's shoulder. Damn you, little devil. Even as I leave, you still order me around. Even Adira, who was standing beside Norris, found this exchange quite amusing. Be safe, Sir Norris, 13 said in a solemn tone. I guarantee you that we will meet again. And please, prepare the finest slaves you can find. I will need some good slaves once I arrive in the main continent. But no friend discounts, okay? Norris smirked. Also, no dragging me to conflicts involving you-know-what. 13 chuckled. No promises. The slave master couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, but deep inside, he really hoped that Xylen would survive so that they could reunite in the mainland. Fewubnov.co being around the boy was fun, and he wouldn't mind going on a small adventure with him again in the future. Here's the thing, Xylen, Adira commented after the two finished saying their goodbyes to each other. The slave market is transferred over to me. But, since everyone will be gone, only I will remain. Norris here also made a proper smithy for you guys, and it has some leftover or that can still be used. So how about it? Want to move house? I'm sure that the accommodation will be to your liking. 13 didn't even need to think, and immediately nodded his head. Thank you for the offer, Lady Adira, 13 replied. I'll happily accept your offer. The drow smiled sweetly because she knew that 13 would not pass up such an offer. Because of this, she decided to stay until they finished moving to the slave market. After 13 announced that they would relocate their base of operations, everyone moved like a well-oiled machine and packed things properly. Since the Wanderers didn't have many belongings, their preparations were done quickly. It was only 13's side that required a lot of heavy lifting. Fortunately, everyone worked together, speeding up the process. 3 hours later, several wagons made their way to the black market. Since the black market spanned a wide area, with many structures and rooms ready to be occupied, 13 made sure to get the best accommodation for himself and his inner circle. 13, Gerald, Christopher, Colbert, Rihanna, Harry all got the best rooms, while Tyga and the others settled for the good rooms available. Adira, who was introduced to Gerald by 13, was surprised when she met the 7-year-old's father. Just like everyone else, she doubted Xylen's explanation, but in the end, she had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, Gerald had no plans of going anywhere aside from the smithy, where Bruno was assisting him as an apprentice blacksmith. After receiving permission from the 13 planned to teach Bruno the hammer for all seasons later that night, to increase the ogre's proficiency with smithing. Gerald was also surprised when his son told him that the ogre would become his assistant. At first, he thought that the ogre would just do some heavy lifting by bringing him or to craft. However, this notion completely disappeared when Bruno began pounding on a piece of heated metal and started to shape it into a crude shield. Seeing Bruno's determination to learn, Gerald felt some sense of kinship with the ogre and decided to teach him a few things that he learned along the way. A few hours later, just as 13 was about to enact his plan to give his subordinates some divine techniques, someone arrived at Slave Market and asked for him to meet them. Recognizing who had come, 13 immediately welcomed the knocking guests and invited Lord Netero and Arthas to his room to talk in private. Seeing that the city lord of Groner City had come to him personally, 13 believed that he had already made his decision about whether he would follow the boy to go to Drata City or not. Chapter 202 Please, bestow this technique upon me. Chapter 202 Please, bestow this technique upon me. Before we start, I would like to ask you 2 questions, Arthas said as he gazed at the boy in front of him. You said that the other half of my medallion is in Drata City, correct? If my guess is right, then yes, 13 replied. I could be wrong though, but that would mean that the other half of your medallion was taken somewhere else. But if I were Gale, I would definitely keep it somewhere close to me to ensure its safety. My second question, do you know how to activate the complete medallion? Yes, but there are a lot of preparations that must be made beforehand. It will be our key to winning this war against the Magian Prince. Arthas nodded. Fine, I'll give you one chance to prove to me that you are telling the truth. I will go to Drata City with you. I, too, will go, Netero commented. I can't believe Gale is behind such madness. I refuse to believe it until I see the proof with my own eyes. Chapter 203 We just arrived, and you're already thinking about eating? Chapter 203 We just arrived, and you're already thinking about eating? So that's Drata City, 13 muttered as he looked at the city, which was slightly bigger than Groner City, from the carriage window. Make sure to follow our lead, boy, Netero commented. Don't forget that the 2 of you are my servants, and that I'm only here for a sightseeing trip. As long as we stick to our identities, I'm sure no one will find out who we are. Relax, Gramps, 13 replied casually. Unlike you and Lord Arthas, I'm an expert in infiltration. I'm more worried about the two of you messing things up. You know, Art. The 7-year-old placed both of his hands on his head because Netero smacked it with his walking stick. It was impossible for him to block a champion's strike with his current rank, so the only thing he could do was grumble and curse the old man in front of him in his heart. Tiona hissed angrily at Netero for hurting her master. If not for the fact that Netero could easily neutralize her whenever he wanted, she would have already lunged at him with her fangs, ready to kill. Then tell me, Mr. Expert, how do you propose we handle this mission? Arthas asked with a smug smile on his face. Personally, I think sneaking inside his residence is the fastest method. As long as Netero and I work together, we will be able to neutralize him right away. Isn't that right, old man? If I were still young, perhaps, Netero replied. But you shouldn't underestimate Gale Scar very much. He wouldn't have risen up the ranks to become a city lord if he were mediocre. Arthas reluctantly nodded his head, knowing that what the old man said was true. All the city lords of the barbarian cities were capable individuals who were personally chosen by the barbarian king. This was why he couldn't understand why Gale decided to collaborate with a being who wished to conquer the entirety of the Valbera archipelago. 13, who had an idea of what Arthas was thinking, didn't say anything and remained silent. He really didn't care about Gale's reason for collaborating with the Magian Prince. After all, if he was in his place, he might have done the same. That was how powerful and terrifying these princes were. They stood at the apex of the Magians, and they were even stronger than monarchs. The only reason why they still hadn't conquered the entire world was thanks to the 7 Celestials and the 7 Fiends who ruled several domains in Solterra. The Magian princes might be strong, but the 14 deities were even stronger. In fact, Arundel the Destroyer didn't dare conquer the Valbera archipelago in the past because it held a symbolic meaning to one of the 7 fiends, who went by the name Fornius. This fiend was a sea monster, whom the 7 Celestials and even its fellow fiends didn't want to antagonize. He was a hot-headed deity who was easily triggered and wouldn't hesitate to fight against other deities if they were to annoy him. While he wasn't as murderous and unhinged as the Fiend of Lawlessness, Belial, Fornius was still at the top list of deities who shouldn't be angered no matter what. So, why was Arundel eyeing the Valbera archipelago? The answer was simple. Fornius no longer cared for it. After helping the islanders once in the past, it never bothered them again. Also, Arundel asked for the guidance of the Magian princess, who went by the name Camersipa, asking if Fornius still had a lingering attachment to the Valbera archipelago. She was a seer. So many djinns and magians sought her wisdom before making any moves. Ironically, Camersipa was also the ruler of one of the largest human kingdoms in Solterra. She was an eccentric Magian princess who had learned to coexist with the humans, and she would only eat criminals to sate her hunger once a year. Because of this, her city was the most crime-free city in the world, allowing her people to live in peace. According to her, Fornius no longer cared about the Valbera archipelago. As long as Arundel didn't touch the third island, which was considered a holy place, the sea monster wouldn't bat an eye even if Arundel were to annihilate all the humans in the island. After gaining this information, the destroyer laid out a plan to conquer the Valbera archipelago without having to send his own people to conquer it. Just like 13 had mentioned, Magian princes and princesses thought of conquest as a form of entertainment. If they were able to conquer a territory without even lifting a finger, it meant that they were very cunning and capable individuals. This was also why the 7-year-old was confident that, as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to deal with the variables that might arise in the war. "Welcome, guests," the innkeeper of the Silent Hill and greeted with a smile. "How many rooms?" "2 rooms," Netero replied. "Make sure that one of the rooms has 2 beds for my servants." The innkeeper nodded and fetched a key behind him. "Come this way, please." The innkeeper led the 3 people to their rooms, which were located adjacently on the 3rd floor of the inn. Netero chose the inn that was nearest the city lord's residence, allowing them to observe it from a distance. After escorting them to their rooms, the innkeeper left to tend to his duties. The 3 then gathered inside Netero's room to discuss their next course of action. "Fortunately, they still have plenty of unoccupied rooms," Netero smiled. "We came at the right time." "You did well, Netero," Arthas commented. "This is indeed a good place." Seeing that they were celebrating too early, 13 looked at the two barbarians in disdain. If not for the fact that he had used the same trick in Karabear City to capture the assassins, who were targeting the general's wife and daughter, he wouldn't have noticed the trivial things that he observed inside the inn. The boy then started scribbling something on a blank scroll, using a piece of charcoal from his dimensional storage. Netero and Arthas wondered what Xylen was doing. But after the boy finished writing, he pushed the scroll toward the two barbarians, allowing them to read the message he had written. I've heard that Drata City has many delicious dishes, 13 said with a smile. Master, we should try some of these dishes while we're here. Netero and Arthas glanced at the list of foods that the 7-year-old wanted to eat. You made a mistake in choosing this place as our temporary base, old man. This inn is under the direct control of the city lord. Anyone who books a room in it is placed under strict observation. If you don't believe me, glance out of the window and check the inn right beside our room. You will see someone peeking from their window and paying close attention to us now. Netero and Arthas, who was quick on the uptake, both chuckled and looked at the boy with smiles on their faces. Xylen, you're such a glutton, Netero commented. We just arrived, and you're already thinking about eating? Very well. Let's see if there are any restaurants around here. Arthas walked toward the window and glanced at the street to check the surroundings. Of course, he made sure to extend his senses on the window facing their room, and he realized that there was indeed a person behind the window who was concealed by a curtain. You're in luck, Xylen, Arthas said before looking at the boy. I found one good restaurant. Do you want to check it out later? Yes. 13 nodded happily. Fine. Netero sighed. Let's go eat first. Then we go sightseeing tomorrow. The three then left the inn to eat at a nearby restaurant. The two barbarians didn't know how Xylen knew that they were being spied upon, but they silently sighed in relief. Thinking back, they didn't say any unnecessary words earlier that might have made them suspicious in the eyes of the watchers who were paying close attention to them. When their meal ended, the three returned back to their rooms and made sure to close their windows. For now, the three of them decided to rest and not do anything suspicious. Anyway, they were a bit tired from their journey, so they spent the rest of the day sleeping. The upside to this was, when they wake up the next day, they would have the energy to do some exploring. Chapter 20, For We Only Have One Chance. Chapter 20, For We Only Have One Chance. Visago looked at the city lord's residence from the treetops and eyed the servants who were doing their duties with a dumb look on his face. Poco was doing the same, but she was situated on the opposite side of the residence. This allowed the two Pocos to cover more ground, making sure to memorize the names, faces, and voices of the people whom they saw that day. Since 13, Arthas. Chapter 205, Unwilling Pawns in a Chess Game. Chapter 205, Unwilling Pawns in a Chess Game. Tiona had a good memory, so she was able to pinpoint the exact location of the city lord's residence, even if she was digging under the ground alongside Rocky. The Rocky Balboa was there to help protect her just in case something went south. It was still a rank 5 monster known for its toughness, so escaping with Tiona was not a problem. If the champions really wanted to run after it, they would have to have a powerful digging ability that could outrun it in its own environment. Remember Tiona, no matter what happens, don't enter the residence. Just try to find if there is anything suspicious from a safe distance. Prioritize safety above all. That was the reminder that 13 told the Black Snake before she left to do her mission. Because of this, she remained at a safe distance and merely extended her senses to get a better understanding of the layout of the residence. Before leaving on this mission, 13 had given Tiona several cores, giving her a different set of abilities. The first one was detection awareness. This allowed Tiona to instantly sense if someone had detected her presence, allowing her to escape as fast as she could. The second one was rarity detection. This was a power that could be used to detect precious gems, ores, and artifacts within a 50-meter radius around her. Tiona had been in the presence of the altar in Pavin's hidden basement, so she was now familiar with the sensation of being near the round mirror that Pavin used to communicate with the Magian Prince. The third skill that she possessed was enhanced awareness. This ability amplified the power of her detection abilities, further expanding their range. Since Tiona could naturally pinpoint the location of both the living and the dead, she was able to sense the life force of the people inside the residence. Although she didn't know who these people were, she could tell their rank due to the brightness and intensity of the aura that surrounded their bodies. Tiona's fourth skill was a very rare skill that she luckily gained after eating an extremely rare rank 6 beast core in Paven's collection. Originally, 13 had wanted to use it as an ingredient for a weapon, but since he was unable to wield anything above the bronze rank, he decided to try his luck and let Tiona absorb it. The result was an incredible skill that allowed Tiona to basically infiltrate anywhere, passing through concrete and steel walls with ease. The skill was called Unblocked Passage, which belonged to an ethereal monster that could pass through walls and other physical barriers like a ghost. Unfortunately, that rank 6 monster was weak against any type of elemental skill or abilities. So although it could escape easily, it was still killed in the end by a powerful warrior of the Tigerkin. Her fifth skill was called Hyper Reflexes. Just as the name implied, Tiona's reflexes had a significant increase, allowing her to react in time and perform the necessary movements within her capabilities. The sixth skill in her arsenal was Increased Speed, doubling her movement speed in any terrain. Her seventh skill was called Vulture's Eye, which increased the range of her vision. The eighth skill was Voracious Flesh Eater. When activated, it gave Tiona a set of razor-sharp teeth, allowing her to chew on flesh, which was something that snakes didn't do. Just like all the snakes in the world, they only devoured their prey whole and did not chew them like humans and other animals. 13 had stumbled upon this interesting ability and decided to let Tiona keep it. Since she had the predation ability, the 7-year-old thought that perhaps she could learn new abilities by eating a monster's flesh instead of its core. Due to time restriction, he was still not able to test out this skill of hers. But even if it didn't work the way he envisioned it to be, it was still a good skill, which had many uses. Her ninth skill was called Harden. This doubled the hardness of her body, which was very useful when she transformed her body into steel, making it twice as hard, granting increased protection. If Tiona lived long enough and was able to transform her body into adamantine, perhaps no weapon in the world would be able to cut her down so easily. The last and final skill that Tiona possessed was Blink. This skill allowed her to instantly teleport 5 meters away from her original location. Although she couldn't use it consecutive times, she would be able to use it once every 2 minutes, making it a very important means of escape if ever she needed to run or dodge an attack aimed in her direction. All in all, 13 used over 150 cores to get Tiona's current skill set. It was a staggering number of resources that the 7-year-old wouldn't have freely used if not for the fact that he got them all from Paven's collection. He still had dozens of cores with him, but he planned to use them for his rune magic, so he was forced to stop after his stockpile dwindled to the double digits. Even so, he didn't regret his decision because, for him, Tiona's safety was of the utmost importance. Armed with these skills, Tiona confidently did her mission and surveyed the entire residence. She made sure to stay out of the detection range of the champions that were guarding the residence. Since she was deep underground, the champions weren't able to sense her because they were focusing their detection around them and not under them. After half an hour, Tiona found an object of interest, but it wasn't located inside the residence. No, it was actually an underground passage, which she believed to be used as an escape route that the city lord could use in case something unexpected happened. This passage was long and spanned for 300 meters, deep inside the mountain. Drata City was built on the base of a mountain, and the city lord's residence was right under it, making it an ideal hiding place to conduct things that mustn't be seen by the public. Tiona and Rocky followed this path until they reached its end. Sensing that there was no life force in the surroundings, Tiona took a gamble and poked her head out of the ground to see everything clearly. After glancing at her surroundings for a few seconds, Tiona didn't hesitate to retreat in order to report to her master about her findings. Just like 13 had predicted, there was indeed an altar which Gale used to communicate with the Magian Prince. Armed with this knowledge, they would be able to investigate while the city lord was away and look for the other half of Arthas' medallion. 13 believed that if the two parts were merged together, it would become the beacon of hope. This was the key to defeating the Magian Prince, who was unaware that a little brat had appeared to mess up his plans for conquest. But the boy knew that having the key was not enough to overturn the situation. He would need to set a trap for Arundel, and for that to happen, he would need the cooperation of the barbarians and the Tigerkins. Two races who weren't aware that they had become the unwilling pawns in a chess game between the mage and prince, and a 7-year-old, who was once the system of cannon fodders. Chapter 206 Don't Touch Anything. Chapter 206 Don't Touch Anything. 2 days later, Gale and 3 of the champion bodyguards under his command headed toward the arena, where he would preside over the duels on that day. VocalSaga and Polka, who were paying close attention to the city lord's movements, watched him from the rooftop of the houses, making sure that he wouldn't deviate from his destination. Only after seeing the city lord finally enter the dueling arena did they fly away, moving toward a narrow alley where 13, Arthas, and Netero were waiting for them. VocalSaga made a chirping sound, informing 13 that their target had finally arrived at the arena. 13 chirped back, thanking the two Pocos, and ordered them to continue their surveillance. A second later, the 7-year-old ordered Tiona to call out to Rocky, who was hiding in the ground beneath their feet. The moment Tiona gave the order, the head of the Rocky Balboa poked out of the ground and swallowed the 7-year-old whole. Arthas and Netero didn't make any moves and allowed themselves to be swallowed by Rocky as well. This wasn't the first time that they had been devoured by the Rocky Balboa. In order to assure them that everything was under his control, 13 demonstrated Rocky's ability, which surprised the two champions. At the time, they even thought that all Rocky Balboas had this ability. Chapter 207 The End of the World is only a moment away. Chapter 207 The End of the World is only a moment away somewhere in the main continent of Solterra. Arundel sat on his throne with his head resting over the palm of his hand. Suddenly, the gem on the ring of his hand glowed faintly, making him arch an eyebrow. The Magian Prince then snapped his fingers, summoning a round mirror that was over 2 meters tall. He stared at it, keeping the same lazy pose he currently had, and waited until the connection stabilized completely. A moment later, an underground cavern appeared in the mirror, making him smile. "Well, then, Paven, do you have something to report to me?" Arundel asked. "Are the Tigerkins perhaps ready to go to war?" "Not yet, Your Excellency," Paven replied before lowering his head respectfully. An accident occurred, and the granaries in 3 major cities were set ablaze by unknown individuals. I believe that this was done by a barbarian raiding party who had managed to infiltrate deep within the Sumatran kingdom. Due to this unexpected event, the king is forcing us to prioritize this incident over the war preparations. However, do not fret. Although this is indeed a setback, I will use this incident as propaganda to incite the Tigerkins to wage war on the barbarians. Arundel snorted. "My patience is limited, Paven. You promised me that the war would start in a month. Yet, because of this incident, the war will be pushed back again. I'm very disappointed in you. If you were only as capable as Gale, things would have been over by the next full moon. Forgive me, Your Excellency. This servant is truly incompetent," Paven bowed repeatedly. "Although it will be difficult, I'll do my best to start the war within 2 months. This I swear." Arundel clicked his tongue in annoyance. 2 months, Paven. If you are unable to start the war within 2 months, I will start it myself. Yes, leave it to me, Your Excellency. Paven pressed his fist over his chest and bowed deeply to the Magian Prince, making the latter nod. When the Tigerkin could no longer be seen in the mirror, Arundel clicked his tongue for the second time. "I can't wait any longer. The Ostera is almost here." Arundel waved his hand, and the scenery around him changed. The Magian Prince arrived on a different plane of existence, where other powerhouses like him gathered to hold a conference. There were 13 thrones placed around a round table, representing the seat of power for each prince and princess part of the Order of the Apocalypse. While they didn't consider each other close friends, they did not treat each other as rivals either. Only those who had the power could snatch one of the thrones in their order, and the only way to prove their strength was by killing one of their members. The moment they died, the token imbued in their body, which was proof of their membership in the Order of the Apocalypse, would be transferred to the person who defeated them. This had been a rule of their order since it was first created, and among them, only 6 Magians had managed to keep their position until now. The rest had been replaced by others, and Arundel was one of its newest members. Because of this, he wanted to prove that he was a very competent member of their exclusive group, whose goal was to challenge the deities and finally bring Solterra under their rule. "Arundel, the spring equinox is almost upon us. And you promised to annex the domain of that wretched sea monster, Fornius, before Ostera is over. A giant demi-human red bat, which was at least 3 meters tall, said in a mischievous tone. You were so confident when you made that declaration, so I thought that it was already a done deal. The spring equinox is still 3 months away, Kamisats, Arundel replied calmly. I have more than enough time to conquer the Valbera archipelago. Sure. Whatever you say, rookie. Kamisats smirked. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll only take half of the Valbera archipelago as payment. Arundel didn't even bother to reply and simply shifted his attention to the Magian princess, who was looking at the countless stars in the sky. Her hands moved in graceful patterns in front of her as she used the heavens as her own personal astral chart, trying to discern what the future held. She was none other than Camersipa, the Magian princess of prophecy, who sat in the 10th seat of the order. It was her whom Arundel asked to prophesy whether Fornius, the sea serpent and one of the 7 fiends, would come to the aid of the people of the Valbera archipelago if he were to conquer it. Camersipa had answered her that Fornius wouldn't come, which gave Arundel the confidence to set his sights on the lands in the distant sea. Hey, Camersipa, do you think Arundel will succeed or not? Kamisats asked. Why don't you check the stars and see the outcome of his farce? No. Camersipa answered without even glancing at the giant bat, whom they called Kamisats the Untamed, his title coming from the fact that he did whatever he wanted without care for the consequences. Oh, you're no fun. Kamisats chuckled. Do you perhaps find knowing the outcome boring? No, Camersipa replied. Whether he succeeds or not is of no importance to me. Unlike the other jinns and magents, Camersipa disliked conflicts. However, she was still interested to see the end of the world, which was why she had a seat in the Order of the Apocalypse. She was one of the 13 original founders of the Order, but now, only 6 of them remained. The others had already been defeated by Arundel, Kamisats, and the other new members who were now part of their order. The Order of the Apocalypse only has one motto. The end of the world is only a moment away. They, who had the power to destroy, as well as rule, were at the apex, second only to the deities, whom they didn't dare to offend at this point in time. However, that didn't stop them from eyeing the other worlds, where the dimensional gates opened from time to time. There, they would send their minions, as well as trusted servants, to create a stronghold for them. Camersipa was well respected and recognized in the group because she had already made a foothold on the world called Pangaea. Her second-in-command had long conquered the continent of Antares, which was located on the northern side of Pangaea. Kamisats had already set things in motion and was targeting the continent of Signy, which was located on the western side of the world. Arundel and him were the 2 rookies of the Order of the Apocalypse. But Kamisats dared what Arundel didn't, and that was to set his sights on the world of the Wanderers, whom the hateful Laplace demon had chosen to fight against them. Don't forget our bet, Arundel, Kamisats snickered. If you fail to conquer the Valbera archipelago within the promised time, I'll be getting the wager that is in Camersipa's safekeeping. Sure, Arundel sneered. And if I win, I'll be getting the arcana that you promised. Had talk after you win the bet, rookie. Look who's talking. You only became a member 2 months before me. Since you're the last to become a member, then you are the rookie, Kamisats shrugged. Well then, I'll go now. There's still a continent waiting for me to conquer. Freeobnovel.com. After saying those words, the giant red bat turned into countless red bats that flew toward the center of the table before disappearing completely. There were only 2 people left in the conference room, and yet, neither of them spoke to the other and simply waited for the other members to appear before them. Chapter 208, May the Fortune of War Shine Upon You. Chapter 208, May the Fortune of War Shine Upon You. When the artifacts on the altar started glowing, the first thing Arthas did was grab 13 and Netero and drag them to run away as fast as they could. But the city lord had only managed to grab hold of the 2 of them when he found himself locked in place. Freewebble.com. It was as if some kind of enchantment was placed on the altar, preventing anyone from going in and out of it after it was activated. Because of this, the 3 could only helplessly stare at the round mirror, waiting for what was about to come. The mirror's surface rippled before showing a face that almost gave the 3 people a heart attack. Xylen, is that you? Haven blinked in surprise after seeing that his collaborator was on the other side of the mirror, looking back at him with a dumbfounded look on his face. "What are you doing there?" Paven. 13 looked at the Tigerkin in disbelief because he never expected that the one who would appear before them was the city lord of Parnia City instead of the Magian prince. "Yes, it's me," Paven said before smiling. "My meeting with Arundel had just ended a while ago, but the round mirror suddenly activated a second time. I thought that he still had something to say to me, so I waited until the connection was established. This is indeed a pleasant surprise." 13 patted his chest in relief because the worst-case scenario didn't happen, and he looked at Paven with great interest. "This saves me the trouble of contacting you," 13 stated. "You said that you just finished talking to Arundel. What did the two of you talk about?" Paven's expression turned solemn after hearing Xylen's question. After taking a deep breath, he recounted everything they talked about, making Arthas and Netero frown. "So we only have 2 months. 13's face turned grim after hearing Paven's report. "Did you, by any chance, feel that Arundel would personally make a move during your discussion? Although he didn't say it explicitly and only gave me an ultimatum, I believe that he will personally make his move in 2 months, Paven replied. He had the look of someone who would personally solve a problem in order to meet a deadline. "I can say with confidence that even if the Tigerkins and the barbarians don't go to war in 2 months, Arundel and his army will march to the Valbera archipelago." 13 clicked his tongue. 2 months was not enough to convince the barbarian king and the Tigerkin king to work together and fight against a common enemy. For the first time, 13 felt that he didn't have any means to make it happen. The only method he could think of was to kidnap the barbarian king and the Tigerkin king and convince them at gunpoint. But he was just a 7-year-old, and the 2 people whom he must kidnap were as strong as his grandfather, Arthur, who was a throne. **T. 13 cursed before shaking his head helplessly. He thought that he would be able to delay the war for 3 months, giving him enough time to worm his way toward the upper ranks of the nobility and gain a private audience with the barbarian king. 13 wasn't too worried about the Tigerkin king because on that side, he had General Stark, Briella, Anwer, Paven, and Brigham. These people already had a high enough standing in the Sumatran kingdom, not to mention that Briella was also a seer. If she told the king that something was going to happen, there was a very high chance that the leader of all Tigerkins would believe her and act according to her visions. 2 months, 13 thought as he closed his eyes. I still have 2 months. The 7-year-old knew that now wasn't the time to give up. Since he was short on time, he decided to just wing it. Paven, no matter what happens, the Tigerkin army must be ready to move in 2 months, 13 ordered. Also, there is something that I need you to do from your side. 13 explained his plan to the city lord of Parnia City, making the latter blink in confusion. Well, I don't think there's any problem with this request, Paven commented. In fact, the next shipment will be done in a week, just as scheduled. Paven then glanced at the barbarians, who were listening to their conversation. The barbarians will do the same on the same day. It's one of the extremely rare activities where both sides don't openly antagonize each other. But, Xylen, both sides have shamans stationed to protect that place. Anyone who disturbs the peace will become their enemies. 13 nodded. I know, but if it's shamans, then I'm sure that things will be fine. Paven chuckled. Well, if you weren't this daring, then you wouldn't have been able to make me become your partner in crime. Very well, I'll handle things on this side. Is there anything else that you would like to add? Perhaps a word or two to Anwer. Tell Anwer that I need him to become the king of the underworld in the Sumatran kingdom within a month, 13 replied. I will need all the manpower I can get, so I would really appreciate it if you can help him in this matter, Paven. Consider it done, Paven nodded. Xylen, right now, I believe that Gale still has no idea that Lord Arundel wishes to start the war in 2 months. It will be best if the two of them don't contact each other again. The old Tigerkin looked at the 7-year-old, making the latter scratch his head. I don't really know Gale, and I have no idea what he will do if he sees that I ransacked everything that belonged to him, 13 said. So, what do you think will happen if he loses contact with Arundel? What do you think he will do next? Paven didn't answer right away. Instead, he took off his glasses and wiped them with a piece of cloth. Half a minute later, he returned it on his head and smirked. He will do the last thing that Arundel ordered him to do, and that is to prepare for war, Paven replied. But since he has no idea when the war will start, he will be left in the dark. but I'm assuming that he will try to send someone to contact me so that we can work together. 13 nodded in understanding. Understood. I will try to contact you again using VocalSaga and Polka. Do not, in any way, try to contact me through the round mirror. Do you understand? Yes, Pavan smiled. May the fortune of war shine upon you, Xylen. Pavan cut off the connection, making the artifacts stop glowing, allowing Arthas and Netero to move again. What now? Arthas asked the boy, who was deep in thought. The city lord of Groner City was still trying to digest everything he had heard, and although he didn't want to believe it, he found himself unable to refute Xylen's earlier statement that Gale might be manipulating the war from the shadows. What else? 13 sighed before making a hissing sound. It's time to loot this place. Suddenly, Rocky rose up from the ground and devoured the entire altar, leaving nothing behind. Of course, the Rocky Balboa was not going to stop this soon. After storing the altar inside his body, he then went to devour the rest of the treasures inside the room, leaving nothing behind. Gale, who was in the arena, immediately stood up because the ring on his hand started to feel hot. This was a warning that someone had touched one of the artifacts in his hidden treasury. 13 knew that Gale would be informed if he started stealing his treasures. But so what? By the time the city lord had returned to his residence, there would be nothing for him to see. He, Arthas, and Netero would have been long gone and on their way back to Groner City, bringing with them all of Gale's treasures. Chapter 209 Time to Meet Cranky. Chapter 209 Time to Meet Cranky. Pops, can you make it on time? 13 asked Gerald, who now had a troubled look on his face. I don't know, Gerald commented. I've never made something like this before. The father and son duo were currently looking at a rough blueprint which 13 had drawn an hour ago. At first, Gerald thought that 13 had gone mad and was about to ask him to build an attack helicopter from scratch. Fortunately, the blueprint was not the one in his head, but it was still something that he had never attempted to do before. What Gerald was looking at was a ballista, but it was not just any ordinary ballista. It was a ballista that could theoretically launch a 1-ton payload that could travel up to 2 miles. Frankly, this is going to be a monumental task. Gerald could already feel the pressure of having to build the ballista from scratch. Also, you wanted it to be portable, so it needs to have some wheels. This thing is going to be massive. How about we just build your attack helicopter instead of this? I have a feeling that doing that will be easier. Pops, do you think that an attack helicopter can beat a Majan Prince? Of course not. Even if there are hundreds of them, they will not be able to defeat that thing. But, do you think this ballista of yours can defeat Arundel? No, 13 shook his head firmly. But, it will be the trigger for his defeat. Gerald once again looked at the blueprint in his hand before sighing deeply. What material are we going to use to build this thing? Gerald scratched his head. Wood? Stone? Metals? Can we really finish it in 2 months? We either finish it in 2 months, or we kick the bucket. Pops, 13 replied. It's all or nothing. Gerald sighed before ruffling his son's hair, who didn't even offer any resistance. The younger boy knew that his father would go all out to make the weapon that would help them win. However, time wasn't really on their side at the moment. 13 knew that after the ballista was built, he would have to reinforce it with dozens or perhaps even hundreds of runes in order to enhance its range, lethality, and mobility. Right now, the 7-year-old no longer had any time to focus on the war, so he left the war preparations of the Tigerkins to Pavan. As for the side of the barbarians, he decided to let Gale, Arthas, and Netero handle it themselves. He was just a 7-year-old. He couldn't handle everything by himself. With this in mind, 13 decided on the only thing that mattered, and that was to prepare to light the beacon of hope. All of his actions would only be poured in this one and only goal. If the plan didn't end up the way he envisioned it to be, at least his father and the other wanderers would still make it back to Pangaea. As for him, he and his subordinates could hide inside Rocky and order the Rocky Balboa to dig as deep as he could. He would wait it out until Arundel left the Valbera archipelago, then make a boat that would take him to the main continent. Don't worry, Pops, 13 said. We'll make it happen. Okay, let's do this. Gerald pumped himself up. If we succeed, I will have something to brag to my old man about. 13 watched his father with a faint smile on his face. Since he had promised to his mother, Shasha, and Remy that he would bring back Gerald to Pangaea, he would do it using all the means in his disposal. A month passed swiftly, with both the Tigerkins and the barbarians preparing for the upcoming war. Arthas' pendant was currently inside Rocky's miniature world, preventing Gale from tracking it. During this time, VocalSaga and Poca would regularly carry messages from both sides, allowing everyone to coordinate their movements. 13 and his team left Groner City and built a small stronghold in the Warzor Plains. The area where they chose to build their base was the most ideal location that 13 could position himself during the war. It was 3 miles away from the furthest grasslands, as well as 4 miles away from the location of the potential main battlefield, according to Pavin's estimate. "Young master, everyone is ready to go," Christopher said as he approached the younger boy, who was busy inscribing symbols on the body of the ballista, which was over 15 meters long. 13 had named the ballista Athena version 1.0, which made everyone look at him weirdly. For the past month, everyone had been working hard to finish the body of this weapon, which was made from wood and steel. Rocky was the MVP who made the gathering of materials possible because he served as the pickup truck, carrying everything they needed back to their base. "Very well," 13 replied. "I'll be done in a few minutes." After imbuing the last rune symbol with the power of a core, the boy was finally able to sigh in relief. FKEWebNavuL.com against all odds, they were able to finish the ballista within a month. Now, he only needed to do 2 things to finish his war preparations. The first one was to deal with his neighbor, the diabolical hyena, which would probably submit to Arundel the moment the latter appeared in the Valbera archipelago. 13 had no intention of letting it live, for its existence would only make the already difficult situation even more difficult. After doing a few stretches, 13 walked out of the cave and saw that everyone who would accompany him was already there and ready to go. Christopher and Rihanna stood beside each other, and behind them were the Wanderers who had prepared intensively for today's battle. Dixon, plus his scouting team, Peyton, and the rest of the Tigerkins were raring to go as well. But that wasn't all. Adira, Arthas, Netero, and 4 more champions, who were loyal to the city lord, were there as well. "Let's go," 13 said before riding on top of Giga Chad, who had now become his personal steed. "Time to meet Cranky." Several wagons departed from their base, leaving Gerald and the non-combatants behind. They were going to meet up with the purple-furred honey badger, whom 13 had named Cranky. After nearly a month of negotiations, they finally settled with a deal 4 days ago. In the end, the purple-furred honey badger would help them defeat the diabolical hyena in exchange for its Jinn core, as well as the monster's body parts, with the exception of the hyena's head. The Wanderers and a few of the champions would focus on the diabolical hyena's subordinates, while the rest would help Cranky fight the rank 6 hyena overlord. As they neared the location of their meeting place, 13 and his people could already smell the stench of blood. The purple-furred honey badger laid on the ground as if taking a nap, with several hyena corpses around it. Clearly, it was trying to decrease the number of small fries that would hinder their plans today. The 7-year-old smirked, seeing that Cranky still did things at its own pace. Chapter 210 Face-Off in the Furthest Grasslands, Part 1. Chapter 210 Face-Off in the Furthest Grasslands, Part 1. The purple-furred honey badger walked ahead of their battle formation as they marched toward the furthest grasslands. The one who initiated the discussion with it was VocalSaga. 13 hadn't gone personally, considering the possibility of the rank 6 overlord attacking him the moment he appeared before it. He had given VocalSaga plenty of conditions he could mention to entice the honey badger, but it didn't budge right away. After several back and forths, the honey badger finally agreed after hearing that it would have reinforcements to help it defeat its enemy. In the past, the rank 6 overlord was the true powerhouse of the Warzor Plains. It went wherever it wanted to go and ate whatever it wanted to eat. No one else was its match, but that all changed after the rank 5 hyena overlord evolved. While there were monsters stronger than Jinns and Magents, the purple-furred honey badger was not one of them. The moment it faced the rank 6 diabolical hyena, it realized their difference in strength, so it fled their battle after it got seriously injured from their clash. It was not an exaggeration to say that the powerful monster that the purple-furred honey badger had bullied in the past had brought down its confidence and arrogance by a peg. It was for this reason that it was very hesitant to confront his enemy again, going as far as changing its hunting grounds and distancing itself from the furthest grasslands. Chapter 211 Face-Off in the Furthest Grasslands, Part 2. Chapter 212 Face-Off in the Furthest Grasslands, Part 3. Chapter 212 Face-Off in the Furthest Grasslands, Part 3. 13 knew. He knew full well that he was not a hero who would save everyone he came across. He was more of a villain who wouldn't hesitate to use whatever means necessary to achieve his goals. This was why he had come up with this plan to fight against the Rank 6 Overlord, Diabolical Hyena, to prepare himself for the inevitable. He wasn't a saint, and he already expected that there would be casualties in this battle. But when one of the Wanderers was about to be killed by a hyena, a troll pushed her away and used his shield to block the blow. The spiked shield and the hyena's teeth clashed, creating sparks, and sent the troll flying backward. Perhaps angered by the annoying monster who had gotten in its way, the hyena lunged at the helpless troll, who was still lying on the ground. 13 could already foresee the troll's demise. But before he knew it, he had already released the arrow in his bow, which flew toward the hyena's eye, making it wince in pain mid-jump, breaking its concentration. The troll took that opportunity to roll on the ground to distance itself from the hyena and regain its footing. 13 fired another arrow. This time, he targeted the hyena's other eye, turning it completely blind. The Wanderers and the trolls then attacked the monster at the same time, killing it completely. "Nice shot, young master." Christopher, who had seen everything from beginning to end, praised 13 for saving the troll. "If you have time to praise me, then you have time to shoot," 13 said as he knocked another arrow on his bow and released it not long after. "Less talking, more shooting." "Yes, master," Christopher replied before he, too, unleashed an arrow from his bow. The 7-year-old was still surprised that his body chose to subconsciously save the troll instead of letting it die. This battle was nothing compared to what they were going to face in the future, so 13 originally intended to prepare himself for the worst-case scenario of losing several allies in battle. At first, he didn't plan on helping the troll, which was one of his slaves, so that he would be able to gauge his feelings once it died. But his body moved subconsciously and fired the arrow faster than his mind could think. "Maybe deep inside me, I don't want to lose anyone," 13 thought, narrowing his eyes as he released an arrow aimed at a hyena that had knocked a wanderer to the side with its claw. "Even if I'm against a Magian prince, I will make sure that my people will not die so easily." With his newfound resolve, 13's arrows flew across the battlefield, always finding their mark, saving those who were about to suffer a gruesome and painful death. Even Visago and Polka descended to the chaotic battle with their claws spread wide, scratching the eyes of the hyenas in their path. Giga Chad, who was protecting several wanderers, was attacked by 3 hyenas at the same time. Currently, the Chad skunk stood 6 meters tall and fought like a crazed bear, its claws shining with corrosive acid. It also didn't hesitate to bite his opponents, tearing their flesh apart. The hyenas attacking him were rank 3 monsters, while Giga Chad was only a rank 2 monster. But due to the effect of Titan's heart, which gave him the size and strength of a giant, his battle capabilities rose up to that of a rank 3 monster as well. The armor protecting his body also played a critical role, protecting Giga Chad's vitals and decreasing the damage he received from the hyenas. Truth be told, Giga Chad had a total of 2 divine techniques and 1 silver grade technique, all given to him by 13. The 2 divine techniques were Titan Heart and Corrosion King. The silver grade technique was called Bestial Fury. What it did was increase the Chad skunk's fighting ability and give it some kind of intimidation aura, which weakened its enemies by a small percentage. 13 truly pampered Giga Chad. Just like Tiona and Christopher, he knew that the fluffy guy would not betray him. However, since he already had 2 divine techniques in his body, adding 1 more would put too much strain on Giga Chad. Putting this into consideration, 13 settled for a silver grade technique that would complement the Chad skunk's battle style. Just as the battle raged on, one of the hyenas managed to bite Giga Chad's arm, making him scream in pain. At that moment, Rocky rose up from the ground and used his tail to smash the hyena's head, releasing its hold on the Chad skunk's arm. Suddenly, a tigerkin whose hands and feet were covered with golden flames appeared in front of the hyena and used his claws to slash the side of the hyena's face, setting it ablaze. Percival didn't even wait to see the aftermath of his attack before he charged at another hyena, who was giving the Wanderers a hard time. Although he didn't know how he gained such an overwhelming power, he believed that this was given to him to protect the people around him. 13 gave the Tigerkin a sidelong glance before ordering Giga Chad to retreat and allow one of the Wanderers who had gained a healing artifact to heal his injuries. Just as the 7-year-old was about to attack another monster in the distance, he heard a loud roar, making him glance in the direction where the diabolical hyena and the purple-furred honey badger were currently fighting. "Tiona, it's up to you now," 13 said. The small black snake that was coiled on his neck nodded her head in understanding. 13 ordered Blackie to run to where Christopher was. Although it was a little dangerous, he decided to take the gamble. One that would allow them to maximize the rewards that they would get from this battle between the two overlords, whose claws and teeth were soaked with each other's blood. Chapter 213 Face-Off in the Furvous Grasslands. Part 4. Cranky had learned its lesson when it fought against the rank 5 overlord in the past. The purple-furred honey badger was confident in its strength, so when it ambushed its prey, it didn't think much of the subordinates that were protecting it. It had been the top predator in the Warzur Plains, so it never fought against hundreds of monsters that were led by an overlord. It had been too confident of its abilities, not caring how many enemies it faced. However, when all the hyenas decided to swarm it with numbers, it realized that dealing with them was not as easy as it expected. Because of this, the rank 5 hyena overlord managed to evolve by cannibalizing its own subordinates, allowing it to gain a strength that even surpassed the purple-furred honey badger. Having learned that lesson, Cranky decided to fight alongside the champions whom 13 had asked to support it. Since the enemy had its subordinates, why couldn't it have its own lackeys to fight? So, the purple-furred honey badger started to fight dirty. It used hit-and-run tactics, allowing the champions to deal damage to the hyena, whose crimson eyes glowed with hate and anger. Cranky would launch sneak attacks in the hyena's blind spots, drawing blood. But the diabolical hyena had learned from their skirmish and soon managed to bite the purple-furred honey badger's claw during one of its attempts to strike it from behind. Fortunately, the other champions didn't watch idly and bombarded the hyena's head with spells, forcing it to release its hold on its enemy. Of course, the lower-ranked hyenas didn't watch idly either and assisted their leader in battle. FKEWebNavuel.com. Unfortunately for them, Adira and Netero, who was tasked to focus on the small fries, mercilessly slaughtered them as quickly as they could. The Drow's specialty was controlling shadow and darkness, making her a terrifying opponent inside the Furvous Grasslands. Netero, on the other hand, had an uncanny ability to transform the ground around him into 4-meter-long earth spikes, which easily pierced through the hyenas' bodies. He also created a wall that prevented the other hyenas from supporting their leader, who was getting gang-banged by Cranky and the 3 champions who were helping it fight the diabolical hyena. 13 had asked Arthas about the abilities of his forces so that he could devise a strategy that would increase their chances of victory. Although the city lord hesitated for a while, he also understood that he couldn't afford to hold back any information that was crucial for this battle. The battle continued for an hour, forcing everyone past their limits. The purple-furred honey badger had a deep gash on its back, which was bleeding profusely. However, due to its strong regenerative abilities, 13 was sure that it wouldn't die from blood loss. However, the diabolical hyena was just as menacing. Although it was a bloody mess, it didn't show any signs of kicking the bucket yet. In fact, its ferocity even increased the more injured it became. Adira, Netero, and the other champions were also nearing their limit. The 5 rank 5 alpha hyenas, which served as the diabolical hyena's personal guards, were nothing to scoff at. After managing to break through Netero's earth spikes, they held back the champions who were assisting Cranky in its fight against their leader. The battle had come to a stalemate and seemed to have no end in sight. 13, who was also panting for breath, eyed the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to turn the tables. Almost everyone on his side was exhausted, not even having the strength to move from where they stood. Suddenly, he heard the hooting of an owl in the distance, making him glance at the east. The sound of rumbling reverberated in the Furvous Grasslands as dozens of saber-toothed tigers charged in the direction of their battlefield. The barbarians, as well as the wanderers, felt anxious because there was only one race who used saber-toothed tigers as mounts. The Tigerkins, who were part of 13's group, All looked in the distance with disbelief as their brethren uttered their war cries and charged in their direction. Arthas and the other barbarians immediately retreated to where 13 and the others were, forcing Cranky to run alongside them. The purple-furred honey badger had the guys, where are you going? Expression on its face, wondering why his backup was leaving him behind. Christopher, get ready. 13 ordered, as he urged Blackie to run towards Cranky. The chubby boy followed behind his young master, leaving Jasmine and Ariel behind. Hercules, who had been protecting Christopher all along, also ran behind the two Warzer black hounds, ready to shield the two children from any danger. Cranky, follow me, 13 shouted. Time to end this. Seeing that the two boys were charging toward the diabolical hyena and not away from it, the purple-furred honey badger changed its course and ran alongside them. Perhaps knowing that it was now truly in danger, the diabolical hyena decided to retreat, but it was already too late. The 100-strong saber-toothed legion descended on it like a pack of wolves, giving it no chance to run. What took you so long? 13 complained as he looked at Anwar, who had a devilish smile on his face. We had to take a detour so that we won't be seen by the barbarians on this side, Anwar replied. Don't worry, we will finish the job properly. The Tigerkin then raised his hand and gave the order to go for the kill. Anwar had brought with him 10 champions and 90 grandmasters. This was an elite unit composed of several mercenary groups from the Sumatran kingdom. Seeing that the newcomers were all on its side, the purple-furred honey badger let out a resounding screech as if telling its nemesis that it was now time for round 2. Because all the hyenas were already exhausted, the mercenary group's attack ended up as a one-sided massacre. Even the 5 rank 5 alpha hyenas were no match against these battle-hardened individuals who specialized in killing monsters in the wild. Having no subordinates to help it, the rank 6 overlord found itself surrounded from all sides. 13 watched with fascination as the Tigerkins threw dozens of grappling hooks that wrapped itself on the diabolical hyena's legs, embedding themselves in its skin. All the saber-toothed tigers then pulled at the same time, preventing the monster from moving. Using that opportunity, 5 of the mercenary leaders took the initiative to attack one of its legs, crippling it completely. Seeing that its enemy had fallen to the ground, Cranky lunged at the hyena and landed on its back. It then bit hard on its enemy's neck, pinning it on the ground. Go, Tiona, Christopher, 13 ordered. Tiona immediately hardened her body, transforming into a black arrow, which Christopher knocked onto his bow. He pulled back the string as far as he could and took aim at the struggling diabolical hyena. The chubby boy was only 15 meters away from the monster, so it wasn't a problem to hit his target at this range. Time seemed to slow down at that moment as Christopher stared at his target. An eerie calmness permeated his heart, making him only focus on the monster in front of him. He was no master archer, but after 13 had bestowed upon him the cheap shot savant martial skill, archery became a lot easier for him. Although he would still miss his target from time to time, he trained every day for an entire month. So the moment he released Tiona from his hand, he knew the result, before time, seemed to return to its normal flow. Tiona pierced through the eye of the diabolical hyena, but she didn't stop there. Using her ability, Ferocious Flesh Eater, Tiona chewed her way towards the monster's brain and embedded her fangs directly on it, secreting all the venom that was stored inside her body. Half a minute later, the rank 6 overlord stopped struggling and breathed its last breath. Cranky, who felt the demise of his foe, raised its head arrogantly and screeched loudly. At the same time, Christopher saw a message appear inside his mind and almost fell off from the Warzer Blackhound's back due to disbelief. He had gained a rank 6 monster as an avatar, which made him shout out loud as if he had won the lottery. Chapter 214 Train a Hero? No, thank you. Chapter 215 I guess you got lucky. Chapter 215 I guess you got lucky. After the battle ended, the gruesome task of dismantling the monster parts, as well as collecting the Jinn cores, started. The Wanderers gained a lot during this battle, with some of them even gaining the avatars of rank 2 and rank 3 golden-eyed hyenas. The rank 5 alpha hyenas, who were considered as the personal guard of their overlord, were crippled by the mercenaries and were turned over to 13. Since his goal was to strengthen his inner circle, he had asked Rihanna, Harry, and Colbert to kill 3 of them. Rihanna, with her exceptional luck, managed to gain a gold-grade Fong sword. Unfortunately, this weapon was still too strong for her to use. The only she could use the weapon was when she stepped into the elite rank, which was the 4th stage in the human rankings. Harry, on the other hand, managed to get a Fong spear, which he also couldn't use at this point in time. However, he was still happy because this was the first gold-grade weapon that he managed to get after going to Solterra. Colbert, who had become 13th's left-hand man, might have gotten a bit of luck by rubbing shoulders with Christopher. After getting beaten up in the slave arena for several weeks. Chapter 216 The Biggest Loser, Part 1. Chapter 216 The Biggest Loser, Part 1. Anwar sighed softly as he opened his eyes. He didn't know how long he had been sitting cross-legged on the floor, but at this time, it was something he didn't bother to care about. Raising his right hand, he channeled the martial technique that his sworn brother had imparted to him. A moment later, his right hand was covered by a black flame, making him arch an eyebrow. I see. So this is the upgraded version of Emperor's Might, Anwar thought as he felt the influx of power that was circulating around his body. But before he could truly appreciate his newfound power, a loud shout reached his ears, making him look in the direction of the door. What did that little step-brother of mine do this time? Anwar mused as he left 13th's room to see the commotion that was happening. Fight me. Percival's shout spread inside the cavern. Fight me, and if I win, you will give me back my freedom. Percival pointed a finger at the 7-year-old, who was looking back at him with his arms crossed over his chest. Fight you? 13 asked in disdain. Are you serious? Fight me, Percival growled. Coward. The Wanderers and the Tigerkins, who were resting after their battle, looked at Percival and thought that he was out of his mind. Even the mercenaries couldn't help but look at him in contempt. For them, the scene playing was like an adult bullying a child. Percival was already an adept, and the 7-year-old wasn't even a rookie. Oi, can you stop making others look down on our race? One of the Tigerkin mercenary leaders, who had a good impression of 13, commented. You're making us all look bad. The other Tigerkins nodded their heads at the same time because they also thought that Percival's behavior was very shameless. But before Percival could even tell the mercenary leader to shut up, a familiar voice reached his ears. Why don't you accept his challenge, Xylen? Anwar, who had already arrived behind the younger boy, said. That way, he will understand his place. A sigh escaped 13th's lips before he nodded his head. Fine, 13 replied. So, if you win, you will regain your freedom. But what if I win? Then I will become your slave. Percival answered. But you are already my slave. No, I might be your slave, but I do not recognize you as my master. If you win, I promise that I will no longer defy you. You can order me until this slave mark disappears naturally. Another sigh escaped the younger boy's lips, but he still nodded his head. Fine. 13 glanced at his father, Gerald, and the latter looked at him with a frown on his face. Clearly, Gerald could see that the Tigerkin was stronger than his son, and he was worried that he might seriously get injured if the two of them were to fight with each other. We will fight 3 hours from now, 13 stated before walking out of the cavern. Until then, behave yourself. Having accomplished his goal, Percival sat cross-legged on the corner of the cavern to meditate. He didn't care what others thought about him. The only thing that mattered was that once he regained his freedom, he could finally return to his family. 13, who was walking toward the exit of the cavern, asked Giga Chad to follow him. I know I was the one that asked you to fight my brother, but can you win, Xylen? Anwar asked, walking in tandem with 13. The possibility exists, 13 replied. But I need to make some preparations beforehand. What kind of preparations? If there's anything I can help you with, just say the word. Once they arrived outside of the cave, 13 glanced at his surroundings before walking 100 meters to the right. When he was a good distance away, he asked Giga Chad to punch the ground where he was pointing at, creating a hole that was a foot deep. Every spot that 13 pointed, the Chad skunk punched without asking any questions. In fact, Giga Chad thought that he and his master were playing a game, so he happily did what the boy asked him to. Anwar, who was watching from the side, didn't know if his sworn brother was just playing around with his pet or actually preparing for the fight. But, an hour later, it dawned to him what kind of preparation Xylen was talking about earlier. I see. So he is going to use this place as the arena where he will fight Percival, Anwar thought. But all that those holes would be doing is to hinder both of their movements. Also, Tigerkins are very agile and flexible. The one who will have a disadvantage will not be my brother, but Xylen. After he came to this realization, Anwar decided to stop the duel if Percival got carried away and seriously injured his sworn brother. Truth be told, he was simply curious how capable 13 was. For the 7-year-old to grant him a martial technique, it proved that he wasn't an ordinary human boy. 2 hours later, everyone inside the cave came out to watch the duel between Percival and the younger boy, who was currently equipped with 2 gauntlets on his hands. Gerald gave Xylen the pseudo-silver grade bone gauntlets he crafted. They were made from the skulls of monsters that used their hard heads as a weapon to head but their predators. It was very lightweight, yet durable at the same time. Also, it packed a punch, allowing 13 to use his martial technique, Righteous Sentinel, to its limits. "I will serve as the referee of this match," Gerald declared. "Any objections?" "None," Percival replied as he gazed at his opponent, who was busy drinking something from a flask. "Wait, let me finish, hic." "Drinking first," 13 replied as he drank an alcoholic beverage that he had crafted in his spare time. Gerald frowned, but he didn't stop his son from doing what he wanted. He already knew that everything Xylen did had a reason, so he believed that this was part of his son's strategy. Percival looked at the 7-year-old in contempt, thinking that Xylen was drinking so that he would take it easy on him. However, he had no intention of doing so, especially after everything that the boy had done to him in the past. Still, this arena is so annoying, Percival thought, because there were so many holes in his surroundings. Who can fight properly in this place? Just as he was thinking along these lines, 13 burped and threw his flask away, raising his hands and taking a boxer fighting stance. "Rehic dy," 13 said. The Tigerkins couldn't help but shake their heads as they looked at this farce. Even Arthas and Netero couldn't help but feel that this duel was a joke. But there was someone who thought otherwise and was even looking forward to what was going to happen to the duel. It was none other than the drow, Adira, who had long wanted to see what Xylen was truly capable of. She had already acknowledged his intellect and wisdom. However, she wasn't sure if the boy still had something else to hide. "I hope I see something interesting," Adira mused as she waited for the duel to begin. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait a long time because Gerald raised his hand and declared the start of the duel. "Duel start," Gerald shouted. As soon as the signal was given, Percival lunged at Xylen with a sneer on his face. There was no way he would lose against a 7-year-old human, even if one of his hands were tied behind his back. But at the same time that the Tigerkin lunged at him, 13 jumped back. Percival was quick to adjust his attack, using his hands to tap the ground once and propelling himself upward in order to land behind the 7-year-old, whose movements were getting wobbly. However, when he realized that the place where he was going to land had a hole in it, he immediately tried to adjust his landing to a different place. Unfortunately, the boy made an unexpected move, arching his back like a gymnast doing the bridge, but instead of his hands touching the ground, his 2 gauntlet fists smacked Percival's stomach, making the latter grunt in pain. The Tigerkin lost his balance after he landed, making him take a few steps backward. Unfortunately, his right foot stepped onto a hole, making him lose his balance a second time. At that exact moment, 13's foot hit his left leg, making Percival fall on the ground. Fearing that the 7-year-old would take that opportunity to attack him, the Tigerkin raised his guard to deflect any blow that would land on his body. But instead of a blow, a chuckle filled with mischief reached his ears, making the proud Tigerkin's cheeks redden in shame and embarrassment. Percival, as well as those who were watching the duel, thought that this battle was going to be one-sided. However, that brief exchange was enough to tell them that the winner of the duel might not be Percival, who was 2 ranks stronger than his opponent.